Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Cardamar. It's Saturday morning, and you better believe it, we've got more T10 action coming your way. It's championship weekend for these domestic Spanish sides as Gracia take on Catalunya CC. These teams making their way down to Cardamar overnight, and they're ready to play. We look at the two lineups, and Gracia, well, 5-1 in the group stage. Catalunya yet to lose a game. Some names to look out for. Shiraz Iqbal's one I like on the Catalunya CC side. He really impressed me. Looking forward to seeing more of him. And if we look at Gracia, well, Sahil with one name, a little bit like Seal. That's why he's very special. And Kuldeep Lal was in sensational form with his top order partner, Hira Mahay. So plenty of names to look out for. The expected score, well, the supercomputer tells us it's going to be a doozy. And if we have that, that's a pretty special match. So let's see, maybe even a golden ball game. Looking forward to seeing how it pans out, and you can see beautiful weather conditions again here in Cardamar. We want to welcome back everyone around the world, especially those in India via FanCode. Hope you're well out there. Good luck with your Dream 11 teams and all of our network partners around. The umpires ready to say play. Fielders into position. Deep third man, and well, maybe only a deep third man is the boundary rider. Don't see that too often. Yeah, one boundary rider. So aggressive from Catalunya. And there he goes, fine leg. So it's still a little bit of an early morning at the moment. First ball of the game. Beats the bat well outside the off stump. So dot ball to start, and good hello and morning to everyone in the chat and the YouTube chat. Hope everyone's well out there and watching today. And I do have a special guest commentator that's going to join us after an over. So looking forward to that. Hopefully everyone in the chat's ready to potentially get some questions in and say hello. High up on the bat. Well, Awais Ahmed is doing the roving at mid-wicket, as I can see our Spring Productions is a good early morning for them as well, because they didn't pick that ball up. So just a single there. That does open the scoring. Very surprised not to see Kuldeep Lal and Muktia Singh open the batting. They were the openers the whole weekend last weekend, so a change in the batting lineup. These two teams coming from the Barcelona region. Laced high. That's going to be the first boundary, you'd imagine. And it is. Well, that's one of the highest sixes I reckon I've seen in a long time. It takes a bounce off the footpath, and it does go the journey. So a great start this for Gracia. He got every piece of that. Got under it quite a lot. And it doesn't matter if it's too high in the air. Just has to clear the 50-metre boundary and almost land on the red helmet out there. That could have been a 11. Good morning, Hawkmoon and everyone in the chat. You're right, Hawkmoon's first question there, do you ever get a day off? Well, I'll let you know. I was up at 7:30 this morning throwing balls to Daniel Doyle Calais and Lorne Burns as the staff out there go looking for that ball, that new Kookaburra. There they are, look at them all. That's Tyrone Peters, Mahel, James Cantor. Well done, James. Sensational on. He's lapping it up. He's absolutely ecstatic with himself on this Saturday morning. Stronger together is the word. And yeah, Hawkmoon did enjoy the Graham Swan edition over the last few days. It was good to have him, but I'm going to tell you right now, we're going to have a better spinner live on the air with us in 3 balls' time. If you can guess who it is, bonus points for you. As that is high in the air, this is going to be the first opportunity. It's got snow on it. Caught. Well, that's a really, really good catch. I didn't think he was going to get there in the end, but he does. That's Amir Khan, made good ground from mid-on, and he takes the catch, and the first wicket goes. And, well, Gracia coming out with some intent. Abbas, it's a pretty loose stroke, though. It is T10. And in the end, they lose their first wicket. That had snow on it. That went miles in the air. He did call it early. You got to like that. And it's a little bit of an ice cream cone as it almost spilt out. But the first wicket does go, and that will make them feel a lot better. So first wicket down in this clash, and well, it is championship weekend. These teams have qualified. They have been down in Cardamar already as new batsman starts coming out to the middle. Hawk Moon got plenty of questions early. Do like that. Yes, Swanee was relentless and plenty of banter. Good man as well. Great to have him a part of the ECN network for the last few days, and we want to wish him the best on his next adventure. I'm sure he'll be keeping himself busy, and I'll be moving over to Spain soon enough, Hawk Moon. Looking forward to that as well. But try and have a guess. We're going to have a special guest commentator joining me in the first half here in 2 balls time, and this man has got plenty of commentary pedigree, so it's going to be good to hear what he's got to offer. So first wicket down, new man coming in, Hira Mahey, the captain. That's well played, actually. Nice full face of the bat, and they'll scamper through for a single. Direct hit just takes a little bit of time out of the game, if anything. Anish Krishna asking, will it be Charlie Hunt? No, it's not Charlie Hunt. He's not coming in for this one. That's really well played. We've got one more ball left over. You've got 1 ball to guess it, viewers. Who's going to be joining us? Looking forward to hearing what their commentary voice is like. Plenty of pressure on them early. I've got plenty of questions as well. And that's a play and miss, and that should bring us to the end of the first over, and it will bring us to the end of the first over. The score after what? Gracia, they are 8 for 1, and the last person, Helix, it's not Phil Tufnell. I want to say a good morning and a good welcome to my special guest, Lorne Burns. Lorne, how are you?
Amazing, mate. Great to be here. Different scene for me. Normally out there on the pitch. Never been in a comm box before, so looking forward to it.
Yeah, we are looking forward to it as we have a look at the stats gun, and this is what happened in the group stages, Lorne. Kuldeep Lal, 318 runs with Mukti Singh. I'm surprised not to see them opening.
You'd think you'd have your leading run scorers and your leading strike raters at the top of the order in the power play, wouldn't you? Taking advantage of the only 2 fielders out, but maybe they know something we don't.
And look at Harmigan Khan, 237 runs at 320.
Oh,
is that your strike rate usually?
Maybe half. I'll be struggling to get over 300, I can assure you that. That's pretty impressive ball striking.
Yeah, it is, as it looks like we're about to start the second over. Coming into bowl, Shiraz Iqbal. And he's edged it on. It should have been taken. Well, Lorne, I was...
He's been wrong-footed a bit there, isn't he?
Yeah, it's poor. If you've got to be honest, Lorne, I've told you a little bit about this man. What do you think of this?
He's squared up. He's just... Where the ball's angling in, the keeper's just taking on step to the leg side, and that edge is just wrong-footed him slightly down low to his right. Not an easy chance, but...
Not an easy chance, but
what
a nice start from Iqbal, and the questions are already flying in. So while we've got you, we'll make sure we get through quite a bit. The national leg spinner for Spain joining me. Iqbal again. And there... Oh, he dropped it! Oh, you got to be kidding me. Oh, my... Welcome to the commentary box, Lorne Burns.
It all started since I've come in, isn't it?
Well, I tell you what, he drops maybe, let's say, a tough one. That is a goober.
It would have been a wide, and that is as rego as it gets.
What's he doing?
He's playing the cymbals, man. He should get in the local band.
Tell you what, I don't know if you've brought the heebie-jeebies with you, but Shiraz Iqbal has nicked off the opening batsman twice, and it's been dropped by the keeper. And that,
goodness me.
Oh no.
Playing the cymbals. Celebration
drop, Andrew Batchelder says in the chat. Well, 3 dot balls, but look, we've got a couple of questions already flying in. Andrew Batchelder said, morning, Lon, still keep in touch with any of the Farningham lads. Who are the Farningham lads?
Yeah, well, Farningham was the village club that I grew up at. I started playing for them when I was probably about 9, 10 years old. Played the men's team when I was 11 or 12. Ollie Butler is probably the main guy I keep in touch with every now and then. I still live locally I live in Spain now, but when I'm back...
Oh, that's a nice looking shot. I tell you what, when you get 2 edges, you feel like you've got a bit of a free roll.
That is an absolute weapon of a shot. On the up, through extra cover. Let's take a look at this.
Tell you what, when you've had 2 edges, you must be feeling like, oh, it's my day. That is just dismissed.
That is stand and deliver. Chris Gale-esque, that one.
That
right-handed Chris Gale right there.
Yeah, so Andrew Batchelor says he remembers playing against you in the Kent League. Did you ever get Andrew out?
Sorry, Andrew. I don't mean to sound rude, but I can't remember who you are, but I'm glad you remember me. That fills me with confidence.
Well,
I've had a few guys tell me that it was past my bedtime when I got them out when I was bowling my leggies as a 12-year-old.
Well, there you go. Shiraz Iqbal coming in again. This
That's
time
a
he
shot.
overcorrects.
What a
Nice
shot.
little Clippingtons, and it goes to one of the tools out here. And, well, that's the Welsh boys. I think they'll have a few sore heads after yesterday.
I don't know what they did yesterday, but all I can say, these 2 shots this guy has played in the last 2 balls, absolute weapon shots.
Yeah, he just overcorrects
That's
this
a
time.
Proper strong leg glance.
Well, if you get dropped by the keeper twice in a row, you must be thinking this is your day.
It's your day. Especially that second one.
Oh, absolutely.
First one maybe, but the second one. That's going straight up.
Yeah, high in the air. This is tough, though. This is high. Don't want the keeper to take it. And it's
Oh,
caught
it's a
this
good
time.
catch.
Yeah, very good catch in the end. That side Shirazi out here. I tell you what, I thought for one stage he was going to leave it for the keeper, but I don't think you would.
I thought the keeper was going to run into him at one stage. That eventually he stopped and he steadied himself. He slightly misjudges this, to be fair, and then he manages to get his arms out straight. Let's have a look. And managed to take a good catch. He went high. Cloudless sky is never easy.
Yeah, it's a good
Great
catch in
effort.
the end. Yeah, it's a
Great
good catch.
effort.
And you have to say Shirazi Iqbal did deserve that after the 2 early drops. So another wicket here for Catalunya Sisu, who really needed that just to steady the drops, and 16 for 2. But yeah, Lorne, plenty of people saying hello. Helix saying welcome to the Cube, and Suraj Yadav saying hello to Lorne in the morning. Lorne, you're English, but you're Spanish now, playing for Spain. A few other people want to know, how do you feel playing international cricket out of nowhere and now playing for the Spanish national team?
Yeah, it's a bit surreal, to be honest. You know, I came to Spain 6 years ago, you know, to work, and cricket very much took a back seat, and I didn't really play much cricket for 3 or 4 years, to be honest.
Yep.
And then kind of got speaking with some people, and that out of nowhere I just turned up to a camp in March, and here we go. And I've played a few games. I'm loving it. It's good fun, and the standard is pretty good, I have to say.
Yeah, surprising.
Yeah. You know, you wouldn't say Spain is known for its cricket, but when I turned up for that first.
Yeah, Asim Javed coming back for the 3rd. Well, pulled pretty nicely, but that should just be 1. If Awais Ahmed, well, he doesn't get down. Foot fielding, never a fan. They'll get 2. But yeah, the standard's been better than you thought it would.
Yeah, I turned up to the first session. I just saw the guys, and I was like, there's some players here. People can really play. And that for me was quite exciting. It was really motivating, and I was really looking forward to getting back into it.
Yeah, I guess one of the things for you is probably seeing a few of the fast bowlers going around Spain. We're sort of blessed with our stocks.
Yeah, I mean, playing the few games I've played so far, I'd say we've probably got the fastest bowling attack out of the guys.
I'm sure Hitman will love hearing that as well. Oh, that's a nice delivery. Climbing off land. Javed, he gets it to kiss off the surface a bit.
It's a good wicket, this. It is an Astro, but it plays very true. There's a bit of bounce, but the pace is good, and you know, if you're hitting good back of the length, it's not easy, but you have a chance of the bowling, you have a chance of the batter, so it's a good cricket wicket.
Yep, I do agree. If you bend your back, you get a little bit out of it. Yadav now pacing, beaten again.
Just think he could look to hit a bit stronger here, stronger, straighter. He's just kind of flailing the batter a bit, not really any intent. I think he needs to step to it and just hit it harder, straighter through extra cover of these ones.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of early morning nerves for the Gracia lineup here. Javid's getting it on a good line. Pulled away. Well, too short this time. Yeah, no backward square, Lorne.
Yeah, it's good fielding.
That's better from Awais Ahmed, who does get down this time.
Interesting to see Awais without the gloves.
Yeah, it is. Well, you'd think maybe he should have had the gloves after the very first 2 drops.
True.
But yeah, Lorne, tell us a little bit more about your cricketing background then, because I know a lot of the viewers are curious how you did end up in Spain and then end up playing for the national team. But tell us maybe about your grassroots and who you played for and where you came from.
I'll let this ball go and then I'll start the story.
Oh, you're a very pleasant man, Lorne. That is hit high in the air. God.
Oh, good catch.
Yeah, another one goes. And I tell you what, right now, Gracia out there on the ropes. Catalunya have 3 in the power play.
Absolutely awesome start. I mean, 20 for 3 from 2.4. Definitely on top here, Catalunya. Just don't really know what it is with the batters. They're not really showing as much intent as you'd like to see. A bit loose with some of their shots.
Yeah.
I think maybe shot selection isn't quite there, but I mean they could be 5 down.
Well, you never know. That's T10 for you, though. Sometimes teams come out and it's easier in the com box to say, get on with it without taking a risk.
Yeah. It's easy up here. It's always easier up here.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, go on, tell us a little bit.
Yeah, so I got the question earlier about where I grew up. I grew up in a small village in Farningham in Kent, and played some cricket there, and then ended up getting selected for the Kent age group setups from around 12 years old. Played for Kent until I was around 19, 20. Managed to play some good age group cricket with some seriously good players. I mean, some of the guys I grew up playing against and with, a lot of them are around the county circuits and representing England right now and other nations. So that was amazing. Managed to represent Kent in a few second 11 games and went from there. Really just didn't quite make it, obviously, as I wanted. Dream of a professional career, but didn't quite get over the line. And then, ended up in Spain, and here we are playing international cricket.
Beautiful. As last ball, and Muktia Singh blocks it down. We know him a little bit better as Vinod. After 3 overs, 20 for 3. So 2 of your teammates out there at the moment in the national setup, Kuldeep Lal and Vinod. Good to see him back and healthy.
It'd be great to see. Yeah, Vinny got that nasty injury back in March. I was there to see that, and that wasn't nice to see.
No.
But it's great to see him walking around, and I didn't get to see much of it, but I heard he bashed it around in the few games last week.
Well, Kuldeep Lal and Muktia Singh actually opened the batting, so it's funny to see them at 4 or 5. This is the table, Lorne. What are your thoughts on that?
The thoughts, I said, it's very balanced at the moment. I'm not really sure who's got the advantage here.
Yep.
But I'm sure by the end of this game, we'll have someone on the top and someone on the bottom.
Yeah, absolutely. We will. Well said. Expert comments from an expert man, Lorne Burns, national leg spinner for Espana. And well, how many different counties did you play for in the end?
Officially 3. Obviously, mainly played growing up at Kent, and then after leaving Kent, I had some stints at Worcestershire and played Northants as well. Played okay, but again didn't quite do enough to make it into their contracted setups, but it was a great experience nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. As new bowler comes in, Kuldeep Lal defends that, and
good running.
It is good running. Spots a single.
Not a field spread. Obviously in T10 the aim of the game is 6s and 4s, but you can't forget if you don't get a 6 or a 4, you've got to get the run. Yep. You can't have dot balls in this game.
No, absolutely. Intent's very important. As you know, I harp on about it quite a lot. Shirazi, the left arm seamer here, bowling in the middle. Flicked away and flicked gorgeously. That might go the journey. No, 1 bounce 4. Nice shot, Lorne.
Stylish, eh? Who's this? Is that Vinod, yeah?
Yeah, this is Vinod.
Very, very stylish. Let's take a look. I didn't quite get that on the replay, but leg stump half volley's got to go, really. It's not the best ball. Big gap there at square leg, but you still got to put it away. Yeah, nice shot, though. Nice shot to start his innings. Muktia Singh, as we know him as Vinod, gets his account ticking along. Well played. Yeah, defended nicely into the leg side. They'll just get a single, and a few people asking what's Vinod. Oh, that's just how we know him in the national setup. But it's good to see him happy and healthy again. Kuldeep Lal on strike. What can they look for from here? 26 for 3. What do you think they're looking for, Lorne? To be honest, I think in T10, I'm still trying to get my head around what good scores are sometimes, because it varies so much in this game. You can win with almost anything, and you can lose with almost anything. So. Yep, very true, as that's pushed again for I would say they'd want to get 100 runs from here and get up to the 120 mark. So you think they're going to make 106.3? I think so. Tough commentary from Lorne Burns. I've got high standards. Yeah, he does have high standards. I'm expecting a lot from my teammates out there. A few people asking what this injury was for Vinod. He actually broke his leg, which was not a nice scene, but it's really good to see him back and playing and fit and healthy. Short probably misses out, and it's going to be signalled wide. I think he just tries to flick this fine, whereas it'd be better off just standing and delivering that one over Cal. Yeah, sometimes he can't catch up with it when it's down there. Take the free roll. He's given the wide. Yeah. So what we play in the ECN doesn't matter if it misses leg stump by a millimetre, it's a wide, irrespective of the batsman's movements. Well, toe ender, the old Q ender. What are your pull skills like? Pool skills pretty good, to be fair. Oh, there you go. Don't get me on a snooker table, that's tough. But pool skills are pretty tidy. Tell you what, there is Molly's Roadhouse does have a couple of pool tables. Maybe we'll take you down there a little bit later. But we do have some exciting news for some of our viewers that do know that you're on the reserve list. So we'll tell you after this delivery, last ball of the 4th.
Oh,
played.
cute batting, good batting, and that's a shot that you're a big fan of, Lorne.
Yeah, I love that shot. When there's no fine leg and you got a bowler bowling this pace, that's for me, that's a very simple shot.
Yeah.
Back of the length, you're almost guaranteed to get 4. You only need to touch it. I mean, Kuldeep's played that to perfection. He's got a good amount of bat on it, but you don't even need that much bat on it, and it's gone.
Yeah, absolutely. If you don't have a fine leg or 45 and it's a left arm over the wicket, it's basically free pickings. It does take us to the end of 4 overs in Gracia. Well, they are 33 for 3. And yeah, so for some of our viewers that don't know, Lorne has been called up into the T10 squad for Championship Week, and this time you are more available. So how do you feel about that? You super excited?
Oh, it's going to be great. I mean, the standard is going to be phenomenal. Really excited to... You know, when you look at the group stages, I think every favourite won their group. Spain were the favourites in our group.
I'm all said, yeah, I agree. Sorry, all our Irish viewers. New bowler into the attack. Oh, it's a Gundy ball.
Got away with it though. It's going to be a great standard. I mean, from what I assume, all those teams are going to bring over some strong squads. Obviously, England, Netherlands, Scotland, and Italy were impressive last night, dominating in that final against Germany. Yeah,
well said. Hit high in the air. This should be out. Oh. Gone. Well, it's a funny old technique to catch it, but it doesn't matter as long as you hold it in the end.
It's the second or third skier they've taken, and they get a long way away from the ball. Their arms outstretched. It's not how I'd recommend it, but I guess if you're taking the catch, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, he's just the way he plays that shot. His knee's not on the ground. It's still a little bit elevated, so it's not easy to play a slog sweep that way. And you have to think Gracia. They didn't open with Kuldeep and Muktia. They experimented with their batting lineup, and it's not paying off at the moment.
It's not, and I think my suggestion of 120 might be disappearing quite quick.
Yeah, well, I know you're not.
Anything around 100 might be. They'd take pretty much right now.
Yeah, I think.
But the thing with T10, I mean, I'm still new to it, but it's the varying scores that win a game is phenomenal.
Yeah.
You can win a game with 90, and you can win a game with 130.
Yeah.
You know, you can chase 130 and you can sometimes bog it trying to chase 90. It's just, it's a game where it only takes 1 or 2 moments, 1 or 2 players, and it's completely different.
Yep, completely agree. It is a very exciting style of format. And, well, tell us a little bit about those teams next week. Who obviously being born in England, you get England day 1. What's that mean to you? Is extra exciting, bit of mayo on top of that?
Yeah, it's a bit surreal, to be honest. Obviously being English, playing against the England team for Spain, but for me, the thing I'm excited about isn't necessarily the teams, it's just the standard. The standards, it's going to be great. It's going to be really exciting. Challenge yourself against some really strong players again, and yeah, hopefully I can perform.
Yeah, we'll get to see as Amir Khan was the wicket taker. New man to the crease. They need a partnership here, Gracia. Oh, it's a big swing. It's going to be given a wide.
Bit of spin there, was there?
Yeah, it always tends to spin quite a bit here at Cardamar. Oh, yeah, that goes. Thin edge and will be a dot ball. Got a question coming from Anish Kumar. And this one's directed for you. How important is spin on a scale of 1 to 10 in a T10 game, Lorne? What do you think?
Depends how good the spin is.
Well said.
If the spin is, if it's good spin, I think it's vital. But whoever played got the single. Good spin's vital. I think I know there's only 50-meter boundaries. Your margin for error is very, very small. But at the end of the day, you need variety. You can't just have seam all the time. You need to.
Interesting you say that, because Spain got through with seam. So great to add you to the squad.
And there's a few others added to the squad as well, which could be useful.
Well, the spin cavalry has arrived, you could say. But no, I think and 1 to 10 for me. I mean, in a T10, yeah, I think about a 7. It plays its part. It's not forgotten. A lot of people always thought spin in the shorter forms will get forgotten, but spin to win still happens.
Oh, absolutely.
Last ball of the 5th. Well, spliced away.
A bit of a gap though.
Yeah, a bit
of. It could go. No, he's around to it, and they get 2.
Yeah, they should.
Good running. It's not easy always to get 2 on such a small ground, but when you pick the gap like that, you've got to run hard and try and push for it.
Absolutely. So at the end of 5 overs, Gracia, we are 38 for 4. as we take a look at Championship Week. And this is what we are talking about. Super exciting. So England, Spain, Netherlands, Scotland, Italy. Take away England. Well, we know that that's a personal match for yourself. Who are you looking forward to the most out of Netherlands, Scotland and Italy?
I'd have to say Netherlands, to be honest. Obviously, the nation who is very much playing big dog cricket now.
Yeah, they are.
You know, so they're playing against the big teams. They're going to bring over some of their guys who have been very much involved in those big matches. So, again, for me, it's to be the best, you've got to play against the best. You've got to try and beat the best. So for me, I was, if I'm allowed to say this, I was actually cheering on the favourites in those group stages because that's who I wanted to play against personally. Maybe I shouldn't be saying that in terms of Spain, but
you can say that.
Yeah, for me, you've always got to be striving to play against the best.
Yeah, that's a good call. That's what good cricketers should want. More spin, and wow, that's...
catch it!
Oh, tell you what, it's almost cleaned the umpire up. And he will get 4 in the end. So it's a Gundy ball.
Is it a chance?
It's not really a chance. He hits it pretty hard.
It's a loopy full bunger. he's bowled the ball around the wicket and he's ended up
across
the stumps.
Well, on the ECN network, Morn, if you do more commentary, you'll see it all. I tell you that.
I've seen plenty.
Sawa again. Well, it's
good footwork. It's manufactured the short. It wasn't a short ball, but he managed to go back in his crease, and obviously it does bounce a little bit, so he was able to flat bat it. I think that's not a bad way to go about this.
I think this is the over that Gracia can really try explode, and they've got 5 off 2. Try turn it into a 15-run over. Muktia Singh might fancy this.
Floaty, it's a good strike again, and he's hit it hard enough. That's a very, very clean striking from Vinny. Good to see.
Yeah, clever batting as well, coming down the wicket and just turning into a low full toss. You can see here he's a strong, powerful man, and just that little skip down, bang, nice shot.
I think long on's gone a bit straighter.
I think that's a waste out there. Try cover more territory. Another fly ball in the air. That's a great cricket shot. That's shot of the morning for me.
That's Dan Doyle-esque, if I'm allowed to say.
Well, you can say it because we threw balls to him this morning. But yeah, 6 runs. That's already 15 or 4. And this is the over Gracia needed.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is not an easy shot. Going up over cover. I know it is a leg spinner, so you're hitting with the spin. But a little step down, gets to the pitch of the ball, and just puts his hands through it. That is an absolutely fantastic textbook.
Yeah, and they've still got a chance here to take this over into the 20s, which we call a magical over.
Yep, 2 balls remaining.
Yeah, someone needs to get out of this over if he can.
There's a flat one.
Not a bad option, and he's going to get the wicket. Well, it's a big moment because Muktia Singh was just ticking along, and Armagan, he takes a safe catch.
Yeah, that's a big, big wicket. Vinny was going strong, hitting it well, looking dangerous. Just changes out, goes away from his leg spinner here and just bowls a little seamer push-through ball. It didn't really have that much pace on it, but it was something different at least, and cloths it high on the bat. Yeah, high on the bat. Decent catch as well, running away to his right, high.
And he came over the wicket as well.
Very well, apart from the keeper in the first over or whatever it was.
Yeah, they definitely have. They're a good team, this Catalonia CC, so a big wicket falls there, and unfortunately, Muktia Singh, who was looking the goods, he'll have to go. As question from Manish Krishnan asking myself if there's more info about the T20 series. It is a triangular, and we will be playing against Italy and Germany from November 4 to November 6. So looking forward to that. And
that'd be great. Up at Desert Springs, grass wicket.
Have you been selected?
Not making any assumptions.
There you go. Well, there's an assumption if I've ever heard it. Hope you enjoy watching it because I believe the ECN are covering it as I look over at James Cantor in the cube as well. James? Just nod if you are covering those games. And that is a solid nod. I do believe the ECN will be covering those T20 games at Desert Springs as well. So you will get to watch some live T20 cricket right at the back end of the Spanish summer. Oh, shot.
I think I would have tried to come down and whack that one straight, how loopy high full toss that was. And again, they need to be a bit more intent. There's got to be a run there. There's been a few times now where they haven't gone for an easy single, in my opinion. Yeah,
it does take a bit of adjusting for the new players. After 6 overs, we're actually at 50 3 for 5. And, well, you've talked a lot about your leg spin, but how are you going to feel about batting in T10 cricket, and how does a batsman like yourself try and adapt to that format?
It's obviously very different because I've grown up playing kind of longer format cricket and more technical based cricket, so kind of crash bang wallop isn't always what I've been known for. But for me, it's about mindset. I think you're good enough, you have good enough technique, you can hit through the line. It's just about actually having a freedom of mindset and almost a fearless mindset to say, look, let's go out and enjoy it, more so than trying to survive and knock it round. A 20 run innings or 5 balls is as match winning as anything, so just go out and have fun.
Yeah, impact, isn't it? Just at 5 balls, if you can make 15 plus, you're doing a very good job. As new bowler comes in, it's a wide ball outside off, but he misses out.
Again, no single. For me, I know it's hit hard, but if the non-striker's on it, you just run that. Well, maybe not. I'm not sure.
Pretty critical up here in the box.
Yeah, it's very easy up here.
Manwani on strike to Mughal. Oh, it's a good ball, better length.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's so mindset orientated. It's just having that freedom. It's also accepting that it's just such an unpredictable game. You've got to go for it. You're gonna, as a bowler, you're gonna get hit for some. As a batter, you're gonna hit some straight up and get caught. It's just the nature of the game. But go out there and just enjoy it, and that's the best mindset to be in to optimise your chance of performing well. So that's all I'm going to try and do next week, hopefully.
Yep, sounds good. I think a lot of people looking forward to Championship Week, as that's hit hard and
shot.
Yeah, that could go for 4, and it will go for 4. Nice shooting from Manwani, who smokes it straight.
Not sure Oase was ever going to get the colours dirty there and pull out the full dive. But this is actually not a bad ball. Low full tosses aren't always the hit. It's not far off the Yorker. Maybe he could have tried to stop it himself, but it's hit hard. Football skill's not quite there for Oase, but
yep, absolutely. Nice shot, 4 runs. Oh, late. It sounded good, and well, you've just committed the biggest curse that a commentator can. You can never say shot, Lorne. It wasn't a good shot, and well, that's a commentary blooper if I've ever heard one. It's out, and Manwani has to go.
There we go. That's my one and only time commentating now. I've just done that. I'll hang my head in shame. I do apologise, Gracia fans.
Yeah, well, there's plenty out there, and I tell you what, all the viewers will turn off in disgust. You said shot, but in the end, he's caught it deep long on.
Yeah. It actually sounded good on the bat, and it just floated up, and it's just the easiest of catches.
Yeah, it can happen that way. As a question in from Iman Ahmed, directed at myself, asking me about 10 Spanish players who aren't at the ECC final squad, and asking why. The reason for that, Iman, is we did qualify from Group A, so we've decided to take the same squad, and then we just added 2 players. Lorne was actually already in the original squad as well, so we've just added Charlie and Yassir. So we want to reward the players from Group A that have already played. Also, all of those players have played a lot of cricket this year at the ICC qualifier. We had a tri-series, we had a high-performance camp. So in European cricket, it's hard to get everyone to take time off work. It's not an easy thing, and I'm sitting next to someone that really struggles with that.
Yeah, it's just nature of my job. But at the end of the day, I think going back to the squad, they've earned the right to be here. They performed so well. That chase against Ireland was just phenomenal.
How many times have you watched it? I understand it's only as he comes into the new batsman, play and miss.
More than once.
More than once.
And particular moments, I mean, Isan hitting those 6s towards the end, those 3. I don't know if it's 3 consecutive 6s, but it was certainly 3 6s in quick succession. Yeah,
Mohamed Isan, the keeper for the Spanish.
They were phenomenal. Watching Danny Doyle all week.
He had a good week, didn't he?
Yeah, great week.
Last ball of the 7th, and it's going to be another dot ball. So at the end of 7 overs, Gracia 57 for 6. But yeah, tell us a little about why you are out in Spain. What made you leave England? What was...
It's just a work opportunity, I was working in London at the time, not enjoying my job particularly, and I met my now boss in London, and within kind of 4 days of meeting him, I got offered the job, and within a week I was here, and then since then I've not been there anymore.
Absolutely, and if you do want to follow us on all our social media, European Cricket Network on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, and Josh. Do you have Josh?
Joshy?
Josh, yeah, Josh.
I don't. No.
Big in India, apparently. I'm about to download it right now. Tick, tick, tick. No, so do follow us on European Cricket Network, and if you do want to get any questions in, you can Instagram me or send me a message at crutkers_28. We've got Lorne Burns, who has potentially said he might do all day so that I can have an early day.
That wasn't in the contract.
It wasn't in the contract, but we'll talk off air. There's a new bowler coming in now, Syed Sharizi, left arm seamer. Wow. Yeah, they're right through into that lower order now, aren't they?
Yeah, it's well bowled, but you can tell that the batter's just trying to slap this. There's no shape, there's no kind of technique. So it's well bowled. It's just a bit of a...
Tell you what, usually some commentators go into the on the fence summer cricket. You're moving into the critical zone. I like it.
I'm turning into Bob Willis a bit, aren't I?
Yeah, I'm a big fan. Big fan.
Well
What's wrong with that?
Well, Bob, there's always got to be a critical figure, isn't there? You can be the nice guy, I'll be the bad one.
I like being the bad guy, so this has thrown me a bit. We can't have two bad men, as that's another player miss.
Well bowled again, good bounce.
Ria Sard asking about Yassir. Yeah, Yassir is playing for the Spanish team this week. He's not in the Catalunya lineup for the weekend. You are correct. High in the air. Lorne, is he going to catch it?
Yep.
He catches it, and yeah, he's got room to move, so that is going to be out.
Very good.
And a good catch from Awais Ahmed, who does signal to the umpire. That is out. And you could tell he was about a foot inside the rope in the end.
Good from Awais here. He is close to the boundary. It's never easy, and that boundary is right behind you. Sun is in his eyes as well. Used to having the big gloves on, has to now catch it with his little hands, and he manages to hold on. Yeah,
he does hold on. So pretty important to take that catch, otherwise it probably would have gone for 6. And Gracia, well,
big trouble.
57 for 7. You're right, any score could win, but you don't often see anything under 80 defended. It's pretty rare.
Yeah, mid-90s can be defended just because it's an awkward score, but yeah, anything below 80, all it takes is one big over and the run rate's below a runner ball, and it's just a bit easy from there.
Well, you are joining a team that did win in Group A, so we've already got our sort of fielding possessions sorted, and I haven't even thought of this. Where would you want to field?
Wherever you want.
Well, if you had a choice in a T10? Where would the zones you like to be?
I mean, I've always been a point fielder all my life.
Can you run backwards once the ball's bowled?
Yeah,
well,
absolutely.
You might be entrusted with some obscure fielding tactics. Had to think for a while of a good word there. Obscure just popped in.
You got the dictionary going.
Yep.
Dictionary's out.
Anyway, 15 balls to go in this Saturday morning siesta game.
Bit tired, Corey, are we?
Oh, no, absolutely not. Early night last night with Graham Swan, just out at the Roadhouse as he comes in once more. Oh, that was that.
Are you just continually name dropping today, or is it?
No, Graham was here, so he was on the air with us yesterday. Great to have that addition as well as that one beats the outside edge.
He was. I turned up late last night, mid final, and yeah, he was on good form.
Yeah, good value.
Oh, edge. It's running away. He's gonna get 4 for it as well. Bit of luck, but you take him.
You got to take him. You do make your own luck. That was actually a pretty good delivery from Shirazi. Just slipping across him a feather edge for 4. You got to wonder, do you need the keeper up? Little things, little margin. Yeah. Do you need it?
I mean, he's not catching that. If that's what you're suggesting.
He's not catching it, but do you need the keeper up? Is he running out?
It's hard to say though, because if the keeper's up, he's probably not going to run out.
But why wouldn't players let people run out more? A lot of people lose their shape and don't hit it.
Yeah, true. I mean, if keeper was back at this pace, I would definitely be about 3, 4, 5 feet out my crease and probably taking another step from there. So interesting. There's a slip in place. Interesting in the.
I like it. Quite confident. Pushes that into the offside, and that's good running. They'll get through for a single. So at the end of 8 overs, Gracia, well, they're in pretty much a lot of trouble at the moment. 62 for 7.
Yeah, it's interesting. What do they need? 2 overs left, 12 balls.
10 and 10 if they can. Yeah, minimum. As we look at the worm, and well, that tells a picture, doesn't it? Just wickets falling consistently, and when that happens, it's very difficult to get away.
No real partnerships. I mean, Kuldeep and Vinod were threatening, but then obviously Kully got out. Vinod then continued, but he got out as well. It's just flowing wickets, and even in such a short format, you still need partnerships. Flowing wickets is always going to slow the run rate. It's not easy to hit hard from ball one, even though that's the requirement in this format.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely not easy as we do come into the last 12 balls of this. And, well, there's someone that's popped up in the chat that I want you to say a big hello to. Well, flicked away. He's picked out 45.
Got the run, though.
Yeah, it's a little bit of...
might have been close, but they did the running, so...
I reckon he's
still got the
okay.
single.
Atif Mohammed, your other teammate.
Atty.
Young Atty, you want to say hello to him?
Hello, Atty. How are you doing, bud? I hope you're looking forward to next week. He did so well in the group stage, isn't it? It was so impressive.
Well, you're right. That would have been... Actually, that is very close.
Did his bat dig into the ground?
Yeah, his bat did dig into the ground. Don't think many people spotted it. Oh, it's a loose shot for a dot ball. A real question coming in. Good morning, Luke Belgium as well. Question for us both, but I'll let you answer it first. What kind of bowling or type of bowling do you expect to make the most impact next week, seam or spin? And try to take you're a spinner, take that away. Just be a pundit here.
Wide down leg side.
Wide
Good single as well.
Yep.
It's a tough question. It's just a tough question. I honestly, I haven't played enough T10 to really know. I think it actually will largely depend on the bowler themselves, what their skill set is as a seamer, as a spinner. I don't think... I don't think it's as simple as saying spin will be more effective than seam. I think it's the individual that's going to be the effective one. I know it's sitting on the fence completely.
That is sitting on the fence. If I put a gun to you, which I'm not allowed to do, and I would never do, but if I did and you had to answer Luke's question, how would you answer? It's another wide. Oh, bonus runs. It's going to be 5 wides, and that's sacrilege.
Very helpful.
Oh, that's
very, very helpful.
Absolutely. It does get them back up to something that could be competitive. But go on, give me an answer.
I'm going to say spin.
Of course you would.
I'm going to say spin, just because I am a spinner, and I just think that if good spinners on this kind of wicket where you've got some pace and some bounce, that's not always easy to hit, and sometimes you can get hold of the pace a little bit.
Yep. Expert comments from our expert leg spinner.
I'm putting myself on the pedestal now, though.
Yeah, don't mind that. Comes in again, needs to get it right, and that's hit away just for a single. Might be tight, but he holds on to it. Another question coming in. They're all coming now.
Wait. What do you think?
No comment. As the next question coming in from James Jabbers, is it risky bringing in a guy that has not too much T10 experience?
Set myself up for this one, haven't I?
Yeah, well, the man that asked that question is sitting right next to you.
Oh,
on the
really?
right.
It was you that. Well, I mean, I think you look at the teams that have won their groups, and a lot of them have come into those group stages with very little T10 cricket, but they are cricketers, and if you're a cricketer, you'll work it out.
Yeah, I think that's a fair call as we get the last ball of the ninth, and that's mowed on the leg side, and yeah, boom shakalaka, 6 runs. They needed that. It's a big over, and now they're on 78.
Here we go, and then 6 balls left. They just have a sneaky 15 to 20 over.
Game on.
All of a sudden, that's the thing with this. We've been talking about it all day, but it changes so much. So all of a sudden, they get 18 to 20. They're up to around 90, 95, and
you never know. Yeah, and there was 7 wides in that over that did help. Riyasad says he thinks that left arm orthodox will have a big say in next week. How about you tell us, you're a spinner a little bit older than these two. Tell us a little bit about young Gorang and young Charlie, who are both in the squad. And you've watched them both at the camps and in the national setup. What are your thoughts on the 2 very young spinners?
Impressive.
Yep.
That's my initial instinct is impressive. A lot to work with, a lot of potential. They're young, they've got skills, they've got control. And as they get more and more experience, they will be able to, especially getting them on wickets that really start turning as well, they're going to be a real handful. And then with wickets that don't turn so much.
It's pushed into the offside for a 1.
With wickets that don't turn so much, they'll just have to develop their skills with pace control, varying pace and length, but I think they're capable, absolutely.
Yep, they're very impressive, young Charlie and Gorang. I guess we can't also rule out the old fox Yasir Ali, and he's off spin as well. He's a cunning sort of bowler.
He will be a handful. in my opinion. I think he will be interesting.
Yeah, plenty of spin around the country as that is
up.
mowed to the leg side. Oh, what a catch! Well, I tell you what, that's a 1 in a million shot. I did not give him a chance to catch that, and he made it look easy. Lorne Burns, you've been treated to a spectacular one.
As Vinny would say, the Statue of Liberty play.
Yeah, well said. And well, testament to Mr. Maximo. He's going around the world. Look at this.
What an angle as well.
Oh,
plucks it.
With the left juke as well, and with the Pakistan hat on. Well, that is unbelievable. That is a proper catch.
Plucking a pigeon from the air, that wasn't it?
He actually made that look way too easy. And well, if
you do see some crazy catches in this format.
I tell you what, we talk a lot about on this network. You might see the weirdest bloopers, but then you'll see the greatest moments ever. It's this crazy mix of skill and cricket comedy, and I'll tell you what, as a number 10 batsman, you feel pretty bad to walk off there.
Yeah, he picked it up well. There was a fielder out there, but when he first hit it, I refrained from saying shot because I knew I'd get in trouble. But when he picked it up, I thought it was going for 6, but goodness me, that is a...
And he goes with the left juke.
That is a pluck. Number 302, I rate that. A big number. I always rate a big number.
Try and have a guess. We'll play closest to. We'll play you and James Cantor, who's also sitting in the box. What is the highest number someone's had on their back? And we'll start with Lorne.
I know Chris Gow is 333.
No, on the ECN network.
Oh, ECN. I bet someone's had... Oh, there's going to be a 1,000 number, isn't there?
Just any numbers.
1,034.
Okay, 1034. I'll call this in. Well bowled. Follows him. Dot ball. James? James is saying someone in Italy 4,000 thing. The highest number we've ever had is 666,666. Someone had 6 sixes on their back. And that is the highest. Vinny Sandhu has the screenshot of it, and it's ridiculous. So there you go. 302's nothing, Lorne.
That's good bowling. Leg stump Yorkers are tough.
What are your thought about Shiraz Iqbal? I told you to have a look at him. Good, strong, burly action.
Strong, burly action and good control. Look at this. Leg stump Yorkers are very tough to hit.
Oh, we've got a question coming in from Johnny Howden. Well,
Johnny
the great man. Pays the bills. We'll get it away after this ball. I really like the look of this young man, Shiraz Iqbal. Look at that run up. It's nice, strong, tall action.
Very good.
Another Yorker.
Landing Yorkers consistently as well. Very, very impressive.
Johnny Howden has come in and asked. I asked Daniel apparently a few weeks ago who his favourite teammate was. Do you have a favourite teammate, Lorne, in the national setup?
I don't think I can't really answer that question. I don't think I love the boys. I think they're a great group. So many different characters, and it'd be hard to pick one.
God, you don't sit on the fence. Last ball of the 10th.
Oh, goodness me.
Well, that's going to be a dead ball, I imagine.
Yeah, he's definitely not played any shot there.
Well, given leg buys, I don't agree with that.
No.
And we might get that reversed right at the back end. You could say he was trying to take evasive action, which would legitimise the run, which it technically is, but I don't like that. I think it's this weird grey area, and we'll stay on the umpires here because I reckon they might reverse the decision, or maybe not. No, I think the umpire was just indicating that he was trying to take his evasive action, so he'll get a run off his butt, and that will take us to the close of the first innings. And Gracia, well, they didn't have the best time of it with the bat, but unfortunately, fortunately, I should say, they did come back strongly enough to get themselves up to maybe something competitive. 81 for 8.
81 for 8. It's not quite the 120 that I was picturing after 2 overs or whatever it was when you asked me the question.
Now we'll take a quick
highlights.
We'll take a look at the highlights. And well, at the start there were some lusty blows. There's James Cantor. He was having the time of his life for touching the kookaburra, but this was a really good catch.
Very good catch. The catching was very good, apart from the bloopers from the keeper in the first couple of overs. Here they are. There's one. Are we going to see the second one as well? Oh,
you'll see it all right. That one there, that he was already celebrating. Herschel Gibbs.
He was. It was like, Herschel Gibbs. I was going to say who that was in the World Cup, but some clean hitting. There weren't that many sixes, I didn't remember.
No, not too many sixes in the innings, maybe 2 or 3, but overall, it was all Catalonia as Kuldeep Lal came in and went out straight away. And this man had a really good time in the field. And, well, the leg spinner came on, and this is when Vinod took him for a couple of nice sixes, and we thought, are they coming back?
Yeah, absolutely. And then Vinod sadly ended up getting it. Here it is now. I think, getting over to extra cover. That was a big moment because if Vinny kept on going, there was a chance they could have set a score. Yeah,
absolutely. He was the key in that middle order, and he did look good until he got out. And there was some nice shots still from the lower order who were trying to get them up to something competitive. And overall, you feel that Catalunya did a lot of the hard work early, and they held most of their catches.
Absolutely. Their catching was very good. It's not easy. Never underestimate how difficult it is to catch in a cloudless sky. All these hires, a waste there, catching one straight into the sun. Bit of luck, but you got to take it, those edges. Don't mind them.
Yeah, and you do make your own luck, as I think that one was actually cheekily out, but we'll never know. We won't be able to look back. There was a couple more boundaries right at the back end, and this was the highlight of the innings. Watch this catch. Bang. That's a 10 out of 10.
That is good.
That is good, and a little point to the sky.
And then the Shade of Beauty.
Yep, Shade of Beauty. And the last one off his butt, it does fall into the category of trying to take evasive action, so that will be a leg bind. That took us to the end of the first innings. Let's have a look at the batting scorecard. It was sort of the little engine that couldn't. No one really got in and went big.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of single-figure scores there. There's only 3 that have made it to double figures. But hey, 81, it still runs on the board.
Yeah.
Still runs on the board. They'll need to take wickets early, but you never know. It's T10 cricket.
Absolutely, and you don't often see every dismissal caught. No bowls, no run-outs, no LBWs. 10 extras did help buffer that score to 81 for 8. Muktia Singh, he was the best of the batsmen with 19 of 10, and a handy 13 at the bottom from Kulwant Thakur. As we take a look at the bowling scorecard, and Lorne, that's a pretty impressive card.
I mean, 6. Look at the economy rates. That's what I'm looking at right there. At the end of the day, wickets will happen, but economy is the main thing in this format. And having 6 and 5 and 9 and 5, that's game changing.
It is game changing. Even 10 from Mohammad Mughal's not that bad. Only Gulam Sawar got a little bit of tap, but overall, every bowler taking a couple of wickets, and they'll be pretty happy with that. So that does take me to the halfway stage. Lorne, are you going to be around for a bit of the second half?
Might stay around for a bit more.
There we go. I thought you'd say that. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to Carnama. We're in the south of Spain, Andalusia region, and we're at the halfway stage of this game between Gracia and Catalunya CC. And, well, Gracia, who won the toss, elected to bat first. They've struggled along for 81 for 8 as James Cantor enjoys his Saturday annoying me in the box. And we will have special guest commentator Lorne Burns back in a couple of deliveries. He's just out back practicing his leg spin, which is good. So in come the players and the umpires. They're out there already. And looking forward to this second half. Gracia, they're going to have to take some early wickets if they're going to get back into this contest. Catalunya CC, only a few weeks ago, hit 219 off their 10 overs. So they are destructive. No Yasser Ali, though, but they do have Mohammed Armagan Khan, who's opening the batting, and he hit 136 off 34 balls. So let's enjoy that. That should be good fun. And you see in the background some Costa del Sol playing a local game as well against a touring side, so plenty of cricket around the area. And a big warm welcome back to all our viewers in India via FanCode and everyone on YouTube and the YouTube chat. Hope you're doing well. As we're just a couple of moments away from the first delivery in this run chase. Gracia, who experimented with their batting lineup, which I'm surprised about. I think it did pay the price. I know Kuldeep Lal and Mukti Singh had really good tournaments a week ago, so I'm not too sure why you would change it up, but I reckon they will make the change for their next fixture. For now, they need to focus on their bowling. Big man on strike with the green helmet. He'll be looking forward to getting out there and trying to maybe go at 10 and over in this power play. Even though they're chasing a low score, it's always good to get off to a bit of a flyer. That man is Awais Ahmed. So Awais Ahmed and Armagan Khan are the opening batsmen. Looks like fine leg and, well, I imagine it would be third. No, deep backward square are the two boundary riders. So we're almost set to go in this run chase. Our special guest speaker will be back in a couple of balls as well. I know everyone's looking forward to that. Here we go, ball one. That might be off the leg. I reckon it is. It might be a leg bye to start. And looking at the umpire, it is a leg bye to start. So 82 required. Marcia are going to have to do something pretty special to get back into this one. Early wickets is the key. That's all you can ask for. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Unfortunate to pick the man out. This is Armagan Khan who hit that record-breaking century the other day. Nice looking stroke that time. Unfortunately picked out cover point. Both these batsmen probably putting a fair bit of body weight into the shots as well. Letting it fly a long way. Nice shot, lofted over the offside. No one's back there. That'll scoot away for a boundary, and that will open up proceedings for Catalunya. They move on to 5 for none. A little bit too much width. Easy batting, just pushing it over the offside. Good to see as I do welcome back good friend, co-commentator, leg-spinning, batting all-rounder, wonder of the earth, Lorne Burns.
That's quite the introduction, isn't it?
Well, got to boom you up. It's T10 week next week, Lorne.
Gives me no pressure now, no pressure.
No pressure when you're coming in and bowling to basically some first-class cricketers next week at international.
Proper international cricketers as well.
On a 50-metre boundary.
Yeah, the boundary's pretty small.
You'll be fine as we focus on this one. They need an early wicket, don't they?
They need an early wicket, but as the batters, I'd still be going out there and be very aggressive. Field change, there's a deep point now. So who came up? Third man came up.
No, fine leg came up. It was fine leg and deep backwards where I think fine leg's one that doesn't need to be back too often in a T10.
No, third man's going to be more effective than fine leg if they get the big swing outside edge, snick down to third man, whereas fine leg's a pretty poor ball if you're getting hit down there. So
yeah, absolutely. So nice start for Catalunya CC so far.
That's a nice looking shot. Sadly, it's for none. Straight at the fielder at mid-off. but very pleasing on the eye from Owais Ahmed.
He can be pleasing on the eye. He can have destructive power. It's just about using it at the right times. These two do have the ability to clear the pickets pretty easily.
Right, Oasis helmet. Not going to miss him, are you?
Yeah, not too sure where that one's. Bright green.
Oh, a bit quicker, that one.
Yeah, down the leg side, though, and will be signalled and wide. So welcome back, everyone, in the chat as well. If you do want to get any questions in, we've got Lorne Burns. We've convinced him, or by popular demand, you've asked for him for one more innings, which is good. You don't have to listen to the ramblings of myself for too long.
I do, sadly.
Sorry, Lorne. Long week ahead for you. Oh, he sort of missed times this one straight, but he will get off the mark. It should just be a single, even though there's a fumble. And, well, after 1 over, 8 for none. Lorne, what do Gracia need to do to win this game? Don't just say wickets. How do they get those wickets?
They got to be very varied with their bowling. I think they can't just bowl the same stuff again and again. They'll just get lined up. I think the batters are going to be going after them from ball 1, and they should do. I mean, they should be trying to chase this score down in 7 overs, I'd say. That should be the target. And
a good one for you. Have you ever played a golden ball?
I haven't played a golden ball. Been very close a few times. Actually, the final of the ECN in Gibraltar went down to the last
We don't
ball.
say that word on this, yeah?
I do apologise.
No, we do. It's all good.
That's right. That was an absolutely amazing night series down there last year. It was so much fun to play in. But golden balls are exciting, eh? Exciting.
Still don't think you're allowed to say you had fun down there. You're Spanish now, Lorne. And, well, sorry to our Spanish listeners.
Freedom of speech, no, Corey? Freedom of speech?
No, not in that. We censor everything as it looks like spin coming into the attack. Waste on strike. As he pushes that into leg side. Should have been a 1, but they say no. Question coming in from Fun. Hello, Fun. Question for Lorne is, what do you like about Corey? Commentating, his coaching, or his catching ability?
I don't know his catching ability. Every blind squirrel catches a nut, or whatever the phrase is. That is a great pickup from Owais. 6 runs over backward square leg.
Well, let's not take away from the blind squirrel comment, and I will not forget that anytime soon. But that is a nice shot. It's a bit of a Gundy ball. He does put it away, and that's exactly what Caledonia CC. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's always an illusion.
But now going back to the question, you pulled off a blinder the other week, I have to say. Fair enough. But you did drop about 8 last year in a row, so we won't forget that.
The thing is, what a lot of people don't know, after that blinder, I actually took a better one the next day that wasn't on camera. Dead set. You can ask anyone at the ground. I was
James
carrying my lunch and went running one-handed and caught it with one hand. Caught it with one hand and didn't drop a bit of lunch. And you know I love my food.
Didn't spill your beer.
Don't drink on site. That's what James Jabez tells us as Mahay comes in again.
Oh, that's a...
Tell you what, that is taken off.
Is it going to reach the boundary? I think it is. Yeah, it is.
Well, look at the extra...
Is this intentionally played, even with a slip in?
He tries to play a late cut, but it actually hits the top end of the bat and it shoots up. But watch the bounce.
Big bounce, yeah. Right at the top, shoulder of the bat, gets over slip's head and just runs away for 4. So Owais is starting to open up.
Yeah, nice late cut. Yeah, that's 4. Shot. Yeah, that's good batting.
That's what he was trying to do the ball before, but I don't think the ball bounces quite as highly and it's slightly wider, which allows Owais to get that one away. That is pure shot.
Yeah, that's a very good shot. Nicest shot of the innings run chase so far. Yeah. Maiden Waters, hello, good morning, saying Corey's catching getting better with age and responsibilities. That could be true. Question coming in from Anonymous.
Oh, okay, this is risky.
No, it's PG, don't you worry. We're PG on the ECN network. We are going to make a show ECN After Dark.
ECN Explicit.
Yep. Yeah, looking forward to those days. I think Vinny will be hosting that as well.
He definitely would. Again, it's got to get. That's great placement from Owais.
Yep, nice late cutting, good batting, and there's plenty of pace on the ball, and he's just using it.
Yeah. This is what I was saying earlier when you were asking me what do Gracia need to do. He's bowled the same ball 3 times. He needs to vary his pace a little bit more and just make it not so easy to stand up to and hit it.
Yeah, absolutely. Question coming in, and it's a good question. Does being a professional golfer?
Not quite true.
But no, but you do work in the golf industry, and You do give out lessons and you play off scratch, I believe. It's a carbon copy. Well,
it's 4 in a row.
4 in a row. It's crazy field setting. He went square. They're chasing the ball. The keeper doesn't need to be up to the stumps when he's doing this as well, because you give them more angle to work with, and Awais is laughing.
Yeah, again, carbon copy, same ball again. Just needs to vary it up a little bit.
Deja Vu was a good movie with Denzel Washington, and we just saw a lot of it then. But yeah, the question is, does being a professional golfer help Lorne on the cricket field in any way?
Oh, 100%. 100%. The mental components are huge. The stuff you learn in golf, in the mental element of the game, apply to cricket immensely. But also the range hitting. You know, the use of the power from the ground up, the use of how the body produces power, you absolutely can put into range hitting.
Oh, there you go. Golf does help.
It's a bit of a myth that golf and cricket don't go hand in hand. I think, especially the modern game, maybe back in the day when it was all very technical and whatever, but now when it's all about clearing your leg and getting your hips through it, golf can absolutely help your power hitting game.
Yep, fair enough. Yeah, I wasn't too much of a golfer myself, but I know a lot of cricketers are.
Ooh, bold.
Luke Belger making a good point. That was just meat and drink for a waist outside off last over.
Yeah.
Plenty of food, I think. Plays a miss that time.
Very strong start when you're not chasing a big score and you're 31 for none off 2.2. Done it again. That was well fielded this time.
I'm going to show you something that's been sent to me from Juan Carlos. What are your thoughts on that? That's great. I think there's a lot of excitement for this English-Spanish match coming on Monday morning, so make sure you do stay with us at the ECN network. It'll be very exciting indeed.
Strong shot.
Yeah, Lace, nice shot. It's going to go away for 4, and well, Catalunya, they're going to run away with this, it feels at the moment. What a great start.
Yeah, it's a great start. And when you're defending a low total, you need to defend all the runs you possibly can. I think this might go through the fielder's legs almost. It wasn't easy. I mean, it was hit so hard and it's bouncing in front of him. But when you're when you're defending such a low total, you need to be stopping almost everything. Yeah,
and just got a message through saying start the bus, and hopefully that image will go viral. That is a great image. Really looking forward to next week, but obviously still plenty of cricket over these 2 days. We've got Spanish domestic cricket, I should say.
Oh, bouncer, that's very high.
I don't mind that, you know. Sometimes
something different.
Yeah, if you're struggling along,
especially batsman's not got a helmet on. That's well above his head, though. It's definitely a good call for the wide.
Yeah, absolutely. Good umpiring. The men in black, we like to call them, have done very well over the last few weeks. They do a lot of hours as well, Lorne.
They do.
Laced. Well, shot. This time, that's
bounces up into the bar. The ball's going to get a drink.
Yeah, well, Victoria Cervantes, they'll enjoy that. He absolutely laced that. We might be on for an early lunch here, and I'm disappointed about that.
What makes you disappointed about that? You want to watch more cricket?
I just like commentating. I just wish I was here all the time.
You do love a good comment. You do love the sound of your voice, though. The commentating is good for you.
Oh, well, there you go. And this might be your last over. It's 43 off 2.5. This is brutal from Catalunya CC. Big edge, and when it rains, it pours. Another boundary, 47.
Everything is going Catalunya's way here. Even those outside edges, what I was saying earlier about having third man backs with wild swings like that do sometimes go down to third man. Yeah, but it's tough. If you could have fielders everywhere, you would. But that's the point of the game. You've got to decide where you need them.
Absolutely, and you sort of feel this is just a matter of time now with that power play. I can't see Catalunya CC lose from there. Lorne, let's get a little bit onto you before you do leave us after this game. Well, how do you prepare yourself for international competition, if it's T10 or T20, now that you're playing international cricket? What are some of the things you do to prepare physically and mentally?
I definitely try and practice as much as I can, which isn't always easy. But just when I am practicing, make it as efficient as possible. Make sure everything I'm doing has a purpose and that I'm getting something out of the session, not just going and randomly whacking balls or randomly bowling, make sure there's always a goal.
I think that's fair to say. So let's push for a 1.
And then for me, mentally, I'd say arguably now, mental preparation is probably even more important to me, just to get myself in the right mindset. Just I've been known to put, I've got high expectations, so I just need to sometimes chill out and just go out and have fun sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's one of the big things for a lot of cricketers these days. Don't have too much weight on your mind and play as freely as possible without repercussions. That'll be a rare dot ball.
I think that's the thing. Everyone tends to focus. I'm fascinated with the mental side of all sports, so most instruction is...
Feather edge that time. It's been put down by Kuldeep Lal.
I think most instruction is just focusing on technical performance. They don't go into mental performance enough, especially as in the younger age groups where it's so important. So.
Yep. Definitely a big sign of the sports world that needs to be talked about more as this time they do get a single. So in your brief national career, it's been about a year now since I think we met actually, and then you've played, how many T20 internationals have you played now?
I want to say 9.
9? What, any personal highlight that you feel for you stands out? That's high in the air.
Cool.
Yeah, this should be the first dismissal. That is the most beautiful lazy catch you'll ever see. That man is cooler than a cucumber. Oh, yeah, Hira Mahey, talk me through this technique.
Outside off, away, slog sweep. Sets himself, strong base. Eyes on the ball. That is as casual as it gets, but fair play if you catch it.
Well, they love a siesta in Spain, and he might have taken a catch during a siesta, and a waste will go. Good innings, though. Little cameo at the start. Gets
absolutely. And look, when you're chasing 82, we said it earlier on, if you get off to a start like Catalan you had, it's almost just killed the game off. So that's a pretty solid innings from a waste.
Yep, absolutely. So the wicket falls. But, yeah, you've been playing 9 international T20s. You're probably going to play a handful of T10s, and then there's a few more T20s at the end of the year. Any personal highlight that sticks out so far?
Obviously, debuts are always exciting, and the thing that was different about my debut is the regular captain going down injured and then being thrown in to skipper the fielding innings. That was great, loved it, great experience. And then the next game, in my first official game as captain, obviously Chris wasn't able to regain his fitness. I was able to take 5 wickets in the 4 overs. So,
yeah, I do remember that. So for people that don't know, as that swept away beautifully, that might go for 4. No good fielding. That'll bring the 50 up, and that does take us to 50 for 1 after 4. Yeah, for people that don't know, that Lorne Burns actually on debut as captain took 5 for 11, which is the second best figures by a captain, I believe, in T20s, or was the second one debut? Something. Let me look it up. You have some record.
I think it was second best by a captain in T20 internationals.
Yeah, it might be. But handy to have.
I try not to be too much of a badger, although I can be sometimes.
Oh, you're a badger, Lorne, and we all know it.
I actually know these stats absolutely. I'm just trying to make it sound like I don't.
Let's go through your figures so far. You've bowled 180 deliveries for the country. Not bad. You've got 15 wickets. 169 runs at 5.6 economy and an average of 11. Well, when the going's that good, you should retire early. So that's cut for a single. It's a pretty good start to your career.
Yeah, it's not bad start. Absolutely. I mean, it's still new, still in the early stages. I'm enjoying it, and I mean, if those stats can continue for as long as possible, I'll be very happy. But we all know that it's not always that simple. But can't complain about the start so far.
Don't you worry. If we keep producing raging turners, I'm sure
that's helpful as well.
I'm sure they
raging turners and 80-metre boundaries, please. Oh, good strong shot.
Yeah, he hits it hard. Armagan Khan does hit it hard. Sort of feel, even though that wicket felt might be a bit of a procession here.
I think Gracio 34 for 2 or 3 at this stage.
Yeah, it's just a completely dominant performance so far from Catalunya CC.
35 for 4 even.
Hit hard in the air, but 1 bounce, 2 to the fielder.
What do you think here? What do they need? Around 30? and the field is still very spread. When do they have to start pushing?
You could even bring cover and point tight now and try squeeze a couple of dots.
Yeah, I'd definitely say cover. No one's really hitting it over the top over extra, are they?
That's timed through the gap for another single.
That would be a dot. Just builds a bit of pressure. You might get a wicket or two, and then you never know.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to give up the ghost too early.
It's a balance, because you want to take it as deep as possible, but it's not really taking it deep if you're just letting them walk it with singles. So it's a balance you gotta hit.
It is a balance. Not always easy to find that balance, especially in the heat of the moment. That's hit hard again to mid-off, and well, another single, 5 singles so far. A nice looking shot.
It's going to be 6 singles in the over.
Well, that's what. Oh, he's gone. Oh, you've done it again, Lorne, and you've been told about your commentary.
See you later, guys. Thank you very much. I've enjoyed it.
You need to stop calling things too early. We went into a bit of silence while we tried to get a chocky down our system. And in the end, Lorne says, oh, well, that's 6 singles in the over. No, it's not, because he hits the stumps.
That is shocking running. Look, where's he going?
Well, we don't know. It doesn't matter. He's gone. And great fielding in the end. And Lorne, that's twice now. You can't do that as a commentator.
At least I don't do it when I'm watching, when I'm playing the game, because I know better, but I'm in a relaxed state right now, and maybe I should be a bit switch on a bit more. Yeah,
well, a direct hit does end Armagan Khan. He goes for 23 off 13.
Is there a twist, Corey?
There isn't a twist. This will be a procession still, you would imagine, but you never know.
I would love a hat-trick.
Yeah, they're going to need it. Well, this is what we've got coming up. At the moment, we're in Spain, beautiful Kardama, and then we're off to Croatia, Zagreb for the first time, and then to Malta, and then we're in Spain again, Barcelona. 5 weeks in Barcelona. So much good cricket going on up there, and the season will finish on Sunday, the 11th of December.
Beautiful.
Christmas plans?
Let's go home. We're back to the UK.
Thought Spain's your home now?
Spain is my home, but I'll go back to the UK. Spend some time with the family, chill out.
Very nice.
Play a bit of golf, bit of winter golf. I'm not a test of that. I like a bit of winter golf, so.
Very nice.
It's not quite Spain winter golf, but I'll still do it.
Yep, why not? That does sound good indeed.
You ever go back to Oz?
Not this year. I was going to, but unfortunately, I might be staying in Holland. So, looking forward to maybe a winter thing. I think my family might fly over, though. We're going to see. Maybe I spend more time in Spain.
A big effort for your family to fly over to see you, isn't it?
It is a big effort. I hope, hello, Mother, if you're listening. That's blocked. Well, here comes cover again, the man of the out. He's got to be tight for the new batsman, Lorne.
You can't let it be too easy. I was going to say, oh, single there, but I didn't want to say anything just in case you ran him out. Getting a bit of a Lindor down your neck there, Corey. A bit wide. Just floating it wide. I don't mind that, the line. Just needs to obviously be slightly straighter, but a wide line here, it's going to be difficult to hit that over cover.
Yeah, I'm just going to try a few little things here, crossing out. Well, that's miles in the air. That's got snow in it, and 6. That hurts.
Yep.
Well, a big slog sweep, a brave shot, and he just gets enough wood on it.
Yeah, it's a strong shot. Slog sweep. Went very high. At one stage, I thought there was a chance, but I didn't want to call it too early.
Good.
And gets over the rope for 6.
Good to see you learning on the spot. As you can see, the guys having a great time out there looking for the white kookaburra. And I'd like to know, we've played that much cricket here, how many balls would be lost in that bushland right there?
And absolutely loads. But one thing I want to ask is, you're always talking about the snakes and stuff. Is that just commentary, or is there actually snakes out there?
Well, there is snakes in this world, Lorne, but there is none here. What we're talking about is killer pythons are an Australian lolly, a snack that has been given to us in the commentary box. So they're called killer pythons. They're delicious. When the ball gets hit, we're like, that's the killer python corner. As that is hit again, but this time... Oh! Tell you what, we see highlights all the time. I reckon he's done well there and saved 5.
He has too. My gut feel is that he's caught it and thrown it back in without going over the rope. Let's take a look.
Yeah, well, have a look here. I thought it was 6 for all she wrote. He catches it beautifully. Oh, it's 6. That
so
hurts.
Unfortunate.
Well, I tell you what, that's going to be 6 runs.
That's unlucky. He did such a good work there, and just to tread on the rope, that is so unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. Great catch. That is a great catch. He did a good job, but just treads on the rope. So 6 runs.
He did 50.5 metre boundary there.
Great work from Spring Productions once again, and that is out. Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Thank you. There it was. I was waiting. I was thinking.
Just a bit of dramatic effect from the umpire there.
I think that was dramatic. That was an arm ball straight. Hit him in front of middle. Hitting middle. I'll let you have a look at it. But that was plumb for me.
Yeah, I wasn't watching the screen. I was watching it live, so it wasn't easy for me to see, but it looked very good. And I think that might be hitting the base of Mills.
It's the base of middle. And I love that he keeps his leg there just so the umpire can have a real long look at it. Doesn't move his leg, just gives the umpire every chance. But
I wonder what processes were going through the umpire's head there to take so long to give that one out.
I don't mind that, you know. I don't mind umpires going through all the processes and taking time. I really don't.
Better than being triggered, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. But our umpires do an outstanding job. So back-to-back Maximos, and then he loses his front pad. So Catalunya, 69 for 3. Just another 13 runs to go. Last chance to get your questions in for Mr. Lorne Burns. Now, I don't think we're going to get him in for a game 2, which is an absolute shame.
Is that just you throwing out the fishing line, trying to tempt me in? Or?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. A rumour has it that you and James Cantor could potentially do a game together as well.
He's on lead there.
Well, both of you can lead yourself to glory. Has 13 runs to get in this one.
That green helmet again. Yeah,
that does seem pretty bright. Oh, that's a nice looking shot, you know. It might not have gone to the region he wanted, but he'll get 4 for it.
And a lot of boundaries down to third man in this innings.
We have. You don't often see it all go right there. Definitely in Test cricket. Not in the T10 format, but a sort of thickish part of the bat. And he does get... I'll give him some credit there. He is trying to play a square drive, but maybe it goes a bit finer than he wanted.
Who's seen play against each other in the league up north?
Oh, it's a tough one. I'd imagine so, occasionally, but there's so many teams in Catalunya. As that is spliced away to the same region, and tell you what, see, this is where
bowls it in from the boundary.
He should be pulled off the field by the coach and just taken behind the shed and whacked. That you can't be foot fielding that. You got to get down. Look at this.
Get those colours dirty. We'll wash them.
Oh, that is not nice to watch. And then watch this, the bowls it in. Well, double whammy.
Good action there. Off the wrong
Pretty
foot.
good action. Might sign him up, but 2 more runs to end that over. As we do look at what's coming up next, and tell you what, if you like watching these teams play, you're going to get one of them again. Madrid United are the new ones coming in against Gracia. And for Madrid United, well, looking forward to seeing Camille Ahmed out there at number 5.
Well bowled. Just going down leg, I think. Sneaking through for the single.
Yeah, going massively down the leg side. So a leg by signalled. As this game starting to draw to a close. But yeah, there's so many teams in Catalonia that do get drawn in pools. Okay. I do look up the results often. So it just depends if they're in the same groups.
Is his name actually Happy? Happy Gilmore?
Happy Gilmore. Great film. No, it's Trillican Singh. But he just is happy and wants it on his back. Usually when I was coaching, they always said I could have Grumpy on my back.
Sounds about right.
As it looks like there's a slight delay. Not too sure what for, and just takes a little bit more time out of this Saturday morning.
7 needed off 24. I think they're not going to struggle with the 1.75 runs per over required from now.
So I swear sometimes we're cursed that when a game's about to end, there's always a slight delay. This is when it really tests you as a commentator, Lorne. You've got to be able to find any little bit left.
How many balls do you reckon? How many balls are left in this game?
Maybe 2 balls.
You reckon 2?
There and then. Well, let's talk a little bit about this while we wait, Lornie. Scotland 11. I can tell you this. Ali Evans has been added
Okay.
to the lineup. 50-plus games for Scotland. They've also added a young man, Ben Curry, left-arm opening bowler for Sussex.
Cool.
Left-arm seamer. He's teammates with Harrison Ward, who plays for Sussex, and he's playing for England.
Wow. Okay, it's been a nice rivalry there.
So there's a rivalry
bit
there.
of banter on the field between those guys.
You've got, it's Bevan, is it Tom Bevan, I think, who just made 120 for Glamorgan off 80 balls. He'll be batting at 3 for England.
Great.
How are you going to bowl to him?
I'm just going to land it on a length and hope that he doesn't whack it. I think that's all I can really hope for. So it's just great that we're obviously going to be playing against such high-profile players. I think it's great for ECN to be having such high-profile players on show as well. And it's only going to make things bigger and better for the future. I think it's really exciting.
Let's really test you out. Who are you looking forward to seeing in this game the most from Madrid?
It's going to really test me out.
How's your pronunciations? We'll start with the... Let's go the second one.
Okay. Dipendra Basnet.
Well done. 4?
Kadar Nawaz.
7, 8.
Itfaq Ahmed.
Iftefaq Ahmed. Well done, Lorne. Tell you what,
There we go.
you got a
Maybe
career
got
up in
career
here.
going here.
I know the viewers have enjoyed having you. Yeah, my pronunciation does need help, but I can get happy right. And we're back to the action. It's a dot ball.
All right, so for your prediction of 2 balls left in the game, it has to be horns on this ball.
Tell you what, would love it to go the journey as well.
That was 7, wasn't it? Off 20, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You got a sneaky run from nowhere.
Sometimes the graphs do go a little bit off, but they will come back to scale. Well, I told you 2 balls, and that's why I am the national coach of Spain. Game, set, match. Great call, Lorne. And Catalan used to see deserved winners. They played a good game.
I did just spoil your thunder, did I?
You spoiled my thunder. You're meant to be colour. I'm the lead. But in the end, you have to say they were the better of the 2 sides.
Absolutely. Dominant performance from Catalunya. They were, from ball 1, to be honest, they started their power play. Well, they won both power plays. And I think that's what we talk about a lot, is winning power plays. And if you've won both power plays, you're probably going to win the game. Yeah,
absolutely. Power plays, especially in T10, do mean a lot. Good sportsmanship from these 2 teams who will come up against each other a couple of more times over the weekend. The 2 teams from Catalunya, Gracia, just falling a little bit short in this one. We will take a quick look at those highlights. And in the end, it wasn't enough runs on the board, but the opening pair of Awais Ahmed and Armagin Khan did a good job.
They just took it away from them. You kill the game early, low total, and if you get off to a flying start like they did in the power play, then it's a procession, really.
Yeah, it's a procession. There was 4 late cuts back to back to back to back.
Yeah, they are probably
that you're going to see now. And once you get those 16 runs off the 4 balls, it was going to make it pretty much impossible for Gracia.
Yeah, I think Gracia needed to vary it a bit more. They needed a little bit more variation with their bowling, just to make the batsmen think about it a bit more. It was just a bit one-dimensional, but like I said, when you're defending such a low total, it's never going to be easy.
Yeah, it's never going to be easy, and you have to have basically everything go your way. This was the first wicket, one of the more sedate catches. Yeah, that is that is so calm, cool, and relaxed. I'm going to talk to that man later, and hopefully he's still awake. But yeah, unbelievable type of catch. And you can see, well, there was a few tempers flaring, but this was a good piece of fielding.
Absolutely, and there was a good call from the commentator there saying it was a good single.
Well, let's make sure we know that the commentator was Lorne, did say it, and in the end...
But he's running there. He makes the distance so much longer by running across the wicket.
Yeah, these back-to-back sixes did break the back of Gracia, and this was a great effort that was almost saved 5 runs. A 10 out of 10 effort, but just trod on the rope.
Yeah, so an amazing job there, and just to have his foot on the line, that was very unlucky.
Yeah, absolutely. This was a late dismissal. Good decision from the umpire, who did take his time, but we don't mind that. New batsman came out with that beautiful green lid, a couple of nice square drives to get it away, and in the end it did finish up with a big Maximo. And what was your thought on something that Catalunya should see? How are they the favourites, you think, for the rest of the weekend?
Oh, I don't know the other teams well enough, but from what I've seen there, they look like a very strong outfit.
Yeah.
Good in the field. They took pretty much all their catches, bowled very well, and batting was impressive too.
Absolutely. So before we wrap this up, we will take a quick look at the scorecards. And for Catalunya CC, it was that top order that did the damage, 25 and 23 for Awais Muhammad Ahmed Khan.
Good strike rates as well, 13 balls, not too
Beautiful,
bad.
beautiful. Nasir Ahmed, 16 off 7. Shiraz Iqbal enjoyed himself for a quick little 12 off 4, 5 extras. But that top order did the damage.
It's the opposite of the initial innings where everyone was in single figures. You know, now they've got 2 guys at the top who've got the mid-20 scores that are going to take them on to win.
Absolutely. We look at the bowling scorecard. It wasn't through lack of trying, but in the end, 2 wickets for Ishan Patel. And a nice start from Yadav, only going for 7, but not enough runs on the board.
That's the story of the day. Not enough runs. You got to get yourself to a total which is defendable, and 82 probably isn't really quite a defendable score.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess we will say thank you, Lorne, and a lot of people saying best wishes for next week. And have you enjoyed your first ever commentary stint?
Oh, it's good fun. I enjoy it. I do like talking, so it's not the hardest thing, but I definitely enjoyed it. It's a different environment for me. It's a great view up here, absolutely stunning ground as well, and yeah, hopefully it's not my last, although I've made a couple of dodgy calls.
I'm sure we'll get you back in the future, and I'm sure James Canton might be able to roster you on. But good luck for next week. Thank you for all the interaction. Do join us back in a little over 25 minutes for the next game. It's Gracia going up against Madrid United. Thank you. Hello everybody and welcome back to the Cardamom Oval. We're here for more T10 action and it's a glorious sunny Saturday. There's no place I'd rather be than at Cardamom Oval. Getting ready for more cricket and looking forward to seeing Madrid United for the first time in Championship weekend. They're coming up against Gracia as I look at the two lineups, and let's talk about a bit about Madrid United, I should say. And Kamil Ahmed in the middle, 330 fantasy points last time he was playing. Very good to see for Shard as well. And they are a dangerous team. They'll be coming up against Gracia, who lost the morning match. And they're going to need a little bit more from that top order. I was very surprised not to see Kuldeep Lal and Mukdir Singh open the batting. I think they need to go back to what was working. And that might help them get a result. So good opportunity to welcome back all our viewers around the world. This is a lovely Saturday Championship weekend after a couple of weeks of cricket here. We look at the expected score. Gracia 98, Madrid United 91. If that is the case, we will have a very exciting weekend and a very exciting game. Good opportunity to welcome back everyone in the viewer chat. I hope you're doing well out there and hope you're ready for this one. Umpires around the middle. Doesn't look like it's going to be spin to start. And we have another guest commentator that's going to join me in an overs time. And that does make me very excited indeed. This time, if you guess it, I'll be even more impressed. So we're almost ready for the start of this game. Match 2 on the Championship weekend. Ball 1. In the air. Oh, it lands in a big pocket of space. I thought it was going to be caught. And they should get 2, but they settle on 1. I think the batsmen just wanting to ease their way into it, not run themselves out. So the bowler with the new ball in hand. Here are Mahey. Little off spinners and little swingers. Another defended ball. Madrid United probably go into this as slight underdogs, but they are a well-led team by Iftikhar Ahmed. The old wily fox. He'll be hoping to spur his team on to a victory. As that is pulled into his leg now and dot ball. So yeah, let me know in the viewer chat who you think our guest commentator is going to be. I'd be very impressed. Two balls left in this first over. Edge 4. Well, there's the first boundary. You create your own luck. First slip's way too wide, and I'm going to tell you why, kids. When you have a slip and the keeper's up to the stumps, they actually say his left foot should be on the tram line, or on there and about between the blue and yellow line. Instead, he's at about a floating second slip. Now, that's not a right position, and it's cost them 4. First boundary in this one, and Madrid United, they'll come here with a lot of hopes of maybe even making the final and winning this competition. And look, there might not be too much to play for with regards to progression anywhere, but you do get the trophy and bragging rights over your other domestic teams. As it looks like we've lost that ball that might have gone under the scaffolding and under the commentary box, so we're going to have to get a brand new kookaburra thrown out there. Last ball of the first, if we do get that ball back, but it looks like it has gone under something that we can't find. Here's a replay, and that's where that slips just a little bit too wide. So slight delay, they have got it back now, and will be the last ball of the first. Laced. Well, that's a good shot. 6 runs. That's a glorious hit. That's in the bushland. There's another kookaburra lost. I tell you what, they're piling up in there. This was back of a length, and, well, Samurai swords it for 6. Big shot from a big man. And that's Amir Shakartson. Does take us to the end of the first over. Madrid United are 11 for none. And gives me a warm feeling inside because I get to welcome special guest commentator, good friend, also boss, James Cantor. James.
Good afternoon, Corey. Thanks for having me here.
good to have you back. I don't think I've had you on the air with me in... Don't tell me it was the Hanover hit out.
The Hanover hit out.
Well, what was that? What edition of that tournament was that?
Well, those are a very early days. That was before we even had scaffolding for the cameras. That was a long time ago.
That was that year one?
Yeah, very first year.
Yep.
That was even before spring production days. We were scoring and commentating at the same time. It wasn't an easy job.
Yeah, those were the good old days. And now look at us. We're going off to Croatia, Malta, Spain. We've got 21 teams in the ECC. It's been an explosion.
Yeah, it's great checking out all these new countries, bringing cricket around Europe and around the world to our live viewers. Welcome aboard.
Yeah, and I think we'll pick your brain over these 20 overs of this match because you are quite high up in the business. I'm sure a lot of our viewers will be a bit curious about how it all works as new bowler coming in to bowl to Nawaz here. Well, edged and, he spills it. Tell you what, James, that would have been a hanger.
Yeah, it would have been a good one. Just try to reach out to his right-hand side. Couldn't quite grab onto it. Didn't really get the lift off the ground he wanted.
Oh, that's Vinod who's coming back from that sort of leg injury, that severe break. So maybe a little bit apprehensive, but made a pretty good effort.
Yeah, solid effort there. But yeah, you know, Madrid United actually played in our very first, it was sort of like a test ECS event. It wasn't even called ECS back then.
What was it called? Is it going to be a leg by for one?
It was Spanish Regional T10 we called it. It was played online but on a private channel just to test it out, see how it all went, and that was down in Sporting Alphas back in I think it was January. In January. We were playing in January in Spain.
Is that footage still around? That'd be funny to go and watch that, and then
somewhere.
It'd be good to one day watch that and then compare it to where we're at now as Yadav comes in again and, well, cut away. This might go, no, will be single. Well stopped. Yeah, so what's your official role in the company for our viewers? What's your title role?
Corey Rutgers babysitter.
Well, I call you boss, but go on, tell it. What is it, like director of cricket?
Head of operations.
Head of operations. So you can tell us a little bit about how much work goes into getting 21 national teams here at the moment.
Yes, I mean, it's a lot of work, but fortunately it's not just me doing it on my own, my colleagues as well. So our office is based in the south of Munich.
Yep.
So hello to Charlotte and Chris if they're tuning in watching as well.
I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are on their Sunday. But yeah, did you ever in your days when you started the ECS and ECN network and so on believe that you'd have 21 national teams playing?
Sometimes it's still hard to believe.
Yeah, I can imagine. It is the biggest cricket competition in the world as Yadav comes in again. And that is high on the bat. Oh, no, dropped him well. James, he made good ground. He got there, but in the end, he spills the catch.
Was he just trying to be a little bit too casual as well? I don't know. We've seen some pretty good catching today, so I was surprised to see him put that one down.
He made good ground to his left, didn't he? But just at the point of contact.
Well, he got himself in position.
His eyes just stayed up. They didn't track the ball down. Unfortunately, it's a missed opportunity.
But yeah, 21 national teams, and if I know Daniel Weston, which I do, I'm sure it's not going to end at 21. I mean, how many countries are there in the EU?
Good question. Maybe we put that to our viewers. If you were telling me off the top of my head to have a guess, I would guess 53?
Actually, there's one thing though. They have to be ICC members.
Okay.
So how many ICC members are there in the EU? That's probably it's probably quite easy to find out if I go on the ICC.
Actually, why don't you go and find that for us as the last ball of the second over. Also, tell me how many European countries there are. So I reckon it's 53, so that's a dot ball. And does take us to the end of an eventful first 2 overs, 17 for none. So, yeah, ICC members are obviously the only teams that can be invited to an ICC event, which the ECC is sanctioned. But is it official that we are expanding next year? Is that announced, or is it sort of just in the whispers sort of stage?
It's just in the whispers at the moment. There's a lot of work we've got to, not just with the teams, so the federations we've got to talk to. We've got to talk to the hotels. Can they accommodate all these teams?
Well, the way Sunset Beach Club is at the moment, I don't think you can. We are busy.
And we've also got to talk to the ICC as well. Everything we do has to be approved and sanctioned by the ICC.
Okay, yep. As it looks like the new bowler coming in right now. Oh, that is laced straight to point. Top ball.
Yeah, so we'll see.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it grows. And I do have the official number of how many countries, maybe a little bit of trivia with you. How many countries in Europe, James? I was off.
Well, if I were to guess, I'd say I don't think it would be over 30.
In Europe? Oh, ICC member country. No, I'm
ICC.
doing in general.
Oh, in general.
This is general trivia Saturdays. No, don't you dare go on Google. It's a bus comes in again, it mistimes it to mid-on. They don't run the one.
Let me name them all in my head while you...
If you get it within 2, and we will have a minor celebration for you as no wickets down here.
Oh, that little voice in my head's throwing me off now.
Yeah, well, listen to him. What's he saying?
28.
44 countries in Europe. What do you think 28 countries?
Oh, why is he telling me 28?
That's probably how many ICC member countries. We'll have a look at that.
Find high.
Another,
he wouldn't lie to us, would he?
No, it wouldn't lie. As that's going to be a tight run, and he'll get through for a single. So, sedate start now. Both openers facing a couple of deliveries. They need a boundary.
Yes, I mean, it's not too bad, though. You know, Garcia weren't looking that flash with the bat in that previous match. Probably slightly better bowling attack with Catalonia.
Yeah, I think Catalonia go into this as the favourites. That's a good question, actually. Next week, do you have a favourite for Championship Week, or you just enjoy watching the cricket in general?
I'm really looking forward to Championship Week. It's going to be great. You know, as you know, I was back in Germany for the last 2 weeks.
Yep.
I was watching this at home, really missing it. One thing missing the weather. It was cold and rainy, but just being here. It's so great being here.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's now 18 for none after 3. Yeah, I think next week's going to be arguably, I would say, the highest level of cricket we've ever had on the network. I would suggest just with the teams that are there, not saying disrespect to last year, just also adding Scotland and adding the Netherlands, who seem to have brought their A team. I just think that's extra exciting.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, even Spain and Italy, those are very organised, very well-picked teams. You know, Italy went for a very T10 specialist team. So I think they're going to be able to challenge the likes of Scotland, and I mean, they beat England last time.
Yeah, they did. Do you think that's something in European cricket will happen more T10 orientated teams?
It should. It has to.
Yeah, it has to. Yeah.
If you want to win a T10 tournament, you can't be picking your 50 over specialists.
Yeah, especially. I think that does happen a lot still, unfortunately, in some countries. As new bowler gets it short, cut away. That should race straight to the fielder for one.
Yeah, and we've also seen, I've noticed a lot around Europe this year that federations are hosting their own T10 tournaments. So they'll have a weekend event just to get a bit of T10 practice, and I know Luxembourg did it. I know, I think, yeah, Italy, I mean, obviously they had 5 weeks from us. Germany had 4 weeks from us, but...
Hey, high in the air. Gone. Well, no mistake this time. Shakant has to go, and it was a safe catch in the end, James.
Yeah, he got himself steady under the high ball there. Took it easily. And yeah, the first wicket to fall now for Madrid United, 19 for 1.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a swat sort of shot. Doesn't get much of it, and he picks the man out. I have done some research for you, and the amount of European ICC member teams is 33. 33, so that is quite a number. Most in the world.
So which ones
aren't here?
Aren't in any of our events yet? I'd say
maybe... So what, there's 12 missing this year?
Well, say ECL as well, though. ECL, we have 30 teams.
Well, we go to Austria, we go to Belgium, we go to Bulgaria, we go to Croatia, we go to Cyprus, we go to Czech Republic, we go to Denmark, we go to England and Wales. We don't go there, but they play here.
Yeah, but they compete in our events.
We go to Estonia, we go to Finland, we go to France, we go to Germany.
We don't go to Estonia. We've been there once. I'd love to go back, actually. It was a great place. Really awesome wicket there.
Yeah, we go to Gibraltar, Greece, Guernsey. They play for us, sorry.
Yep.
Hungary, Ireland, they do.
I think like Serbia, I think. Slovenia.
Do Isle of Man have a window? They're not there. They're actually sending their women's team over to Spain soon.
They're actually, I think, fairly high ranked in T20.
Yeah, they're now 39th.
Yeah.
They do good things out there at Isle of Man. As Ahmed facing his first ball. So that's one of them that we don't do anything with just yet. No. Israel?
We contemplated doing the ECS there. It would be an amazing place to go to, but maybe just a little bit too early.
Yep. And then I think everything else is there. Italy, Jersey, Luxembourg, Malta, Netherlands.
Already that we don't go to.
Norway, Portugal, Serbia and Slovenia.
Yeah. Actually, I've played cricket in both those countries.
Yeah, this job does make you go around. We do have Turkey playing here as well. So you're just only a handful of countries now that aren't really involved in the ECN network. But I imagine over the next few years you'll try and get them involved.
Yeah, for sure. More the merrier. We want to get everybody involved.
Yeah, more the merrier, more the work for you, which does excite me.
Oh yeah, actually maybe not.
Yeah,
Less the merrier.
Well,
No.
you and Dan Weston are going to be very busy indeed, as that is a mistimed shot down the ground. It should just be a single.
Yeah, I mean Daniel's already working 27 hours a day, so
Yeah, he does push it out. I saw him last night at Molly's Roadhouse trying to have a bit of a jig as well. Looked like he can cut a shape.
okay.
Yeah, one of the better dancers, I would say. As Yadav doing a good job here. He's got 1 for 8 off his 1.5.
Yeah, great figures. Is this guy eligible?
Actually, it's quite difficult to know with some of them because they do go home for holidays in the winter period. As he does swing that one
Yeah,
back
and
in.
a lot of countries are actually caught out these last couple of years, like with players being stuck over there because of COVID.
Yeah, and so then they would have missed the regulations to qualify.
Yeah, some would apply for exceptional circumstances from ICC, but you got to do that. I think it's 90 days before an event, and a lot of them would miss that cutoff.
Yeah, as that takes us to 22 for 1 after 4. Yeah, there's 2 main ways to qualify for European countries. Either be a citizenship and have a passport holder, be born in that country, or you get there through residency, so 3 years, 10 months a year.
So the citizen one has actually changed because some countries now in EU have changed the way you can become a citizen, so you can no longer be classified as a citizen to be eligible. You have to be a passport holder, or a 3-year resident.
Yep. Sorry, I should have said that. Yes, that's what I meant. But yeah, citizenship and passport is completely different. But yeah, your passport holder does help, or in the country for 3 years, and then you have to have at least 3 or 4 documents that are passed by the ICC to play for the country as Patel comes in. And Patel gets a wicket. It's the old traditional wide stumping.
Love that. Stumped off a wide. Very relaxed action there from the batsman as well. I don't know why he didn't try to get to it. He must have known he was out of his crease.
Yeah, you just sort of feel that it was a bit lost. He wasn't expecting it to be this wide, and yeah, gets caught in no man's land.
Yeah, it's quite tough for these guys. Some of them would have only driven down from Madrid this morning, so they would have had a very early start. The Gracia boys got in here last night, so they were nice and relaxed. Catalonia, though, they had a flight. I think it must have been at around 6 o'clock this morning, so they would have had to leave for the airport about 4 a.m. So a lot of them haven't slept in 24 hours.
Yeah, that's very tough indeed. But these players do love playing on the European Cricket Network. And, well, this is exciting. Look at Patel's figures, James, in the corner of the screen there.
1 for 1.
Off 0.
That's how good he is.
That's how good he is. That's infinity. That's taking a wicket without bowling a legitimate delivery. In theory, you could get 10 wickets without bowling a ball, so you don't see that too often. 1 for 1 off 0. And yes, that is the correct score.
I'm sure Javad Ansari is on to that. Hello, Javad, if you're tuning in. I know you are.
Who's that?
He's from Sports Interactive.
Oh, if Sports Interactive aren't listening, I would like you to get rid of the worm eventually. And he comes again. Oh, he tries it again. Oh, good turn, though.
Yeah, good turn. What have you got against the worm?
I just don't like that it's so just always going up. It doesn't show enough of what's going on. I've said this for a few years, but no one listens.
Yeah, it sort of takes more effect. Oh, no, that's correct, actually. 1 for 1, because the ball was a wide.
Yeah.
1 for 1 off none.
Yeah, was correct.
You were telling me it was not correct.
No, I was saying look at it because it's an obscure thing. It was correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. He tries again with another
Yeah,
wide.
so Javad's doing a great job.
I was doing it, but I want to get rid of the worm. That's what I don't agree with.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of takes more effect in the second innings, so you can compare how the two
Exactly.
two teams are doing. In the first innings, maybe not. So what would you rather see instead of a worm as he plays that 1-2? Oh, there's no one there at short fine leg.
There's a couple of graphs that are good, but I like seeing the it's lost me now. Not the
Manhattan.
Yeah, the Manhattan's okay, or you can do with I don't know. Maybe we could get like a dot ball percentage up or intentometer, which I've created, as that's the latest of late cuts, and he will end up getting a single with a bit of foot fielding.
I was looking at your intentometer, and I thought, say Baba Khan's batting,
Yeah.
and he's got 3 red lights. What do you do? Would you really just pull him?
And there's coming into T10 and they don't know the format, and then you have to show them the graph and go, come on, you have to show us a little bit more, as Patel is bowling pretty good over right now. Hit hard, leg side, just the one run. Madrid United just struggling to time the ball perfectly at the moment.
Yeah, not really connecting with anything, you know. Look at the Navas, 8 off 11.
Yeah, so this...
The 1 from 3 in Pentameter. I mean,
if the intent's there and they're playing the right shot, then that's fine. It's just an execution.
Let's turn on the intentometer from now.
Okay, you tell me.
Green light.
Green light. It's an execution issue, so there's no issue with the intent, as that does take us to the end of the 5th over, and the score is 29 for 2.
Yep, so how Corey does it, it's a green light if they're showing intent, red light if they don't. T10, you've only got 60 balls. You want to be showing intent for basically all of them.
I'd say 50 was our minimum, but this is next Monday, and what a day and what a way to start England-Spain.
I picked Spain before the tournament even started for Group A.
Well, there you go. That's one of not many people did. A lot of people like the Irish. I think Netherlands, Scotland's going to be that's a cracker of a second match to walk into. Then Spain, Italy, England, Scotland, Italy. There's no games next week.
Very excited for next week. It's going to be great as he smokes that one to the leg side. Just go all the way. 1 bounce 4.
Yeah, all the way along the carpet. 1 bounce 4. But yeah, well, that's definitely a green dot, and that's a good shot. They needed that. It's a bit of a slog across the line, but it doesn't matter. 4 runs.
Yeah, green light there for Navas. Let's just hope he doesn't go back into his shell here. Let's want to see him free up a little.
Yeah, they have to get on with it, as that ball is lost into the bushland again. So, no.
While we wait for that ball, Corey.
Yep.
If you could redesign this ground, this venue, what would you do?
Redesign?
Yeah.
I wouldn't do too much, you know. It's actually a very, very nice venue. I think you could get rid of the shrubland so we wouldn't lose too many balls and put more seating around.
Yeah.
Turn it into a more mini stadium.
Maybe just a grass bank on that side instead of the bush.
There you go. Now you're talking. Yeah, grass bank would be good. But we do have that nice little one near the fan zone where I try and take the catches. That's also a nice part of the ground.
You do take the catches.
Oh, yeah, things have changed. As he gets a bit of luck this time, but it doesn't matter. And, well, it's misfielded into his foot. They'll come back for a risky 2. Oh, he sells him up the river, and this will be close.
Think he's in. I'm going to say he's in.
So they have gone up to the 3rd umpire. Your gut feeling saying in. This will be tight.
What are you saying?
I have a feeling he's in as well, but did Kuldeep Lal get it off in time? Ooh. Oh, I tell you what, that's very, very tight.
That's going to be hard to see.
That's going to be very difficult, just because of the angle as well, which will maybe help the batsman get the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to slow it right up, bit by bit. He's going to get that bat down.
Okay, so he's making contact now.
I'd say he's out.
Yeah,
That's out. If you go back 1 frame there, I reckon he's gone. Back 2 frames, back 3 frames. 1, 2, 3. It's that one there.
You can see that stump's bent enough for those bows to be off, and he's been given.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That frame there, it was caught in between that 1 frame. That 1 frame got him out, and that's why Spring Productions are the best productions in Europe and the world.
Hands down.
And, well, they needed that wicket. One thing they should do there as well, you should also check that the outfielder didn't touch the rope when he's fielding, because you never know, that could have been 4 as well.
It almost was 4. He had a bit of fancy footwork down there as well, which I know you're always a fan of.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. Do you think that if, well, they are going to check it now. It's a bit late now because he's walked off, but this is something that should have been checked, because you never know, if that was 4, then he wouldn't have been out. But it wasn't.
It wasn't, no.
But that's one of those rare ones. That was an accidental foot fielding. I really want you and Dan to let me get the foot fielding rule in play for 1 ECS, where it's 2-run penalty. No. It would be fair. It'd be interesting to watch how people field.
Look, I mean, I hate foot fielding as much as you. Especially for me, like my cricket has gotten so bad, my last redeeming feature is my ground fielding.
Okay.
So any chance I have to dive at the ball and look like a hero, I do it.
Well,
I see a guy using their feet.
It does send the right message. That's Mahay again. And Basnat, well, that would be a red dot. Not looking to score off that. 34 for 3. Madrid United desperately need a couple of boundaries here. And they're going to scamper through for a single this time. So, James, with the company and being involved with it so much in the last few years,
My actual job career is I'm the ECN robot on YouTube.
well,
Okay, I'm only 50% the robot.
just delete that last audio you've ever heard. We can't
Do you guys want a poll?
give away all the secrets of the robot, as that is absolutely mode. What a shot that is. That's back into the bushland. We keep getting balls in there. This is what we have to change. And, well, what a shot that is. 6 runs.
Yeah, that was a great shot by Navas. And I was wondering, like, he needs to be back on track. Look how low down he gets there. Reaches out, smokes it over deep square leg.
Yep, much needed. This is what we're talking about. This is what we need to see a little bit more. And, well, they do find it. It is prickly out there. That's where the killer pythons might be. Much needed 6 runs. But, yeah, tell us a little bit about how far you see this competition going. And with the all levels, ECS and the ACC and Champions League, is it just going to keep growing? Or what point do you say, no, this is enough and now we just want to get the quality over the quantity? As that is laced down the ground and dropped.
Oh.
So it's going to be a dot ball. Takes to the end of the 6th.
Danger man as well, Navas. No one else has really been striking it so far today for Madrid United. No, just never stop. You know, my dream, what I'd love to see is these guys, you know, and this is very far away right now, but these guys getting paid, you know, they're all amateurs, they're all taking time off work, and, you know, and they're doing it for the love of cricket, but I'd love for them to be able to get paid to do this. You know, less pressure on them, less pressure on their families when they're going away. And that's very far down the line, but we've got to just keep growing this product, keep bringing on new partners, new sponsors, show the world how great European cricket really is.
Yep, absolutely. As everyone in the chat talking, Sabuj Mia says, hi, Rico and Vinny. Hello, hope you're doing well. Are you Rico or Vinny?
Well, I guess
I'll be
Rico,
Vinny.
Yeah. You're from West Australia.
Yeah, that's why I said it.
Yeah. So, Bully.
I'll play and miss, yeah. And I'll be doing the Maximos for the rest of the day. If you were a regular commentator, would you have a catchphrase?
No.
Yeah, I'm not too sure I can get one either. I've been thinking about it, but I don't have one at the moment.
What was that? I think there's
I think there's a game in the background as well. I think you can hear a little bit of them through the effects mic. That's another play and miss outside off stump. Busnet just struggling to get going here.
Actually, I used to have a bit of a line. When he walks down the track, I'd say meets it, greets it, smacks it over the line.
That's not bad. Meets it, greets it, smacks it over the pickets, I'd say. Something like that. Give it a bit more flair at the end.
No, we don't have pickets.
Swatted away, but that should be a single. And the mopping up done out there by deep mid-off.
Picket fences used to be all the rage in cricket. You don't see them too much anymore.
Desert Springs has a really nice one.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not often. Picket fences, they make you think of old age cricket a bit, don't they?
I know at the Seabarn in Austria, they got a picket fence around half the field, but it needs a bit of R&R.
High in the air, gets that. That's a good shot. Boom shakalaka, 6 runs. Nawaz, he's playing a single-handed gem innings right now.
Yep, and they're going to need him to stay here because there's not been much from anyone else. This is second 6 in consecutive overs.
Yeah, good shot that time. Hitting it straight and hitting it long. Well, yeah, as you talk about cricket grounds, James, you've been around the traps. You've been to a lot of venues and done a lot of work in European countries. Could you name your top three grounds that you've seen around Europe while you've been producing the ECN?
Ooh, yeah, that's a good one. I mean,
take your time.
Oh, I'm going to take my time then.
Yeah, I do want you to get this right. As he inside edges it onto his body this time. Yeah, three and go start from third, second, first. Usually when people come up with this, you'll have a bit of a nostalgic feel or a good memory as well. So it'll be interesting to see what James says, because I know he's worked in over 20 countries around Europe. Last ball, the 7th. And pull that down to backward square, so that will just be a single. Nawaz moves on to 27. The score after 7 overs, Madrid United 49 for 3, and I feel like we've given you enough time, James.
No, I've got 2, and I'm thinking strictly venues that we have had like ECS events at. So I mean, Khartoum is my number 1.
Yeah.
You know, it's just the whole surrounding. Like when you see from those aerial shots, how beautiful and how amazing. It's like a cricket oasis here. It's so nice. It's got a bar.
Yeah, that definitely helps.
Missing at a lot of European venues. But another really nice venue, which...
As a spinner comes back in and, well, laced again. That's a really nice shot. And right now, Nawaz is turning it on. He moves on to 33.
Yeah, you want Nawaz to help try and get the score up to at least 85, make it a bit more competitive. Yeah, so in this, I mentioned it slightly just before. In Estonia, they've got Intel in Estonia. We did an ECS there a couple of years ago. Really beautiful, like laser level, perfect cricket ground. It's absolutely amazing. Hello to Stu Hook if you're tuning in. I know he often does tune in.
Yep.
So hopefully we'll, hopefully one day we get back there. Doing a lot to try and develop. They have big dreams for that ground as well. They want to build stands, spa pool.
Oh, shot from Nawaz down the wicket, and I reckon that's back-to-back sixes. Well, you said 85. I reckon they might be wanting more.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rank full toss, that one. But he meets it, greets it, smacked it down the line.
Yeah, not bad. I'll let you use that a bit longer. Yeah, definitely 6. Good decision from the umpires who spotted it early. So back-to-back sixes for Nawaz. He's made 39 of the 61 runs. Oh, what clever bowling from Patel, who slows this one up.
Yeah. Green light for intent, though. He's feeling it now. He was what? He was, I think, 8 off 13 earlier, so he's really turned it on.
Oh,
and again.
Sounded good, but they hasn't got enough. No. Caught. It did sound good off the blade, but it skews just a little bit, and he's caught. Patel gets the wicket.
Yeah, it's unfortunate there for Madrid United. He's the only man that's been getting going. We'll see whoever's in next if they can help bring the score along, but safe hands out there.
Yeah, safe hands, and disappointing to get out now. He was looking the goods. He will go for a well-made 39. But you go on, you said Cardamom Oval's your number one, another 2, Estonia?
Yeah, Estonia. I'm trying to think of a third one because there's not many grounds. Well, actually, I really like Sparta.
No, Capella, Rotterdam.
Yeah, Capella.
Yeah, beautiful ground, actually.
Yeah, beautiful ground, has a bar,
Good
changing rooms.
Yeah, it is a nice spot, Rotterdam.
Yeah.
We're going back there in 2023?
Hopefully. So a lot of the places that did the 1 week events last year, we're trying to encourage to do 2 week events. It just makes way more sense for us. So, I need to get on to the blow-out old Snoop and talk to him about that because we'd love to go back.
Yep, it'll be interesting to see if you can get enough Dutch teams. There's a little edge into Kuldeep Lal, the keeper. So just a dot ball.
Why does VOC Rotterdam never play in an ECS?
It's usually time off work. It's usually a lot of the time because it's a Monday to Friday and it's right before the season starts. So it's just a little bit tricky for some of our teams as that's hit high in the air and should just be a single. And he's just a single. So at the end of 8 overs, Madrid United does 62 for 4.
Yeah, that's a very nice ground, I think. Like I said, there's not many in Europe that are just purpose-built for cricket or a purpose-built sports field. In Croatia it's a nice ground, but not Croatia, sorry, Czech Republic, but it's not actually a sports field. They have no drainage. So if it does rain, they really struggle a bit.
Yeah, isn't there, you mentioned Croatia there, isn't there that beautiful ground on Vis Island?
Yes, that's lovely. I've played there before as well. So an island off the coast of Croatia. So you sort of catch a ferry over there from Split.
Really?
Yeah, it's an Australian guy, Rocky. He owns a vineyard there. So we watched the start of the 9th over.
Play and miss. Yep.
Yeah, so he owns a vineyard there, and he cleared a big part of his vineyard to build this cricket ground. One of the really cool features as well is the scoreboard is on old wine barrels.
Really? So that's amazing as you get a wine down the leg side for wine. Is that real?
Yeah.
That's incredible. So what, have you ever tried to maybe host an ECS there?
Well, they're actually playing in Croatia next week.
Yeah, I know we're in Zagreb, but
so
more
his team's coming up.
Okay, as this is wide outside off, spliced away, but there's a man at backward point, so should just be a single. So have you thought about trying to go to Vis Island for? Because I'm just looking at some of the.
I think it'll be a little bit difficult because all the teams would then need to. There's not much accommodation there, and all the teams would need to catch a boat over from Split. So And then if the weather's bad, the boat's not going to come.
Okay, so logistically, but I'm looking at some of the photos, it does look incredible.
Maybe a staff trip there.
High in the air, gone. Well, a wicket does fall. It's caught by Sahil, the man with one name. Abbas picks up that wicket, and Madrid United just faltering near the end.
Yes. Like I said, once Navas went out, it's really slowed down a lot, and that 85 is not looking reachable anymore.
Yep.
Yeah, the BBC actually did a little thing about it a few years ago, maybe 10 years ago even, when Munich Cricket Club was over there. But it's awesome. So you're playing there, and all day while you're playing there, Rocky's got his restaurant there. For a lot of people sail around these islands, and they'll come to his restaurant. So while you're playing cricket, he's got these clay pots, and he's slow cooking lamb in one pot, slow cooking octopus in the other pot. And you go to his restaurant, have this amazing food, endless amounts of wine from the vineyard.
So it does sound. I think that sounds more like a staff end of year trip, maybe than an ECS.
Yeah, but end of year it'll be a little bit cold there.
True. Middle of the year trip. We'll just have to change the calendar around as new man coming to the crease. I want to say hello to Keanu, who's jumped in the chat, and all the viewers in the chat. We do have James Cantor with us for this match, and if anyone wants to get any questions in, James is basically the cricket guru of the ECN, does a lot of work, head of operations, and has organised and worked all over Europe. So feel free to get your questions in as Hussain comes out, and he needs to get going straight away here. 9 balls left. They're going to want minimum 80. Left-hander just causes a few fielding concerns.
Yeah, I mean, you may as well just have a big swing. 5 wickets in hand. Just have a big swing. Maybe you get 2 boundaries from this over.
Yeah, 100%. Why not? Back your ability. He gets tied up for room and just works it.
Where does that fall in the intent meter then? Is that a bit of an orange one?
It's a red.
A red, that's a red. Okay.
Because the only question you have to ask, was he trying to hit that for 4?
Okay. No.
No. So if you're trying to hit it for 4, you can tell from the bat swing. So that's just a red. That's trying to hit it for 4, and does he get it? You betcha he does. That's a green dot for me. 4 runs and a much-needed boundary.
Yeah, nice cut shot there over the point fielder's head. Managed to evade the man on third man boundary.
A much-needed boundary from Madrid United, who haven't had it their whole way so far.
Right, so that's 1 boundary. It's over. Yeah, that was intent.
Yeah, that's green as well, and then it's more an execution thing. So you got no issues with that, and well, that does bring us to the end of the 9th over. At Bus, good figures of 1 for 10. Madrid United, well, just sedately 71 for 5.
Yes, it's one thing to have intent, it's the other thing to execute. I had a lot of intent yesterday when we were trying to hit 6s. Don't think I executed on any of them.
Yeah, so for people that don't know, in between game 3 and 4 yesterday, we had a bit of a home run derby, and I think we are thinking potentially in the future doing that officially. That would be good. If you got the best hitter from England, Spain, Italy, Netherlands, and Scotland.
That's a good follow-up question. Who would they be?
Very good follow-up question.
Who would you put in for Spain as we start the final over here of the first innings?
As the best striker of consistent 6s. Oh, that does go for 4. Well, that'll be disappointing. He got there in the end, did Nana, and it does trickle away for 4.
Yeah, he absolutely bottled that one there. I'm not sure quite what went wrong. Let's take a look at this replay. Tried to get his hands down to it.
So just used his foot. Well.
No, he may be a little bit lazy. If you really want to protect that, you get your body down.
Yeah, you could say that. Hit hard down the green. Just one. I would say from England, Harrison Ward. You have to hit the most 6s last year, so I think he would probably. Yep. I think for Spain, maybe it would have been. I'll tell you what, Mohamed Ihsan or Daniel Doyle. Yep. Ihsan hits a big ball, so tough to choose. Scotland, Jarvis.
Jarvis, yep.
He was very good. Netherlands.
Ooh.
Well, high in the air. Should be caught. Isn't caught. Tell you what, that's a proper blooper. He never looked comfortable. And, well, now the ball gets thrown in wildly. And it's just a single.
Yeah, he was looking to clear the ropes there, but fortunately for him, the fielder never got his feet set either, so he'll have another life.
I think there's for the Netherlands, there's quite a few that are, like, you got Clayton Musa.
Maybe, yeah.
But I'd also say Klein and Sebastian Brutt hit a lot of 6s when they hit it. That is Mood on the leg side and just a 1 bounce. I'm going to go with probably Sebastian Brutt.
Okay.
He hits a lot. He just doesn't face as many balls as the top order.
It's the same with Klein as well. He usually comes in, round 6 or something?
Even Saqib Zulfikar hits a lot of sixes. So I'd say I'll go with Brut for the Netherlands as the biggest power hitter.
Let's make it happen then.
Yeah, and we will, as that's hit into the leg side for one. And then I think Italy, and hard to look past from... there's a couple up there, actually. The opener, Amir Sharif. The right-handed opener. He hits a long ball. I mean, next week, some of the power hitters in Championship Week, exciting to watch.
Yeah, so if any partners, anyone out there looking to sponsor us, we're going to have a new section, the ECN...
Home Run Derby.
Oh, you can't call it a home run derby.
We can, as that is almost a home run. 4 runs.
What did Vinny call it?
And Vinny will call it the Maximo Derby, as that does take us to the end of this first innings. Madrid United did get to 83 in the end, James. Do you think it's going to be enough?
It'll be competitive. I don't think it will be. I'd say 8.4 they'll chase it down.
Okay, 8.4. Wise words from a wise man as the two men trudge off the field. And probably looking forward to getting a bit of water in them. It is a hot day out here in Cardimer as we take a look at the highlights. And, well, the excitement was palpable all around the ground. And Madrid United got a little bit of luck early. And you've got to try create your own luck. But Gracia, I think so far with those early wickets, they were the happier of the two sides.
Yeah, Navas was really the only man to get going. Took him a while, but eventually he got there. Played a couple of nice boundaries before holing out down at Cow Corner.
Yeah.
See the big man here.
Yeah, it was one of those innings that just never really got going for a lot of the batsmen. Only Nawaz getting it away. This was, well, the tricky dicky, the stumped off a wide. You don't often see that. He had 1 for 1 off 0, and there were some nice shots in between. But overall, Gracia did the better of the fielding and better of the bowling.
Yeah, Madrid United have had a few weeks off. They were here in the very first week. Gracia were here just last week as well. So yeah, they're a little bit fresher coming into us. Both these teams, well, half of Madrid United arrived last night. Gracia were here last night. Yeah,
you have to wonder if it did affect Madrid United a little bit. Maybe a bit of fatigue in their play, but they do have plenty of opportunities over this weekend. Credit to Gracia, they fielded pretty well throughout. They held most of their catches. There was some nice hitting from the lower order that did help them get to 83, especially Nawaz, and well, a little bit of unlucky foot fielding there as there was a drop catch right in the last over, but the last ball going for 4, hey, you never know, that could help them.
Yeah, certainly can. We'll find out in about 10 minutes' time if they are able to chase us down.
Yeah, you'd imagine that Gracia are ahead of the match at the moment. As we do look at that scorecard, it was Nawaz, 39 of 23, the opener batted well. Basnet, 18 of 12, he might want to bat up the order next time. Shakat never really got going, 8 extras. And 83 for 5, maybe about 15 under par, but if you bowl well, you never know.
Yeah, but that's the thing with both Navas and Basnet. You know, it did take them a while to get in. So if all of a sudden they lost their wicket after 10 deliveries, it was, you know, below 100% strike rate. So it's very risky trying to build an innings in T10.
Absolutely. As Gracia just used the 5 bowlers, 1 for 8 for Yadav, 1 for 10 for Abasa, 2 for 20 for Patel. But yeah, those economies of Yadav and Abaz, very, very good. So that does take us to the halfway stage. Gracia need 84 runs. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you. Hello and welcome back to Cardamom Oval. No players on the field just yet. As the players enjoy their lunch break in halfway stage of this game. It's Madrid United versus Gracia. And at the moment, Madrid United, well, they'll feel a little bit disappointed they couldn't get up to the three figures. They only ended up on 83 for 5. As the players do slowly make their way out and do the umpires. Gracia will be the happier of the two teams, especially after losing the game earlier this morning against Catalunya CC. So a bit of pressure on them to respond here and get the victory. As I do welcome back everyone around the world, especially those in India via FanCode. Hope everyone's doing well out there. Good luck for your Dream 11 teams. Umpire's just inspecting the bails, making sure they're the right size. And, well, don't recommend doing that at home. They must have hurt his hand. Bang. Yep, that would hurt a little bit. That's Assad, our umpire. Really good umpire as well. He'll be looking forward to the second half of this one. Welcome back to everyone in the chat, as the players really enjoy a little Saturday siesta and are in no rush at all to get out there. Sometimes that's how it feels on a weekend, and I hope you're all enjoying your weekends wherever you are around the world. The championship weekend before we go into championship week. So they're finally making their way out there. And they will get into position and we'll have a run chase when everyone's ready. We are looking forward to this second half. Gracia, they need 84. They'll be the odds-on favourites. Still surprised not to see Kuldeep Lal go out there and open the batting. He batted all last tournament on the weekend and did really well with Vinod Kumar. And unfortunately, he's not going to be opening the batting. It looks like it's going to be Wasim Abbas, and he's going to be punted by Vibha Yadav. As I do welcome back, good friend, special guest commentator, James Cantor. James, how are you?
Corey, very good. And look who's opening the bowling. It's the heart and soul of Madrid cricket, Idafak Ahmed.
Well, I do believe he's plus 50. I'm not too sure his exact age, but good to see him give himself the new ball.
His exact age doesn't matter because he still plays like someone below 40. He's a legend. This guy, he basically runs two teams in Madrid. He has a lot of work for him to get these guys here. He's a very nice guy and managed to get these teams together. So I'm very grateful for a man like him.
Yep,
it's good to see him opening the bowling. I'm the captain. I'm going to open the bowling.
That's what captains should always do. I've always thought that. As we are ready, finally, for the first ball of the run chase. And see you later, Iftikhar. It doesn't matter if you're the nicest guy in the world. You're going to get mowed. It's in the shrubs. 4 runs.
Yeah, captains aren't always right, are they?
No, sometimes you got to wonder. Spin early. It's a little bit risky. The umpire signalled 4, but I want to have another look at this. I have a feeling this might have carried.
Yeah, Batsman just waited there for it.
Let's have a look here, James.
And
4 runs. He was right. His eyes were correct. So that is 4 runs. And, well, what a great start for Gracia here. Iftikhar Ahmed opening the bowling. No one deep on the leg side. That's a little bit risky. Oh, now they've put someone down at deep mid-wicket. No deep mid-on.
Yeah, so the 2 outside the circles, man, that long on there, long off, and that deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, they've got no one at mid-on in general, so it's a very risky field for an off-spinner. They've got the extra person on the offside, so he has to make sure he bowls it outside that off stump. Yeah, we do have James Cantor for this game, a very special guest indeed, head of operations of the ECN network, a man of high esteem and cricket knowledge.
High esteem and cricket knowledge, okay.
Yeah, that's it. Made sense as I said it as well. That's well bowled, and not too sure what he's appealing for, as it definitely got edged away to cover point. Anything wrong with this one, James?
Yeah, I'm just trying to take a look at it here. Yeah, don't know. What?
Yeah, I think he's just excited that he landed on the right spot.
Yeah.
Definitely not out.
Did you see that umpire?
Whacked. Well, like a bullet from a gun. I reckon that's 6 runs, and it is the first big 6 in the run chase.
Yeah, as easy as you like for Yadav there, just too short. Just pulls it from outside off.
Yeah, this is the gamble. If you open with spin and it's a bit slow, you can adjust. And yeah, 2 pull shots in the over. Flighted sweep 4. Thanks for coming. You can't only have 2 men back and one of them on the deep mid-wicket. You have to have someone at deep backward square, and they are off to a flyer.
Seis Carreras.
Seis Carreras, and that's an umbrage to umbrage to Rico. Is umbrage the word? Don't know. Vinny usually is my
Segway.
yeah.
Bridge.
So yeah, well we can we do miss Rico and Vinny, who are enjoying a lot of time off. They do deserve it. They do a lot of good work, but. What a start now, 15, and if they keep it at this rate, it could be an early lunch.
Yeah, could be over and under 5 overs. So
What would you be saying if you're the captain right now? What are you saying to Iftikhar? What would you like him to bowl?
So what would the captain be saying to himself?
Yeah,
We're having an early lunch.
yeah, potentially. They need a wicket.
Yeah, you're the coach, Corey. What would you be saying?
Well, fetch that because it's another 4, and that's what I'd be saying. I'd be pulling my hair out. It's 4 again. European Cricket Network is the logo, and we love it. That's a better ball. It's actually a very good shot.
Wasn't a bad ball, but the batsman just used his feet nicely, get out the way, and made space for himself.
Yep, 19 for none off 1. As well, Jay Wild jumps into the chat. 39 games since we've had a golden ball. James always plays down his knowledge of the beautiful game, but it is clear he has been hiding another true talent. Casting opinion on these T10s. Hashtag go Jimmy.
Thank you, Jay.
Yeah,
Over there in the fan area.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jay. And yeah, for anyone that is in the chat, feel free to get your questions in. We do have James Cantor, our operations.
Maybe, Jay, you can just let us know what's for lunch today in the YouTube chat or anyone else over there. But yeah, 39 matches since that last golden ball that we had last week.
Did you watch that game, actually?
Yes, no. So that was actually
France-Belgium.
the least memorable golden ball we've ever had because there was so much else going on and the result sort of didn't matter anymore. That once I was watching you trying to save yourself from the rain with your chair.
It was one of the more amazing moments as a young left-arm seamer comes in. Hussein, yeah, that golden ball, because it was so dark, we didn't even know there was clouds. We had a lot of things going on with the net run rates between France, Malta, Belgium. And then all of a sudden the heavens opened. And there was already chaos before the heavens opened. And just, yeah, it was 20 minutes of television we'll never get back.
Yeah, at one point you were taking your shirt off. I was like, Corey, you're about to lose your job.
Oh, big appeal and gone. Well, the early wicket does come. Well bowled from Hussein, who gets this one right. He got it in line, I believe. We're going to have a look. That's the replay.
2 very nice deliveries in a row from Hussein. Yeah, very good shape.
Good decision.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah, good decision. He just gets it to pitch on leg, I believe. Yep. Well, it's a big wicket as well because that was going away for 4-leg binds if it wasn't given. So he'll have to go. Gracia lose their first 19 for 1.
Yeah, great start to the over this one. Still got quite a bit to do if they want to peg this back, but it's... a maiden wicket will go a long way.
Yeah, I'm glad you were watching that game. That was a phenomenal game. I think we will get one more golden ball this Easter. Got a feeling we'll get one more.
One more week. Finals cricket.
Yep. Imagine if you had the final on Friday night next week and it's a golden ball final. Could you imagine the scenes?
Between who?
Spain and Italy. You never know. It's going to
Yep. Who's bowling for Spain, the golden ball?
probably Cammy. Well,
Yeah, Cammy.
probably.
Cammy, just hope he can beat the blade. Well, that's the thing, though. It takes that slight little edge.
And that's just the gamble you take. I
Yeah.
think younger Tiff Muhammad's a very good bowler as well.
Yep.
Maybe Yasir Ali with his experience.
And on the other end, batting, we talked about your best range hitters before.
Maybe even Prince Deman.
Prince.
Good player.
Imagine that, a guy called Prince winning the European Cricket Championship.
He'll be upgraded to king once he goes to the council. As new batsman Mahay comes out. Nice little flick off his legs, just for a single.
So some breaking news for you. Hot off the plate, a veggie chili, a chicken curry or quesadilla with cheese and mushrooms. Quesadilla, I love a quesadilla.
Not sure any of those sound right for my stomach. I did enjoy the Maximo burger last night. Made my debut at the Maximo Roadhouse.
Yes, I was observing that. Your mouth is that big, you didn't struggle with those 3 patties.
And that's why commentary comes at you fast. And he comes again. And whipped away. And I have to say, I do love watching a man in a floppy hat play elegant shots like that. That's going to go away for 4. And Yadav, well, when you bat in a black floppy, Kiwi-esque, you got to love shots like that.
Yeah, that was very nicely played. Tucked off his hip just down to fine leg.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that is gorgeous batting. So 4 runs. And a pretty nice start this for Gracia. You just sort of feel they're showing that they are the favourites in this match.
He needs to get his line a bit better. He's got the slip in place, so he needs to try and pitch it a bit more on middle and off.
Well,
Once again, it's down that leg side.
Yep, you put the kibosh on him, and that's 4. And the problem is they've got the boundary riders on the offside, so they're asking a lot. There's a man at deep long on, sorry. There is one on the leg side, and then third man. But if you pitch it outside leg, he'll just clip you away beautifully.
Yeah, he's just not quite bowling to his field at the moment.
Yeah, you sort of feel Madrid United might be the, how do you say, the least favourite team out of these 3. It's good to have some competitive cricket on the weekend. Some of the matches have been blowouts.
It's a bit of delivery there.
Yep, that's just a dot ball. It does take us to the end of the second. The score, 28 for 1.
We shouldn't have talked about food, actually. I'm hungry. Chicken curry, veggie chili, quesadilla with cheese and mushrooms.
Well,
Go up there, Corey, and request... Be sneaky, ask them to put the chicken in your quesadilla.
well, you are an inventive man, and that is very good knowledge from you. As we do look at the table, early stages, that net run rate, though, for Gracia did take a pounding. They'd like to win this one pretty comfortably, you'd imagine.
Yeah, sure. I mean, in the end, it's probably not going to matter too much. You just got to be the top 2 teams.
Yeah, it's
With
not
3 teams. I don't think net run rate's going to...
Yeah, I don't think net run rate shouldn't matter too much in a competition of 3, but you never ever know. These teams playing for bragging rights in the Dutch, I said Dutch a few times, in the Spanish domestic circuit.
Yeah, and you know, two Catalonia teams, they might both be playing in Barcelona next week. And actually, what's interesting, we still don't know who the Spanish ECL qualifier is, because, you know, Spain gets 2 tickets now. Pac Ikea are coming back as defending champions.
Are they going straight to a championship week?
It's in the end of November. Maybe you know a bit better how it works.
No, sorry. I do know how it works, but no, my question is, Pac Ikea straight through to championship week of the... That's a full toss. Hit straight to the man that... Oh! Well, I tell you what, he tries to take an Australian rules pack mark, and in the end, his hat's backwards, and it almost blew him apart.
Yeah, what happened here?
He jumps up awkwardly. Oh, just a bit of a tumble.
Didn't get his head, though. That's all right. Yeah,
Look,
so
tell you what,
it went all the way for 6, did it? Because he was quite far in from the rope.
Oh, yeah, went for 6 all right. Shakart gets hit for the journey, first ball.
Yeah, so Pac Ikea will be straight to champion week.
Okay, so there will be group stage, sort of like what England are this year. Pac Ikea are already elevated through.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so the plan will be... Get the delivery this time. Yeah, the plan would be to have shorter weeks or shorter groups. So rather than a double round robin, it would be a single round robin.
Yep.
So one group Monday to Wednesday, the next group Thursday to Saturday.
So would that be a team arriving, say, a Sunday and then flying on the Thursday?
Thursday, correct.
Okay. Okay, so that means more teams. Is this all official?
No, same amount of teams. Well, actually, one more team. 31 teams.
31 teams. So this is for the Champions League of Cricket.
Yep, and then you'd have 7 teams in finals week.
Okay.
Yeah, so 6 groups. Winner of each group would go through.
I think the single round robin's an interesting concept because basically you make a mistake or one or two, you might get some upset teams going through. I do like that. Shot. Nice cricket shot this time from Mahay. Short, wide. He latches onto it, and after the power play, well, Gracia, they are 38 for 1.
Yeah, beautiful shot there. Threads 2 men there at point and gully. Nicely controlled down to the boundary.
Yep, nice shot in the end. And, well, Gracia in complete control. So, yeah, that's interesting. So, it's still 31 teams, but it's a shortened format for those teams.
Yeah, and the whole tournament will be shortened. Last time, I think it was
5 weeks?
5 or 6 weeks. This time it'll be 3 weeks of group cricket and 1 week of finals cricket.
And is finals week double round robin, or is that singular as well?
Single, because it'll be 7 teams.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. And Pac Eye Care will be waiting. I know for the Spanish, the other champions, so they do the regions. You'll have 4 champions from the regions, and then they will meet at the end of the year in their own T10 tournament.
Where's that been played?
I don't know, because we've got a national tournament on at the same time, so some of those teams will have some players missing. So that'll be very interesting. But very exciting for Spain to have 2 teams play in the Champions League, as that's skewed away, and they'll think about it too if they want it, but looks like they'll settle for a single.
How would you view it if a player chose to play for his club instead of your national team?
Well, you wouldn't be able to do that, and if you tried to do that, you would be expelled from the national team.
Wow.
National team takes priority over club cricket. If you have the honour of representing your country, you take that with both hands, don't you? As that is, well, nice test match block there.
Yes, a solid forward defence, I guess there. The run rate's not much of an issue. It's funny, you see a run rate of 7, you think it's not an issue.
Well, here you go, live news off the press. Thank you very much, J.H. I'll let you guess who that is. Spanish national teams finals first weekend of November. Granada are representing the south.
So that's where we are now.
Yep. Sporting Alphas will be representing the East Coast and Central League.
Oh,
he's chopped on. Yeah.
Sorry, Corey.
No, you're right. I'll let you call it. Chopped on, and it's one of those ones.
Yeah, he's looking to play it on the offside there. Little shot, but bit of a reward for the bowler. He's been bowling well, as you're saying.
Yeah, he has. He's put it in the right area. You always feel a bit unlucky when you chop on, but that was too close to cut.
Yeah. There's nothing nice about chopping it on.
All right, I'll continue with that little story. So Granada from the south, Sporting Alphas from East Coast and Central League, Ibiza from the Balearics.
Oh, can we do this tournament in Ibiza?
Well, we will talk to JH about that. Plus 2 teams from Catalonia to be confirmed. Single round robin with the winners going to ACL, and that will be played at Alphas. Sporting Alphas.
Okay, played at Sporting. Oh, okay, not in Ibiza.
So let me just double check the first weekend of November. Yeah, so I'll have a national tournament on, so there will be some players missing from some potentially big teams, so they'll have to rely on some of their other players. But that's a super exciting time for Spanish cricket to have 2 teams representing the country at the Champions League.
Yeah, and that's their reward from being the best in Europe.
Well, Pac Eye Care deserved it. They beat Tunbridge Wells 4 times, so it wasn't a fluke. They were the best team last year.
Yeah. Because I know a lot of people from more established cricketing nations watch this and think, oh, we can do that, we're better than them. It's actually a lot harder than you think. Most people have never seen themselves on camera before and don't actually realise how bad they are.
Well, there you go. Some blunt words from our co-commentator, James Cantor. I do like that. As Kuldeep Lal, you have to wonder, why is he coming out low? He opened the batting with, Vinod. It was only 2 weeks, last weekend, sorry, and those 2 smashed everything. I have no idea why he's batting at 4 in this tournament.
Yeah, maybe.
But honestly, though, they smashed everything. I really expected to see Vinod and Kuldeep Lal open the batting in this one, but maybe a change in tactics.
Yeah, maybe Kuldeep thought this was a bit more of a foregone conclusion, or maybe who knows?
Yeah, we'll never ever know. As that is a gorgeous shot, picked up off his legs, 6 runs. Yadav, he looks like some sort of player, and when you're batting in a black floppy hat, there's something about you.
I know it. They've seen the Spanish setup. They see your top orders set. It's pretty solid. So they try and look for a way into the Spanish team. They think maybe we can work our way in 3 or 4.
Well, Kuldeep and Yadav are in the Spanish squad, and Kuldeep was selected for the T10, but was unavailable. As Yadav looks like a nice player in his own right, batting really well here.
Wait, he was unavailable for week 1?
Yeah, we actually had a few people but we've had a big year with work, but there's some people who also have other reasons that we don't want to say on the air that they mean they can't play. So it is what it is, but that's why it's important to have 30 players in the country, ideally pushing for national representation, and after 4 overs, it's 47 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of cricket across Europe this year, sort of playing catch-up from 2 years of COVID and no cricket being available, so it's understandable people have pretty busy schedules. You know, some of the guys would play in the ECL, will play in the ECC, will play in the ECC, will play for the national team. That's a lot of cricket.
Well, someone I can think of straight away is Mohammed Kamran, Hitman.
Yeah.
Played play high performance camp, ICC qualifier, T20 series, Pack Eye Care week. Then he played with us here. He's coming back again. Then we have a T. So his summer and year is probably the most out of every European cricketer.
Yeah.
But these guys that just love and breathe it will do anything they can to play. Yeah, he probably is the most out of everyone. So credit to some of those players out there and everyone that do give up their time to play representative cricket. As new bowl, well, not the new bowler, sorry, same bowler, Shakat, coming back. Nice shot off the bat, and that's 4. And Yadav looks like a player.
Hang on a minute. Is your co-commentator, Mr. Maximo, over on that field over there? Jay's just put in the chat. Vinny taken 2 stumpings and opens the batting, chasing a lowly 77.
Well, I don't believe so. Yeah, I'm not too sure. He didn't tell me about it anyway. But knowing Vinny, that's how he does.
This man has no off button.
He doesn't have an off button. Does worry me as well. It's just a single to short third man, and I'm not surprised.
Oh, wait, here we go. You know, we were wondering who that was getting photos of the players over there.
Oh,
There's your answer.
Yeah, well, Mr. Maximo does like blowing it up, and that is another single out to the offside.
What a legend.
Well, there goes the floppy hat. That's had enough as, well, Gracia really canter to the score. Nilkesh Patel says hello, both of us, in the chat. Hello, Nilkesh.
Hello, Nilkesh.
Yep, plenty of viewers still tuning in for the Saturday cricket. We don't stop, do we? 7 days a week. We're just phenomenal. Actually, as the director of cricket, basically, for the ECN, do you think that sometimes commentators should get a little bit more of a break? Hammered. Shot.
No, I mean, I'm sitting here as he smokes that 1 for 6 over back at Squid League. It's pretty cushy up here on a nice chair. Just talking.
Yep, you are right. We are pretty cushy. That's a good shot. This man can play. I might put a little note down, and he times the ball beautifully. 41 off 13 without really raising a sweat.
No, he's going along nicely. Start off that boundary, that one he tucked off his fly. Defends that one.
Yep, so, right now, Gracia well ahead in this game. 25 required. Just a matter of time, really. Cut hard again. Another 4. Yadav, well, he's putting on a show in front of national selectors. That always helps.
Yes, it's great. Once again, there's not much space here between the point and the cover fielder. He just threads the needle with those quick hands of his.
Well, this is
impressive.
Well, James, talk to us a little about this and all the different channels and networks we have.
I'm too old to know what all this stuff is, Corey.
Well, I'll tell you right now, that's Instagram in your top left, Facebook in your middle left. Josh, heard of that before? Massive in India. YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Telegram. Now, that's yours. You're a Telegram. You're old school.
Well, you pay someone to deliver a message.
Actually, we will add their carrier pigeon as well, and that might be the best way for you to get a message.
Yeah, so if you are enjoying us, make sure you follow us on all these channels to stay up to date, especially on Josh. We're very active there.
Well done, see? That's good from you. That's proper commentary. You're coming through with the goods late. And Nilkesh Patel jumps in the chat. First time enjoying the James commentary. I think a first time for a lot of fans.
It's not my first rodeo.
Does feel like it has been a while since you've come in.
Tell you what, where it all started.
Mangal's Kitchen.
No, well before. I don't know if you're even born, Corey.
Probably not. As Kuldeep Lal just works one.
No, so before we were the European Cricket Network, we were German Cricket TV. And me
yes.
and my colleague, we would drive off to separate parts of Germany for the weekend, set up the cameras around the field, then stand by the one camera, commentating while scoring. And then we'd go back to Munich. That one's put in short and pulled away nicely to the leg side for another 6 there. Excellent shot from Yadav as he brings up his 51 off just 16 deliveries.
Yeah, beautiful batting from Yadav. I haven't heard too much about this man, but there's a lot to like about the stroke play and the swagger that he has. Pulls that beautifully over a square leg.
Definitely has swagger. That black floppy on, the towel up the back. What is that up the back of his shirt?
I think that's like a little towel that he does have.
For what?
So some batsmen have that when if they take their gloves off, they might be wiping some sweat away, or just a lot of players do it because of superstition. Sandhu had it for Italy, one of the openers.
Yeah, okay. Never done it myself. I never stay out in the middle long enough to get sweaty anyway, so. Yeah, so we used to drive all around Germany. We'd spend the whole day out in the field filming this. Then we'd go back to Munich, edit and cut, make short little highlight clips. Those were the good old days.
That's a nice shot as well. That's a very nice shot.
This guy's impressing you, isn't he?
Yeah, he actually is. He really is. Just some of the stroke play, that's going to be 4, so they're going to have to check that. Yeah, and they're definitely going to have to give that one a 4 because he's definitely on the rope. We'll double check. Yeah, the 4's been signalled. You can see here, he actually does really well, but the ball goes under him and then trickles into the rope. That's a beautiful shot, though.
Yeah, beautiful shot, but also points the effort for this guy. You know, he didn't try to use his feet.
Oh, yeah. Shot again. Well, Yadav.
Yadav's in control. Should we just get him to stay here?
I can tell you what, the best thing you can do in front of the national selector is turn it on. And the shots he's playing, he's turning it on.
Is he turning you on?
I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I've not heard much about Yadav, and some of the shots he's playing it on merit. He's not over-hitting the ball, he's just timing it.
No, he's a very well-controlled innings here.
This is what I mean. Spanish cricket, there is just talent everywhere. It just has to be discovered, and this is why the ECN's great. You can find talent through the T10 format.
This could be all over after this ball.
Yeah, the early lunch. The zinc hasn't helped, unfortunately, for Madrid United. He gives that a flay as well, just a single. He wanted to get that bit more wide of extra cover. So 3 runs to get. As James Cantor just starts looking at that lunch menu a little bit more closely.
Got away with that one, the bowler did. It was a bit rank and short.
Yeah, it does get away with it, and they'll scamper back for a 2 with the overthrow. So 1 run to get. Yadav will be on strike at the end of 6 overs. Granada, that's not the right score. It is 83 for 2. Gracia. Yeah, we look at this. Yadav's played a really nice innings here. 62 of 19 with some really controlled cricket strokes. The question will be, can he do it against Catalunya, who's a little bit more of a step up in opposition?
Yeah, this is a good bounce back from Gracia after that first loss. So I believe next up we will have Catalunya versus United.
So 1 run to win.
Straight down the ground. Nope.
Yeah, well, good adjustment. He moves to the slow ball and he pushes it through the offside. Sensational inning. 66 off 20 without raising a sweat.
Yeah, great innings out from Yadav. He just picks his spots, puts the ball where he wants it. Looked in control the whole time. And he hasn't done himself any harm. I bet you're on the phone right now to JH.
Yeah, potentially. And just enjoying the spoils at the moment because Gracia, they will run away comprehensive winners, and that will do a world of good for their net run rate. Okay. And we have a look at the 2 lineups. This is the next game, Madrid United against Catalunya. It's going to be a big ask because Catalunya, they look like a good team. Yeah,
they've got some solid players in their team. I mean, look at the points, the fantasy points here for Dream 11 from Muhammad Armagan Khan, 535. He's absolutely destroying everyone at the moment. He scored those 2 massive centuries in his round a couple of weeks ago. Then Amir Abdullah, one of the top bowlers, 502 fantasy points. Who are you picking, though, from Madrid United? There was not too much to show off from them there, other than Navas. Defuk's going to have to come back. He opened the bowling for himself and got dispatched early. It was quite an expensive first up over. Went for around 20 from it.
As James Kent, well, I gave you the chance to keep going with the highs, but I'll jump in here. This was the early wicket. It was plumb. He knew it was out. Well bowled, young man. And then Yadav came in and played some good shots, and he played shots all around the ground. A little leg glance, a clip off his legs there. I mean, for a player that we haven't heard too much about, it was just good stroke play.
Yeah, you were saying before, he wasn't over-hitting it or anything, just timing it well, finding the gaps, splitting the field. Beautifully controlled throughout. That left armour came back on, he got the first wicket in the match, got one chopped on to the stumps. Once he got his line right, he was very well, but yeah, they've had no trouble with that huge 6 here over the square leg, and again, back-to-back. Very impressive knock from the man.
Yeah, very impressive knock. But you have to admit, Gracia were the better of the two teams. That shot there, he picks up length very well, which is good to see. And he is definitely one to look out for on this weekend. I can see a few people in the chat were pretty impressed with his innings. This was a great effort that ended up going away for 4. And Yadav was continuing on his merry way. And it was an impressive game overall. Good sportsmanship from the teams. I do enjoy that. But in the end, they ran out comprehensive winners.
Yes, they did indeed. They'll get a nice, well-earned break now. They've played two matches back-to-back. It'll be up to Madrid United to try and come back from it. There you go. You can look at the scoreboard there. 66 off just 20 deliveries. It was punishing.
Yeah, it was punishing, and it was punishing with elegance. It wasn't slogging. 66 off 20. No one else really had to do too many. Hey, Madrid United, no extras.
I was just looking at
Yeah,
that.
that's it.
At least they kept that part tidy.
Well done to Madrid United. Not always easy to do that. And we look at the bowling figures. Wasn't easy for them, but Waka Hussain, special mention to him, 2 for 18.
Yeah, the left armour there got some really nice shape. Pick up that LBW early on, and then that other one that chopped on to the stump. Sometimes he just missed his line a little bit, especially the Yadav going down the leg.
Yeah, he did, yeah, just a little bit too down the leg side, but it does take us to a close of that one. Gracia, 87 for 2. They were the winners in the end. James, we want to say thank you for all your work on the ECN network, and thank you for chipping in today and helping me a little bit in the commentary box.
Yes, no, thank you very much, Corey. It was a pleasure to be here, and thanks for all your efforts throughout this tournament. Also to your co-commentators, Rico and Vinny Sandu.
Well, you didn't have to say that last bit. I did like where you started, though, but that does take us to the end of that game. It's a little over 34 minutes away. This was Yadav's way, if you want to have a look as well, but 34 minutes away from the next game. It'll be Catalunya playing Madrid United. Do join us back for that match, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Hello and welcome to the Carnima Oval. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the first time today. And we are getting ready for the third match of Championship Weekend. It's the top 3 sides from this FanCode Easy T10 Spain. It's going to be Catalonia CC taking on Madrid United for the first time. Have a look at Catalonia CC, still without a single loss in this competition. Now 8-0, and they took care of business earlier against Gracia. Looking at the toss details, it was Catalonia CC that won the toss. They've elected to bat first. Who can forget a couple of weeks ago when they put 219 runs on the board thanks to a big 131 not out from Mohamed Amgan Khan. Expected score, well, 9-run favourites here, Catalonia CC. Madrid United without a win so far in this championship week, but they did win the first weekend. And you can see it's just that one blip on the radar for them. That probably doesn't include the last game, match 2, where Grazia had just a bit too much for Madrid United in that particular encounter. It's great to see so many people in the chat as well. I'm just opening up now, and once again, it's great to be here for the first time today as we're working towards the conclusion of this weekend tournament. Madrid United, they'll be keen to turn things around. I think they weren't too happy with their performance in the last game. Of course, every game's a new opportunity to impress. And I know the Madrid United guys, they are kings of the golden ball. They've had 3 of them along the way. And certainly think that they would be pretty keen to have a win without a golden ball, but they'll do it by whatever means necessary. But yeah, big hello to Keanu, who was in the chat. And yeah, just saw on Twitter the Italy, Spain, Germany T20 series will be streamed on ECN. Yeah, that is the plan. It's fantastic to hear that. What a series that should be. Of course, seeing all those teams in the ECC, which has been going on over the last month or so. So, almost ready to get started here. And it's going to be Waka Hussain to get us going here in match 3. And the first ball is smoked by Always and is smoked out of the ground. Maximo. Wow, a statement of intent if ever I saw one from the opener. Puts his big front foot down the wicket and hacks across this. That one's out of here. What a shot that is to get us started. Wakart rocked in, put that on length, and the ball was never seen again. Oh, he's well out of his crease here. Wants something he can drive. Instead, he gets something he can hook, and he hooks it handsomely out of the ground. Maximo, 2 balls, 2 sixes, always with a dozen. And Wakart getting the treatment. What a shot that is. I mean, when you see a batter coming out of his crease, you're thinking he's probably looking to drive, but Always is also very quick to pounce on this short delivery from Wakart. Wakart. Just, I think a slight adjustment from Always, going back in his crease now. And there, you can see that's probably because the keeper, Arif Hassan, is coming up to the stumps now. Short, make that 3 in a row. I think we're on for 6 sixes here, if I'm honest. Goes back in his crease. He's probably looking to pull now. A bit more length on this one. And it's 1, 2, 3, Calypso style here at the Carnima Oval. Always. Let's just say the Bear's been poked and the Bear's responding. He is on a rampage at the moment. Fourth time lucky. Now, let himself down here. It's only 4. There's a good cut shot, though, from Always. He's gone 6-6-6-4. He's hungry for more. And I want to say A quick hello to everyone that's in the chat. And Luke just questioning the supercomputer, saying expected score 95 when you average 166. Well, the supercomputer works in mysterious ways. I think maybe I always saw that, and I feel that's a bit light on at the moment. Now, spoils what might have been a wide. Here's Ashraf, normally hovering in that slip position. This will just be one. Waka, already gone magical in this over. Rare miss this time. It's Mohammed Khan on strike. It'll be the end of the over. And the score is 23 without loss. Just a reminder, you can follow us on social media at European Cricket. Of course, there were plenty of things that were posted this week. Plenty of highlights from the ECC as we completed week 4 in Group D. Italy were the champions, and they are the ways you can get in touch. You can even scan that QR code and get involved with that Telegram channel. You can use the number at 49 +49 170 954 1799. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with the European Cricket Network, joining me finally in the commentary position just for this game is Corey Ruckers. Corey, welcome.
Who's my left home, Vinny?
We're working it out.
Yeah.
Getting it there.
Well, welcome back.
I think, why don't we put it to the fans? Wouldn't you like Corey to stay for the 5 games today? Because you won't hear from him tomorrow, and you won't hear that match from him in the championship week. As we see Always just glancing this away. That's a bit of a task for Amir Sharkat. I'll come back for 2.
How's your morning been, Vin?
Yeah, well, I had a bit of a surprise. I was just chilling out after a bit of a sleep in. We had a good night last night, actually.
Oh, you got to
We
sleep
talked
in,
about
did
that.
you?
Yeah, I didn't. Well, I mean, you're the one that decided that you wanted to be up coaching the guys early this morning. No one made you do that. Cut pretty well, but there's protection down there. 2 outfielders guarding that side of the field. So, yeah, we had Maximo Burgers with some of our VIPs. That was fun, wasn't it?
That was my first attempt at a Maximo burger.
Enjoyed it?
Destroyed it.
Yeah.
Lovely.
It was good, wasn't it?
Yep. Maybe a little bit dry, if I was being
you need
critical.
to put your own sauce on it, though.
But it was a lot. I like the quantity over quality.
Yeah. You can have both. Gone. Well, no, he's not. I thought that whacked into the stumps.
Well, I'll tell you what, that is missed off stump by Skerrick.
I heard what I thought was the leg stump being clattered, but it wasn't. It was the back pad. Just have a look at this on the replay. How this is missed, I'll never know. Yeah, it was missing a leg, then misses off. Kamil Ahmed, a pretty good weekend a couple of weekends ago. Now it drifts in. This one won't be stopped by Sharkat. Has to pick it off the fence. 4 runs, and Amgan Khan, the Big Mac, gets off the mark as Catalunya CC move to 30.
I feel like Ashraf will be disappointed that he's not the Big Mac, but yeah, nice shot for 4. He hit an astounding 100 the other week, didn't he?
131. It was the fastest 100 we've ever seen. 27 balls. He brought up the 100 in. He's having an absolute day out on that occasion. Now it pulls something, doesn't quite time it. Fielder hunting it down, won't get there. Cuatro carreras más. The Big Mac back to back as Catalunya hit 34. So how has the day been so far? Yeah, so I was having a pretty chilled out morning. Costa del Sol asked me if I'd be able to turn out for them. There's a T20 tournament going on this weekend with a couple of touring sides. So
I had a pretty adventurous 12 hours, to be fair. I got back at the ranch at about 2 a.m, Vinny. And I'll follow that up. Well, that's a nice looking shot over wide mid-off, and that will scoot away for another boundary. So back to back to back. And Iftikhar Ahmed jumping over the fence at plus 50. Good on him. 38 for an after 2.
yeah, he's a bit of a cult
so I
hero,
got-
Iftikhar Ahmed.
Got home at
Hold on,
about...
so when I left you, you had to jump the fence to
Yeah,
get in.
okay.
Did you
So
do
this
that?
is where it starts. Took me about 15 minutes to figure out how to get over the fence. Almost
You
poleaxed
didn't think to
myself.
try and call someone to let you out?
They could no reception, right?
Okay.
Yeah, so couldn't get over. These are the net run rates, but it's too early to worry about all this at the moment. Finally get in. The boys are still awake. Start yarning away. We're up till about 3. I get given the bad couch to sleep on. The hens start clucking at about 5:30 a.m.
Dogs as well?
I get woken up by Alistair Priddle at 7 a.m. and then we're on the field at 7:45 a.m. So, and then Daniel Doyle and Lorne Burns just bomb sixes for about 2 hours, so my arm's a bit tired.
Sounds like fun. Well, speaking of bombing sixes, this one isn't going to get straight there, but it might get there. I've had no idea where that bounces. I think that's 4. I'll try and see it on the replay. But Idivak, he was a bit of a cricket zombie about him here as he turns and he tries to go with the flight. Oase gets under it, doesn't really get the power. He does get the elevation to get it over the infield. That one runs away for another boundary. Like I was saying, trying to stop the bleeding. This is hit pretty firmly, but there's a sweeper here for 1. So the thing is, okay, Corey, tomorrow you actually have the day off, which is
I don't
nice,
really have the day off.
Yeah, but does anyone really ever have a day off in life?
Well, yes, it's called Saturdays and Sundays and weekends.
How is everyone anyway in the chat? It's nice we can talk to the chat a little bit more, of course, now. Back on our YouTube channel.
Why can't we talk to the chat during the week anyway?
We can. It's just probably you can't focus too much just because of the amount of channels it's on. I want to say hello to Kitty. Hope you're well. And hello to Wazza and James Stewart, who's also watching from Estonia. Hello to Rob Sandmeyer. Nice to have you with us. Hello to Fun as well. Maybe you need to take a leaf out of Fun's book. Because what, is everything okay? I know you're a bit nervous with Championship week coming up.
Excited, Vinny.
Yeah.
Excited. Just a little bit fatigued,
I wouldn't understand. Anyway, I've been out there.
How was your game? I heard you played some club cricket again.
Finally got my 100th stumping of my senior career.
Yep.
Followed by my 101st the very next ball.
Really?
Yeah.
Very nice.
And actually, I learned something today. It's always nice if you learn something, right?
Yeah, go on.
So there was one shot. So then opened the batting. And we got to say the guys from Garaton, they are really good lads. I think they're over there right now. Give us a wave, guys. Hope you're enjoying the sunshine. They've got another game, I think, in about 20 minutes. So they're just hydrating themselves so that they're ready for that one. There's some of the guys in the fan zone. As we see one that's carved away. This will be 4. Put it with the rest. And always moves to 35 off 10 balls. Certainly a fairly productive power play, you'd have to say, for Cattle and UCC at this stage.
Yep, very productive power play. Very easy for them as well. Just getting it away. And 48 for none. It's explosive batting. These two are known for it. Madrid United, this is going to be a tough game.
Yeah, I think you're not wrong there. As we see, magical start to this game. Let's get ready for the 4th over. Yeah, so what happened was I hit a shot, and actually I'm almost certain it was going for 6. It was a kind of straight pull over mid-on. But it hit the power lines. And I didn't even realise there were power lines over the ground. But you can see them from here. There's some power lines over the ground. It deflected away. Ended up still going for 4. It was given 4 at the time. And as we closed on the target, I ended up getting out when we just had a couple of runs to go for 49. But local ground rule, it's actually 5, so it was changed to a 5, and I did get 50.
Oh my, no.
Thank you very much.
49 in my book. You can't get a 5.
That's the ground rules. It can actually be whatever they say. In fact, I've got the score to prove it as well. Thank you to our captain, Andrew Crum. So I had a nice little day out. Here's Ashraf with his brisk leg spin. First ball just knocked away into the offside for 1. But I want to say, guys from Costa del Sol, always love turning out for them. But yeah, I never noticed that the power lines were over the ground before. We've seen in Bulgaria. Well, this is looped up. It's going to fall into a pocket of space.
Yeah, gets a little bit of luck this time, but just the 1 run.
Now, we do have some work to do.
Yeah, let's do it, because I've only got 6 overs left, Vinny.
We want to talk about Team of the Week. Team of Week 4. And we need your help as well. In the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Ashraf, quicker ball. And whoa, what a good catch that would have been. And I hope he's okay here because he's absolutely headbutted the turf like nobody's business. Harif Hassan goes full on kamikaze mode here. Throws himself on the grenade. Let's have a look.
Yeah, that could have hurt. He really whacks his head
Even with
here.
the helmet on. Watch this. Boof.
Bang.
Great effort though.
Could have hurt his shoulder as well, collarbone area.
Lucky it's a soft landing here. Straight to one.
Yeah, can we do the team of the week, please?
Yeah, we're getting there. 50 partnership up. These two have batted very well so far.
I've got 6.3 overs, so you need to hurry.
Well, you are doing the whole game with me. Let's just
Not
remember
a chance, Vinny.
that's
Not a
that
chance. Where were you last week when I
Should
was...
Corey stay the whole game, or maybe the whole day? Wide.
Dot ball. Okay, let's do
We
it.
love the weekend cricket though.
Look, this is a dot ball. Look at this.
Yeah.
Give him an inch.
Oh, it's this flatter one. Well bowled by Ashraf.
All right, team of the week time.
Wait, let me just get it up. I've just got here. Just settle in and enjoy it for a while. Here's Ashraf. It's only gone for 4. Change of pace has done the trick.
He's taking the air out of the ball, Vinny.
Sure is. So, week 4. Here we go. We'll try and do it over the next over.
Do you look up the stats when we do this, or?
To try and do it from memory, and then I might look at them right now. We'll see it on the boundary to Always Ahmed, who moves to 40 in just 13 balls. Again, get some length to work with. I think the way that Ashraf's bowling, he wants the batter to come forward and kind of lose balance and lose shape. But if you're too short, I think it's an easy put away. So it will be the end of the 4th over. It's 57 without loss.
Yeah, 57 for out loss, and well, Catalunya just doing what Catalunya do well, and that's pile on the runs.
Okay, let's talk. My openers, I've got Raza Iqbal for
Correct.
Norway.
And
I've got Rajmani Singh from
Sandhu.
Italy. Yeah, Rajmani Sandhu. Rajmani Singh.
Do you think he's ahead of Sharif?
Yes.
Yeah. Who made more runs?
Rajmani made 222. He was the second leading run scorer in the week.
Okay. Yep. So that's an easy one.
This is just top of my head. I haven't really thought about this at all.
Raza Iqbal was a walk-in.
Yeah. Lifted over the leg side, and this will be 6. Maximo, the big Mac, puts one up the stairs. He moves into the 20s, and Catalunya into the swinging 60s. A new over, but same old story. Kamil Ahmed going the journey.
Just Madrid United just being found out here against a very good team.
Yeah, they certainly want to try and get moving sooner rather than later.
Okay, keep going. Number 3.
Okay, let's just have a think.
What
here.
teams were there again? Germany?
Yeah, so we've got Italy, Germany, Norway, Romania, and Switzerland. So I think of the Swiss openers. Let me think. We had
Nazir. The left-handed Nazir is going to have to bat at 3.
Okay.
Absolutely. He was good. Absolutely. So if you're going to open with Sandhu, then Nazir has to go 3. Left-handed opener, timed the ball beautifully. Very, very good. Switzerland. You asked me what team off the air.
Fahim Nazir. Yeah.
How do you not remember him? He was class.
I know Nazir. He's played cricket in Italy as well. Yeah, I think Nazir is a class act.
Oh, that's in the air, Vinny. This is going to be the first dot ball. No, it's going to be 1.
Yeah, that'll be a bit of a teaser for the two fielders there, Mohammed Ahmed and Dipendra Basnet.
Number 4, Kalagegame.
Well, a lot of people, I already had this written in, so one of our assistants has written a couple of names in first. He had Gujar at 4.
Didn't make any runs for the week. Barely made a run.
Few. Okay.
I love Guji.
Put him in the maybe pile. Put him down 12th man for
He
now.
barely made a run. If you look up his runs for the week, I think you can't be at 4 if you think.
Yeah. Christian Kalagamaga is probably a good shout.
Or maybe the captain of Italy.
Yeah, Baljit. I think Baljit gets in there, I think, for some of his work.
Dot ball.
So still a couple to come in this over from Kamil Ahmed. It's very Italy heavy so far. I've also got Jagmeet Singh in there, down there for his spin.
Yeah, but that's down there. You've
Down
got
there.
down there. You've got Vinod Ravi from
Yeah,
Norway. He's a walk-in.
agree. top 3 wicket takers were Jagmeet Singh, Vinay Ravi and Raza Iqbal. The third highest run scorer is Asad Mahmood from Switzerland. I think he was pretty good, wasn't he?
Yeah, but I don't think you just pick people on.
But I was just thinking of how he scored his runs, when he scored his runs. He normally scored his runs with his team in trouble. Just looking at number 6 spot at the moment. As we see another wide. You've got other options like Shoaib Khan, but he only really came good at the very end. So I think he probably doesn't quite make it. A lot of people saying Graham Swan as coach. I like that. I like where you're going with that.
Yeah, I guess you could go Asad Mahmood. That's another dot ball.
Are there any Romanians you can really put in there this week?
I don't think so.
Don't
They
think anyone
struggled.
played well enough for long enough.
I love the name Manmeat, but probably doesn't earn.
Manmeat Kohli, yeah. Yeah.
Unfortunately, they got rolled too many times. There's no batsman.
If there was like a 13th man, I feel like I could sneak Kohli in as 13th. I'll spoil the over. And it's whipped away very well. This will be 4. So Catalunya racking them, stacking them. 5 overs in. It's 71 without loss.
Yep, 71 without loss. They're running away with this one. And for the bowlers, Jagmeet Singh, Vinay Ravi. You've got Kalagegame. Who else is there?
Good spin attack. Hey, guess what? Corey.
Talk to me.
There's more cricket coming up. Even when we leave Khartoum, it's hard to believe that in about a week's time we'll be done here. And then we'll go to Croatia for a week. We're in Malta for 2 weeks. And then 5 weeks in Barcelona. I know that you'll be doing the first half of Barcelona with me. Well, we'll see 16 teams over 5 weeks. And it'll actually finish on a Super Sunday of action. The grand final day of ECS 2022 will be on the 11th of December.
Fernando Fletcher from Switzerland.
Fernando Fletcher.
Yeah.
I'm sticking him in at 11.
Yeah, he was good.
Okay, we've got a 7 and 8 here. So probably
7 and 8 I'm curious about. I'm just trying to think who closed well for teams.
I mean, give us your thoughts as well in the chat. We're working it just by ear at the moment. This one just a little outside.
You could argue the big man, Volta Bear.
Yeah, Volta Bear, I suppose only exclusively as a bowler. So this one just getting a bit of grip off the surface, but it wasn't quite where Ashraf wanted it. Obviously, doesn't want to get too straight to Awais Ahmed. There's the reverse Malachi, and he's blasted it for 6. What a shot that is. Maximo. Awais says, well, I couldn't reach it one way. I'm going to go the other way. It's the full reverse. He switches his hands, and what a remarkable cricket stroke that is.
Yeah, what a shot. It's loose, it's wide, and, well, that really sums up this Saturday.
You have to be very skillful to be able to hit a 6 the wrong way around.
I would go... We haven't thought it. Walter Bear wasn't bad from Germany. Try to think of more German players because they did come hot late.
That's the thing. They only won 2 games before that. And then it's like, if you're going to go Walter Bear, then do you almost go Shoaib Khan because he's the one that actually kind of played them into the final. I guess Walter was a bit more consistent during the week. Big grunt from Ashraf with this one. Just misses another wide to the total. Yeah, I mean, Germans probably, they've only got Walter Bear in there. Who was their best player?
I think Walter Bear wasn't bad,
I think this is wides. I'll wait for the signal from the umpire. They run one. That's actually a leg by. Grabbed a bit of the pad on the way through. Yeah, Walter Bear, caught well. Tell us who we're missing. We always miss a couple that we should have in there. Hello to Jubia Hassan. Hopefully you will. Oh, Hassan Ali for Italy.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, that could be the first wicket, Vinny. They're going to go up to the third umpire.
Yeah, Hassan Ali's a good one. Thank you so much, Jabir Hassan. That's the guy I want to have in there. I think he was excellent. Let's just check this bit of work. Could this be the first wicket? On the charge.
Well, he doesn't have the ball.
Number 1, does he have the ball? No.
Nope.
So that's going to be... He had it for a bit, and then he didn't have it. And so that will not be out. As it is, he might have been in anyway. So, striving for a bit of extra pace to get the ball on the stumps. Arm gun survives. The score moves to 80 without loss. Yeah, so I think I'm going to bat Vinay Ravi at 8. I might even bat Hassan Ali at 9. Jagmeet at 10. And Canada Fletcher at 11. I think Jagmeet normally would bat above Hassan Ali, but I think Hassan Ali actually batted better. This one's a little bit outside for another wide. There's been a few issues with the control in this inning so far. This one sits up and is hit into the gap. In fact, it's hit all the way. Maximo. A pretty decent looking shot there from Armgarn, who almost got stumped. Stress almost. Now it's going to be hit out of the ground for 6. Here's the next ball from Ashraf. Stand and deliver. This is hit into a gap. Also, this time it will be 4 runs. Cuatro carreras más. Big Mac moves to 36. And the Cardamom Oval comes alive as this opening partnership reaches 91. Still a ball to go in this over.
Yeah, the fan zone is rocking at the moment, Vinny. They are absolutely enthralled with this batting display from these two. Well, will they get to the 200 like they did a few days ago?
They're not going that kind of pace at the moment, just the 156. I feel like that probably would be enough.
Oh,
better ball.
That is the ultimate I want to face the next over I've ever seen.
He's going to get his wish. Armgarn moves to 37. 6 overs down. It's 92 without loss. Okay, let me show you how our team of the week is looking. Annette, please give us the people you think should be in it, because this will be published on our website, europeancricket.com. Got opening partnership so far. 6 wides and a no ball in there as well. Not exactly ideal. But, you know, we always appreciate the interaction with the fans. So tell us who we've missed in the team of the week. We'd love to hear it.
Tell you what, if I'm a number 6 batsman for Catalunya CC, I'm probably thinking of playing a different sport. If you're a genuine number 6, I mean, you're never going to get a bat in this lineup.
That's like missed time. Jarred the bat of Armgarn as we start new over. Nawaz is the new bowler.
Well, it's just brutal, isn't it? I mean, for Madrid, you have to wonder, is this the way you want to spend a Saturday?
Well, they've earned their way here, of course, by winning the first weekend.
Who did they go up against?
They were against Getafe and Sevilla.
Oh.
Now this is high, out of here. Maximo. And Awais Ahmed reaches 50. And he's almost reached 50 right-handed. He'll move to 47 right-handed. And 53 overall. What an innings. 53 off just 18 balls. Awais looking dangerous.
Yeah, looking dangerous. He could be a bouncer. He's built so big and strong, and that's just brute force. And right now, Catalunya CC are just violently battering Madrid United. It is as violent as you can imagine. Vinny Sandu enjoys a little beverage next to me on this lovely Saturday here in Cardamom.
Beautiful day for it. 99 partnership. Who'd have thunk it? Well, make that 100. And this is cut down into the point region for 1. Does bring up the 100 for Catalunya CC.
Honestly, if you're a number 6 batsman for Catalunya CC, you grab your bag, say, honey, I'm off for a day of cricket, and they say, good luck, and
give it up.
All you do is you keep it zipped up in the tent, never take your stuff out, never get padded up.
You know me, I wasn't a batter.
Well,
I would actually keep my batting stuff in the boot. We had a very good batting side one year, and it seemed like a lot of stuff. I'd have a separate batting and keeping bag, and my batting bag would sometimes stay in the trunk of my car. I couldn't be bothered carrying it.
If I'm the number 3, I might just walk out there and just say, you have to retire.
Try that. And this is check drived out of the ground for 6. Maximo. Awais Ahmed moves to 60. He is motoring.
Well, he has a chance of 100 if he faces most of the balls here at the back end. This is just boys against men, really.
I was trying to take my own advice today as we get to the end of the 7th over. It's 107 without loss. All the bowlers going for a similar economy rate so far. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. More cricket action. Madrid United taking on Catalunya CC and Gracia in this championship weekend. The top 2 teams once they're determined, will be taking part in the final.
I reckon
So
I could
that's
tell you
10
who's
tomorrow.
going to be there. What do they win for this one, Finn?
They'll win a trophy on behalf of our partners at Local Lifestyle. And they'll get winners' medals as winners
Nice.
of the European Cricket T10. Yeah, you'd say who's favourites at the moment. It's,
Yeah, it's going to be
anything
hard.
can happen.
It's going to be very hard to stop Catalunya. They look very good.
This is going to be pulled away just for one.
So go on, read out the
Okay,
team.
let's have a look at the team then and tell us who we've missed. All right. We have, opening up, Raza Iqbal from Norway. Rajmani Sandhu, I should say. Rajmani Sandhu opening up. Fahim Nazir at 3, Baljit Singh at 4. Kalagamaga at 5. As we see it, this ball clubbed high, very high, and, well, can't find the drop zone, the fielder.
Oh, they only walk the one.
That was a real chance to get rid of a Waze. Maybe it's his day on 60. So, Asad Mahmood at 6. Vinay, so we've got Walter Bear at 7. Vinay Ravi at 8. So we see a ball clubbed out of the ground for 6. Maximo to the big Mac, who climbs into this one and makes a point to hit it a long way and just add 6 more to the score. This is Waqar Zafar, who's bowling. The Waqar's an interesting guy. He was the guy that hit the first ever golden ball.
Has there ever been a declaration in a T10?
I don't think so.
Can you? Technically, honestly?
Well, technically no, but you could just retire everybody out. You'd be bowled out, right? Hit straight, slightly mishit. Doesn't quite carry it to the fielder. This will just be one. So I'm going to say Walter Bear for me. I just think you got Gujar sitting as
Gujar didn't.
12th man.
Gujar, yeah, he's a bit. Gujar, you'd say he's a better player, but Gujar didn't make any runs. He didn't have a good week
Feel
with
like
the bat.
Walter Bear, love him to death. You can take that
You
hat
can't
trick,
just pick someone because they're a good player. They had to have had a gun week as well. There's another 6.
Yeah, this one is out of the ground as well. And bounced off the path. That's pretty well fielded. That looks like
Horns,
Tyrone
baby.
Peters. Horns, baby. You said it. Horns, horns, horns. And Tyrone, bit of one-hand, one-bounce action.
Yeah, good pick up from him.
Daniel to take him, bring you back. Steps across, misses out on this one, Aways. He goes walkabout. They don't take a run. It's the end of the 8th over. It's 122 without loss. So, worst over from Zafar, but still gets a bit of treatment. Goes for 15 in that over. You know something we're going to do this week? Probably on finals day, we'll reveal the ECL draw, which is the Champions League of European Cricket.
I'm still trying to think about that number 7 spot.
Let's go. I'm going to go. Have you got the stats up there? Let's use the stats as a guide. Because I do kind of feel like we might have missed somebody that deserves the spot. Again, let us know in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network.
I'm just trying to think. Romania probably no. Switzerland down the order.
Yeah,
Jason.
Yeah, again, he's the same as Walter Bear. Took a hat trick, was good sometimes. Don't know if he plays himself into the team. It's pretty well bowled by Nawaz. Just bunted out for 1. Okay. So looking at the leading run scorers. It's shorter. It's absolutely crunched and almost carries. Now it's going to trickle across the line. And Muhammad Amgan Khan brings up his 50. The Big Mac in business once again here on Championship weekend. Stands, delivers, and that one eats up the fielder in the end. It's good effort from Ittifaq Ahmed. But he can't quite make the stop either. 128 without loss now. Ah, it's a classic shot. Classic shot over point 6 and Maximo. Harmgun. He wants to catch up to Always Ahmed here. as Catalunya CC reach the 130s.
Yeah, you have to wonder, where do Madrid United go from here? And spending their Saturday getting hit around the park can't be ideal, but what do you do when you've got two men in this form? Oh,
He does hit the ball really hard, doesn't he? Ronaldo can't. Punches this. Just a single, though.
I wish I was here for when they hit 219. That must have been attritional.
It's almost history-making. I mean, really, the 2-2-2 was in danger. I think they probably
First
should have got
time
it.
ever?
Oh, yeah, first time we've seen the 2-2-2 in danger
Yeah.
since it happened. They only got 20 off the last over. They probably should have gotten more. Or 199 after 9. Just hit straight, and the fielder is not going to be able to deal with it. Maximo, always with the right of reply. Takes him into the 140s. They didn't stay in the 130s for long. I can't go searching for it. He won't find it on the field of play. That's another 6 for Catalunya CC.
So what's the number 6 from Catalunya thinking right now?
I think
Flown in this morning.
I think he's doing a crossword.
Yeah, what you do, you fly in the morning.
Hey, lower order players, they can just sit back and they can watch the magic happen.
Ali
Gets to the end of the ninth, it's
Naya from
141.
Switzerland at 7. I like Ali.
He didn't play that much though, did he?
But when he did, he was very good.
Yeah. I'm going to go through by the teams maybe. Let's see. I mean, you talked about Sharif earlier. It was very dynamic. And Ahmed, yeah, probably not, but we'll come back and have a think. Abdul Stanik Zai, does he deserve a go? He was equal top run scorer for Germany with Chikanaya.
Actually, I've got a smoky for you.
Okay.
Who is the keeper from Italy?
Sujith Rilagadagi.
Purely on his keeping.
Really?
Yeah, I want a
Oh,
flat.
hold on, because I realised, do we even have a keeper in that lineup so far? I don't think we do.
I don't think we've.
It's not like me to forget.
I don't think we've always just put a keeper in, but I just want someone there for their keeping. He was a great keeper. I loved watching him as that's mistimed on the leg side for a single. How many stumpings did he get for the
He
week?
was very good. But so was Hussein Kabir for Germany. I thought he
now
kept
you're
very
ruining
well.
it. You're ruining it.
No, I'm just trying to think of it. I'm going through the keepers. Norway, they had some issues with their keeping because Karuge had an injury.
What about the little left arm opener for Norway as well, Shinwari?
Yeah,
He was pretty good with Vinay, with Ravi. Those two.
You've made me realise we need a keeper in this team. We haven't. I think Volta. I just don't think he gets to keep his spot. Does he go? Does Volta get the 12th man ahead of Gujar?
Yeah, Gujar's not in there. Is that his 6?
Okay. And nice shot by Always Ahmed. Moves to 80.
It feels like 6s are almost the same as dot balls at this point. They're just absolutely whacking everything. Poor old Madrid United. It's going to be tough for them to recover from this.
I think Baljit Singh is captain because he's captain the winning side. And he's in the team. Keeper. We need a keeper.
Yeah, pick him. Pick him. Novelty pick.
Novelty pick.
Yeah, just for
Really
pure
good
keeping this.
Yeah, I think Romania had issues with their keeping. With Nadigotla, Abdul Shakur sharing the duties.
Karage from Norway, nah.
Kruger was sick for a lot of the week. For me, it's between Kabir and Real Gadagi. I'm going to say, all right.
Yeah.
But the best thing about this is I think I'm going to bat him 11.
Yeah. Put the novelty keeper at 11. I love it. That's good because he was so good to watch with the gloves. He took a lot of stumps in.
And also, he's so old.
Yeah.
He's 47 years old.
Novelty.
All right, you got it.
6, Vinny.
Now, he called that even before he hit that. That's a good cricket eye from you, Corey. This is going to bring it to 150 with 1 ball remaining and 0 wickets in this innings for Madrid United.
Yeah, unfortunately, they haven't got the breakthrough. If they pick up a wicket here, it probably will stem the rate, though.
Well, I'm not so sure about that, as it will be the last ball of the innings.
Well, it would stem the rate. It'd be a dot ball.
So, last chance saloon. And it's Zafar. Actually bowls pretty good Yorker. And they think about going. They just chicken out of it. So it'll be a dot to finish. So Zafar ends up going for 29. Catalunya putting a pile of runs on the board here in the first half of match 3 here in Championship Week. They finished 155 without loss. And what an opening partnership that was between Always Ahmed and Muhammad Amgan Khan. Very, very impressive stuff. Always Ahmed finishing 86 not out off 31. Muhammad Amgan Khan 60 off 30 with 9 extras. It's a very imposing first innings total. Let's go through to some of the highlights. And well, Corey, not too much to crow about for Madrid United, although they did have a couple of chances, mostly half chances, but a lot of this innings was them picking balls out of the bushes and beyond. And you can see that there were 14 sixes in the innings and 10 fours. That just shows you that Catalunya CC were running rampant through the first half of this match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to not lose a wicket is pretty special. Just sit back and enjoy these boundaries because there was bludgeoning everywhere. So sit back and enjoy the 4s and the 6s.
Well, it reminds us a little bit of what happened. I like that effort from the keeper, Arif Hassan, but he couldn't quite catch up with that. Takes me back to ECL 19, where Versi Rotterdam went the whole 10 overs without losing a wicket. Of course, you were probably the number 6 batsman on that occasion, so you probably know exactly how it feels. 222 were racked up, but then away went the reverse Malachi and reverse hooked this ball out of the ground. This was a close shout, but on further review, you can see Arif Hassan broke the stumps with his hands, not with the ball. And always, as he likes to do, just shimmies across and escorts the ball over the leg side with wanton abandon. Carefree batting at its best. T10 now always brings the action. That's another ball that landed a little bit further away from where the fielder thought it would. And this wind really favouring batting from this end at the moment as well. You can hit straight. And when it came down to it, always threatened the 100, but he ends up 86 off 31. To be honest, they get a fairly even share of the strike. Always facing 31 balls. And Muhammad Amgan Khan facing 30. That's because there was a no ball in the innings, which does go down against the batter. 155 without loss. Certainly will be an epic chase if Madrid United can pull this off. But I'd have to say they were a long way behind in this game. 86 off 31 for Always Ahmed. 10 maximos and 4 fours for him. Also 4 fours for the Big Mac. 4 sixes, I should say, and 6 fours in his innings, striking at exactly 200. And looking at the bowling figures, well, pretty consistent there. All the bowlers went between 29 and 34. So I suppose you could say no one really got hammered more than anybody else in that innings. We'll be back, and when we return, we'll be back with Corey Ruckers to take you through the second half of this game. 156 for victory. Until then, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're enjoying the day so far. Back very, very shortly with more FanCode ECT10 Spain. back at Kartama Oval. Mr. Maximo with you. This is the T10 match. Catalunya CC against Madrid U. And right now, big total for two equipos. And ready to roll, and it's going to start with a 6. Maximo. Well, right now they're ahead of the rate. We'll see how long it lasts, but Hazim Javid comes on and gets absolutely pumped out of the ground. That is probably the biggest 6 we've seen in this game so far. Cut it a wise. This goes booyah. That one's out of here. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Joining me once again, Corey Rutgers. And Corey, what a start to this run chase.
Top shot. Top shot, Vinny.
Sure was. Expert comments from Spanish national team coach Corey Rutgers. There was. He's the man on a mission right now. This is hit in the air. Could be a chance. Fielder comes around, takes the catch, and finally we have a wicket in match 3. 6 and out situation for Nawaz. He was trying to get on with it. It was very clear. Not the worst shot I've ever seen, but didn't quite get the contact point. Went higher than went long. Nice catch taken by Shiraz Iqbal. Heading around to his left. And so the first wicket falls. 6 for 1.
I reckon they're going to win this by about 100 runs, Vinny. I just don't see Madrid United getting into this game. And unfortunately, it's the first wicket down and what could be many.
Six for 1. Yeah. It wouldn't be the biggest chase we've seen pulled off, but it'd be right up there if they were to chase down 156.
Do you think they've got much of a chance? What do they need to do? What's the recipe for success, Vin?
Hit 26s. In the first innings, we saw Catalunya CC hit 14. 2 6s and over, no problem. Or at least try. Suppose net run rate comes into it a little bit as well. If that ends up deciding who makes the final and who doesn't. But it's looking a long way back at the moment, you'd have to say. Let's say a quick hello to everyone in the chat, to Luke and to Chris Smith. Hope you're well. To James and Keanu. Popping my head in there. We've just done our team of the week. It's good seed, actually, from Javid. Just nips this one away a little bit.
Yeah, good delivery. Just nipping away. Dot ball. 150 required off 57 now.
Nice to see Ralph Saman back there. I know he had a bit of a shaky start to the day with the gloves, but for the most part, he's normally a pretty solid keeper, Ralph. This one's given some respect. Kamal Ahmed, dynamic player, yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, they're going to have to get on with it pretty soon, you'd imagine. Might as well hit out instead of just defending. Take the game on, see what happens, try your luck. Shot.
That'll do. Squeezes it away. I think it's 2. Probably not a great idea. Oh, I think he might have just gotten home here.
Yeah, I think the ball plugs in the air, so he might get lucky, but I think he's gone.
You think so? I'm going to say he's in. He is... Oh.
I reckon he's
out.
out.
Does he still have the ball there?
Oh, yeah.
The whole time?
He had the ball the whole time. It's just gone.
Yeah, he's out. Yeah, the ball's in the gloves. And, yeah, it's the bails that go that way. He's going to be out here. It's a worst-case scenario for Kamil Ahmed. And there's the decision. He's out. So good spot by you, Corey. Spotted it live. It was a sharp bit of work from Zaman to grab that throw, which kind of plugged and gets it down onto the stumps in quick time. So certainly not the start that Madrid United were looking for. After 5 balls, they're 7 for 2.
Yeah, when you're chasing 150 plus, you need everything to go right, and unfortunately it just isn't for Madrid United right now. You feel that if they get to 50, that might be good enough to save face here, because they're up against a juggernaut, and I just don't see Catalunya CC losing here. And you have to wonder, where do you go with the batting lineup? Do you just bat time or try and get yourself some form, or do you still try chase 150?
You're just trying to take it a ball at a time. Try and be attacking when you can, obviously. Not an easy situation. I know I've been in situations where I've come to the crease.
How have you convinced me to do another innings here?
I've come out sometimes number 7 when we're about 20 for 5, chasing 190 in a T20, thinking, well, what am I meant to do about it? All the batters have failed. Not quite that bad yet for Madrid United. Good bowling by Javid. Whistles this one past the outside edge of the new batter. It's Mirzabag who's out there now. I tell you what, I haven't played in a while, as you know.
Word association.
It is 7 for 2 after 1. 40 matches without a golden ball. I say life begins at 40. Will we get one in Championship Week? I'd love to see one. Almost had one last year between England 11 and Belgium, but there was an overthrow which won England the game. That was in qualifier number 1 in Championship Week last year, but we'll be back on Monday with more international action. 40 matches currently without a golden ball. What I realised today, you know, we kept talking about the ManCAD debate, right, Corey? It's the one that keeps coming up. I haven't batted in a while, right? Because I haven't played in a while. As we see, start of a new over. And it gets away from the keeper. I'll get 2 wides here. So I hadn't played in a while. But what I realised today when I was batting is that it's really easy not to get man-catted, because all you have to do is watch the guy bowl it. Anyway. Corey, just we'll get back to you with a response in a second. But, yeah, so what I realised today is that we got a bit of a reunion here. I mean, in the commentary box, nice to have a couple of special guests. Anyway. So, yeah, what I realised today, by being non-striker, it's actually really easy to not get man-catted. You just have to watch the guy's arm go over.
Oh, absolutely.
It's actually not hard at all.
Absolutely.
Sometimes I watch things and I think that looks easy, but this is one thing that is actually easy.
Yeah, I do agree with you, Vinny. And, well, real shame right now is Lorne Burns and Daniel Doyle-Kay have entered the room, and they are my journey. And I do want to wish you a very good farewell and a good luck for the rest of the day. Thank you, viewers. It's been a pleasure, and I will see you Monday.
This is going to be 4 runs and badly needed runs for Amir Shaukat, who has cut that one late and beat the fielder down there. That's Ghulam Sabat. So handy runs. Not so sure it'll be enough to get them back on track, but it's going to be a long, long road back. Bowled this one, just good heat, but not quite the control he was looking for. That'll be called a wide. And it's always the debate, isn't it? Whether you go for the target or whether you just try and rack up a good score. You can already see Madrid United, they're up against it this weekend against 2 teams that have been hitting form. Well struck, slightly up-ish. This one will go to the boundary. And, well, I do like to see the attacking intent that's coming from the Madrid United batters. They're going out there. Obviously, they're trying to be positive. I think that's the only way you've got to be. That one gets over the infield and ends up racing away to the boundary. It's been a pretty batting-heavy game so far for Madrid United. And Catalunya CC here in match 3. That's hit pretty well. Fielder. Well, he's not going to be able to get it either. Well, back-to-back boundaries and Madrid United. Wow, they are just pushing back, and I like this. I just think that we've seen some pretty amazing things happen from time to time on the European Cricket Network. wouldn't quite be the best chase we've ever seen. But all he needs one or two guys to have a heater. A barnstormer, as Corey likes to say. Bowler with a rider reply. Hit pretty hard again. Not quite out of the screws. It's going to be another 4. So 4-4-4. Hungry for more. The batters are certainly fighting back here. Into the second over. It's 27 for 2. So again, after that, 13.5 and over. Not a mile behind where they need to be. And Catalunya CC is coming a bit of their own medicine that time. Like the work of Sharkat since he's been out there. This is just knocked into the leg side. Good power play batting last over. Anyway, so Corey is just knocked off for the day, but what I can tell you is that he will be back from time to time in Championship Week. While Spain are playing, of course, when they're not, he might be able to get a game or two in the commentary box. This one's hit pretty well. Well, that's absolutely smashed off the fence. 4 more runs, 4 carreras más. And how about that for a shot? Just gets the contact point just right, and have some of that. Madrid United saying enough's enough. It wasn't a bad ball really from Javid. This is hit pretty hard as well. One hopper down to long on. Just one run there. I like this intent though. Anyway, so now's the time. Give us your questions, give us your comments in the YouTube live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Some manoeuvres this to the leg side, creates a bit of a chase. I'll just be happy with one here. Yeah, so I know a few people are asking about how I went today for Costa del Sol. So yeah, we had a pretty fun game, but I found out something new, which was that when you hit the power lines here, you get 5 runs. Originally, they awarded me 4, even though I'm sure that ball was going for 6 off my bat. But it was called a 4. Edged and gone, and Raf Saman holds on to the catch. So Sharkat, I liked his approach. Javid gets the final word on the matter. Healthy outside edge, and Raf Saman holds on to the catch. It's the 3rd wicket down now, 34 for 3. Again, trying to repeat that stroke over the offside infield, I think. And Raf Saman, he had a couple of moments earlier where probably wasn't quite up to the standards that he sets for himself, but that time he had no problem at all holding on to the catch. Did like that innings from Sharkat though. He just tried to give a bit back, but he has to go for 21 off just 7 balls. The score is 34 for 3. Yeah, so earlier, he hit a pull shot, I'm sure was going for 6, but it hit some power lines that were hanging over the field and ended up bouncing down and going for 4. It was called 4 at the time. Later on, I was dismissed for 49. And only afterwards, they said, actually, we looked up the ground rules, the local ground rules. If you hit the power lines, you get 5. So my 4 was changed to a 5, and I ended up on 50. So it's funny how I feel a lot better getting 50 than when I thought I was out for 49. But it certainly was a fun game out there. It's the guys from Garton who are out there playing another game right now. So a lot of cricket happening here on the Costa del Sol. We love to see it. Pitched up, new batter is Dipendra Basnet, who pushes for a single, finishes the power play. Not a bad one, Madrid United runs-wise, but they do lose 3 wickets. It's 35 for 3 after 3. Javid finishes his spell, 2 for 15 of his 2 overs. Have a look at the first innings. You can see a lot of tall towers there. That first innings had the 2 magical overs in the first and the 6th, but also had overs of 19 in there. 15, 14, 15, 15. A lot of handsome overs for Catalunya CC. Chris Smith saying that was lucky that my 4 was turned into a 5. Well, I was already a bit dirty because it was definitely going to be a 6. So I still think I was cost a run. Depends which way you look at it. Isn't it funny, though, in cricket how one run can make all the difference? If you get out for 99 versus 100, you feel a lot different when really it's not that much of a difference. If you got out for 36 or 37, you wouldn't really feel any different, would you? But it was nice to get out there and have a bit of a run around. Also took 5 dismissals in the first half of the innings, including my 100th stumping of my career, so I enjoyed that. This is pretty well handled by Zaman behind the stumps as the 4th over starts with a dot. We had people playing for Costa del Sol today as young as 15, as old as 76. I think that's really great, the inclusivity of the game here. People from all different backgrounds as well. This is up-ish and mishandled by Mohammed Magal, but doesn't matter. It'll just be a single. And Chris saying, but a 50 is a 50 though, Vinny. Nothing to be sniffed out. Well, I was fortunate, actually. Full disclosure, I was dropped first ball of the innings. You gotta take your luck, don't you? Wow, it's very slow to go. This could be really close, you know. Wow, he just took an age to get going there, Buzznet. I think he could be in a bit of trouble. Well, I think going on that, I think he's just made it. But he had to pull out the epic dive. Yeah, going on that, I think he's just home. You can see. Won't see too much from that. I think it'll be benefit of the doubt here. I think he'll survive. Good fielding. I suppose good running in the end. And again, maybe have one more look at it here. At the moment, there. I think he's in there. Sliding on the back of the bat, which is always a bit risky, but I just think there's nothing conclusive there to say that he's out. So I think this will be given not out. Be thankful for small mercies. If you're Madrid United, still waiting on an official decision. You see the umpires there and saying no, it's not out. So yeah, good decision. Well handled. Tyrone Peters, the Swiss Army knife of European cricket. He is the tournament referee this weekend in Championship Week. And he gets that one spot on. And Tarek asking, has there been more hashtag whinging Corey today? A little bit, but that's okay. You know, Corey's a bit of an enigma. I think he's a little bit sad that Graham Swan, unfortunately, has departed. And now he's back in England by now. Graham was a really great ambassador for ECN during this week. He's here on behalf of our partners, HCL Software. Graham, if you're watching, hope you're having a nice time with your family on a Saturday afternoon up there in the UK. So Said Shirazi is a guy who's all the way back in ECL 19. He was the leading wicket taker in that tournament, believe it or not. That's the Champions League of European Cricket. It was just a 3-day tournament back in 2019. But really nice to see him out there. Left arm, mate. We'll roll his fingers on a few. Try and hoop a few down the line. Hit leg side. Should just get the one here. So Madrid United just hitting the skids a little bit. You can see the run rate required started at 15.6 and over, up to about 18.8 now, and climbing. Wow, a bit of extra bounce. It's really good keeping there. Ralph Saman behind the stumps. This really takes off. Does well to deal with it. 1 foot always grounded behind the line though. So it takes us to the end of the 4th over. The score is 38 for 3. And no, it's a bit early for food chat, but I did get the late call up to turn out for Costa del Sol, who are my club here in Spain when I'm available. I was planning on having a paella for 2 and to eat it all myself. But instead of that, I decided to go out there and play the T20 this morning. It's this early afternoon, actually. But probably it's good to make some healthy choices, isn't it? I want to say hello to Tarek, asking, is it better to have power or placement? Well, I suppose you want a bit of both, don't you? I suppose placement more important on the kind of fields we have in European cricket. I think if you go to the gaps, you don't need a lot of power. Well, there you go. Strike 1. Be a no ball for height. So it wouldn't have even been stumped if Ralph had pulled this off. As to me, this looks like Ghulam Sabah. It comes in and first ball just throws the old headhunter in to keep the batter honest, but now he's dealing with a free hit. Sound the horn. This won't be out anyway, even if it was out, because you can't be stumped off a free hit as long as you make an immediate attempt to regain your crease. Yeah, it's probably by the letter of the law would have been out if it wasn't a free hit. Ralph probably just instinctively taking the bails off. Pusnet struggling to get going now. A bit leg stumpish. This is a good shot though. Just goes with it round the corner. Sabah just struggling with his control early here. Madrid United into the 40s. Yeah, Tarek saying placement in the power play, but power outside the power play. Well, yes and no. I think that with only 5 outfielders out, there's normally opportunities to target boundaries where there's no outfielder. A bit short, swung and missed at by Basnet. Yeah, so I think for me, placement probably is the key over power. I mean, everyone loves power. You're not discounting it, but if I had to choose one or the other, I'd probably choose placement. Slightly slower ball this time from Sabah. Slides into the pad, stop ball. Now's a great time for some questions, I think. Because it seems like Madrid United are struggling a little bit in this chase. This is hit, and it's hit straight to the man who drops it. And that's Said Shirazi. He shells it. A few little sniggers from his teammates because he really should have held this. And initially I thought it was going over him, but Said Shirazi's got 2 hands to that. Seemed pretty comfortable, and now uncomfortable moments for Sabah, who gets pumped for 4 off the last ball of the over. Madrid United 48 for 3 after 5. And yeah, at the halfway point, obviously, a little bit behind where they need to be. And so let's have a look at what's coming up on Monday. And now we know Italy, they've made it. So they made it from Group D. England 11, Spain. What a great start to the week. The Dutch are against the Scots in match 2. And then Spain, Italy, match 3. I think this is a really, really great first day. How about England, Scotland in match 4? I mean, that's going to set all kinds of records, I'm sure, in the UK. And then finishing in the night match, Italy versus Netherlands 11. Netherlands really impressed me, I've got to say, in their week. And okay, they've had to make a couple of changes. They've been forced to, but I think they'll be a very competitive outfit. I mean, they all will. They've all earned their right to be there. England 11 through winning the tournament last year, and the other 4 teams by winning their weeks. Time for over number 6. From one Ghulam to another. This looks like Ghulam Sawa, who's going to bowl over number 6. Too short. And whacked away, and well, good fielding in the fan zone. Maximo. Where's the gift, wasn't it, from Sawa first up? There's a gift that was cashed in by Dipendra Basnet. Take that. Well, fun in the chat asking if I've ever encountered a snake in the field. I've got to say, I've never encountered a snake in the field. Let us know where you're watching from, by the way. Fun. Great to have you in the chat. Too short again. This is into the gap. Good placement. So I'm talking about the placement was there, and meant even if he mishit it slightly, he was going to get away with it and get at least 4. Instead, he gets maximal 6 runs. Back-to-back 6s. Too short from Sawa. He knew it too. So I've never had a snake in the field, but I have been batting once when there was a swarm of bees that came across the ground. And everyone went from talking tough. All the fielders were giving me heaps, and suddenly we're all on the ground, feeling pretty fearful. Quick ball cracked. This is placement is again by the 3 ghosts. This is going for 4. So good batting by Basnet. Certainly a guy I enjoyed watching in the first week. And Madrid United won that week against Getafe and Sevilla. And Basnet, look at that, stays back, punches it well. Good batting. A full toss. It's hit down to mid-on. Tarek's also got another question. Besides cricket, which sport should be included in the Olympics? Well, yeah, I'm not so sure. What sport you think? Squash is in the Commonwealth Games. I think squash is a pretty good sport you could have. Full toss. And this is another one that's into the gap. In fact, probably should have been fielded in the end, but it won't be. It'll be 4. And so Baig gets a boundary. It takes him into double figures. Probably another one maybe you could look at is golf, considering how many people play golf in the world. I wouldn't mind seeing golf in the Olympics. But I think if we're talking cricket, it's got to be T10 cricket in the Olympics. 2-hour time slots, artificial wickets, and every country for themselves. I think that is the way to show cricket to the world, capture their attention. A bit like rugby sevens, which is already in the Olympics. It does, and so that's just my opinion, but I think it would be a very, very exciting addition. As we get to the end of the 6th over, the score is 70 for 3. Well, Tarek's told me golf is already in the Olympics. And it's, well then, there you go. I'm ahead of my time. Andrew Smith saying Rico said there are scorpions in the grass, in the jungle. Is this true? And the answer is yes. In the sandy bits, there are scorpions in the jungle. So he was not making that up. The other thing that we get, because there is a kind of lake, a man-made lake on the facility here, at night when we have these night matches, it actually attracts wild boar. So we get wild boar here at the ground as well. It's kind of half safari, half cricket here, I suppose, at the Carnamore Oval. And Luke's got a very good suggestion. Maybe snooker in the Olympics. Got to say, I'm a bit of a snooker fan myself. It's one of those sports that's easy to watch with the sound down on the sneak. I suppose a bit like our cricket, if you're trying to get away with it. Luke saying he expects a high scoring week next week. Yeah, I'd imagine so. Off spinner, pulled away. This one should just be a single. We've had a couple of weeks where the run rates have been a little bit down, sub 10. It's not something we've seen that often in ECC cricket, but I also think bowlers are getting a bit more savvy, and I think the fielding has been better. They're taking more chances, not allowing batters to get away with stuff. This one is just hoiked over the leg side. Maximal. 6 runs to Baig. Once again goes with the spin here. Pretty nice shot. Contact point was there from Mirza Baig. Hits it out of the ground. Well, thanks for reminding me golf was in the Olympics. I suppose I don't really get enough chance to watch them these days. That's what I'm doing here on ECN. What do you think? How about something else? Let me throw a few at you. What about 10-pin bowling? Could you have 10-pin bowling in the Olympics? Just throwing a few out there. That'd be pretty exciting to watch. Goes straight, goes pretty well into the gap. Doesn't get the timing though, so it'll just be a single. I'll give you another one that I think they used to have in the Olympics, but they don't have anymore. What about the good old-fashioned tug of war? What about tug of war in the Olympics? Imagine country on country in that. Short, smacks into the gap, and that's out of here. Maximo. 6 runs for Bag. And Madrid United fighting on. They need 4 a ball, but they get more than 4 of that ball. As we get to the end of the 7th over, the score is 86 for 3. Pleasure to answer your question, Andrew, in the chat. Andrew Smith, let us know where you're watching from. If you'd like to, we would love to hear from you. This is what's coming up from Monday. England 11, Spain, Netherlands 11, Scotland 11, Italy. They are the 5 teams that will contest the trophy. One of them will get to raise it on Friday night here at the Cartmore Oval. Make sure you join us for Monday. It's going to be an extravaganza of cricket like you've never seen before. Can't wait to see what happens between those teams. See, players, a couple of lighter moments. Of course, they're very excited to be here in Championship Week after winning their weekends earlier in this tournament. Tarek Sanders saying Frisbee. I know that the ultimate Frisbee is a game that's enjoyed by a fair few people. Whether it's ready for Olympic sport, not so sure. Just don't think it's been around that long. Maybe in the future. Luke saying it's been a good effort by Madrid to bat this well. Wasn't expecting that they would. Yeah, I think they fought pretty well. It's always tough when you're chasing 150 plus. A little bit of a sneaky late cutter like this from Baig, who is turning it on here in this innings, or maybe needs to bat a bit higher. Almost takes it out of the keeper's gloves. And Sabar, unfortunately, goes to the boundary. Smart batting. Nigel, nice to see you. He's saying some things about Olympic sports. Wait for this ball, which is a little bit short. It's pulled away. This will be 4 as well. So, yeah, Madrid United certainly is a good one as far as their net run rate's concerned in case they can get on a bit of a heater. I think they'll be very, very happy with how they're going. This one just ties them up a bit. You can see. This one just, it sounded like a bit of helmet in there. It was. Came up off his bat into the grill. Again, that's why it's always such a good idea to wear the helmet regardless. Hoiks at this one. And Shirazi's had a bit of the fumbles this innings, but he does stop that one. It'll just be a single. So, Nigel's saying, Olympic sports, what about door swinging or paint drying? Yeah, I mean, everyone's got their different opinions. I know there's pretty break dancing in the Olympics now. I suppose the sports change as quick as the generations do. Some are classics, I think running, swimming, those kinds of things will always be in there. Get to the end of the 8th over. It's 97 for 3 after 8. Fun asking who is my favourite Indian actor. I've probably got a few. It's hard to go past Shah Rukh Khan. He's a pretty charismatic guy. Fun asking, how about Kabaddi for the Olympics? I suppose one of the criteria is that it needs to be played in, globally. Kabaddi maybe is a little bit too regional to get it, but I do find it pretty exciting. Time for a new over. And this is going to be Nisa. In fact, it's nice. Amir Khan, who's going to bowl it. Amir Khan certainly bowled very well in weekend 2. When we saw Catalonia CC winning that weekend. Off spinner, drilled, absolutely drilled over the fence. Maximo. Like what I'm seeing from Bayek. Well, he's showing he can compete. And I think, especially after we saw the top order disintegrating, maybe he needs to get up there. Maybe he needs to get up and open. Bayek's 34. Now he's 40, pardon me, off 19 balls. He hit that very, very well. hello to Charlie Hunt, who is lurking. Hello, Charlie. How are you? I hope you're well. Missing you here, of course. I know you've been very busy. This one just inside the tram line, cut away. Should just be a single. This will be just the one run. Just knocked out to the leg side for one. So Madrid United certainly haven't disgraced themselves in this chase. Hit back and innovative run out attempts, but just go down as a dot ball. This game's winding down. Got there eventually. The batter was well home. Steps across, sweeps it and sweeps it well out of the ground. Maximo. Well, personal milestones here. Bayek has 47 of 22 and he's batted very, very well. And yeah, I think that's a nice little highlight for Bayek. He'll get his chance to get his 50 now, but he won't be on strike. It's the end of the ninth over. 112 for 3. Tenth overtime. I just want to say a big thank you to everyone for joining us. Of course, next match 4, Catalunya CC versus Gracia. I just had a little peek at the bat versus ball wall. And it's actually predicting a golden ball, 103-103. Yeah, Bayek will get to take one here. The only real question is, can he get his 50 or not here? That's that, Charlie. Let us know how you're going. How's university going? Where's that? Seems a long time ago we were in Belgium together, but we had a really fun 2 weeks there for the ECS. Dot ball this time. Sawa trying to put this game to bed. Not a bad looking shot. It's going to be 4 straight down the ground. What's a shot so good? It might cost Bayek his half century because it's a very nice looking elevated straight drive. He was on the walk, made it look a bit fuller than it was. Couple to come. Well, now you need to get a 1 and give Bayek a chance to get the 50. He will do that, exactly that. All right, mirrors up. You've earned the right to go for it. A pretty good innings. Charlie saying he's busy at London, of course, studying. It's great to have you watching, of course. 2 for Bayek to get the 50. And he will get it. Well done. Well done, mirrors up. He'll get his half century. 52 of 24 balls. And not a bad effort at all from Madrid United. But the final score heavily tilted in favour of Catalunya CC. It's Catalunya CC 155, Madrid United 123. And the margin of victory is 32 runs. So, got to say that Caledonia CC keep their undefeated streak alive here in the FanCode ECT10. And just a reminder that we will be back before too long. And I can tell you that in exactly half an hour, we'll have the first ball of match number 4. Caledonia CC back on the park against Gracia. Got to say, it's really good to see V-Boy Yadav out there for Gracia. Player we saw playing for Kings 11 earlier in the year with Kuldeep Lal. So Wazim Abbas is coming to that side as well. Manish Manwani, good young player. And Mukhtar Singh, always skillful. Hiramahe as well for Gracia, who want to avenge their loss earlier to Caledonia CC, who we've seen just go through their paces there, always, and Mohammad Amgan Khan batting through the 10 overs. That game is coming up in just 30 minutes. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. And it was always a large mountain to climb. And with 2 quick wickets, it was going to be rough. As we saw Javeed break through with the first wicket, and then a run out cost Kamil Ahmed his wicket for just 1. But then we saw a bit of a resistance, didn't we, from Mirza Baig, who ended up with 52 off 24. And Dipendra Basnet, 37 off 25. Where we saw it was a bit of a close call, but Basnet survived it. And really, I just think Caledonia CC, we knew they had a mountain of runs on the board. That one was dropped by Shiraz. He probably should have been caught. Basnet with 2 sixes and 3 fours, ended up 37 off 25. Not bad innings at all. But for me, I liked the batting of Mirza Baig. 52 off 24 with 4 maximos and 5 fours. He was able to at least give a little bit of a something back. And remember, when these two came together, it was 34 for 3. So they end up putting on a partnership of 89, unbroken, but they just weren't able to do it at that supersonic pace required to pull off an unlikely chase. And Caledonia CC, once again, showing that they are the team to beat here on Championship Weekend. Let's have a look at the scorecards. And chasing 156, it was always going to be a bit of a battle, no doubt about that. They lost Nawaz for 6. They lost Kamil Ahmed, who's run out for 1. Shaukat 21 for 7, provided a bright start. Baig with the half century stole the headlines towards the end, 52 or 24 balls. 37 on out for Dipendra Basnet as well. That'll give him a lot of confidence heading into the other matches they'll play this weekend. Javeed with the figures, 2 for 15 off his 2 overs. Nobody else took a wicket, but Shirazi bowled a pretty good over. Only 3 came off that one. So we will take a break. We'll be back in about 25 minutes, take you into match 4. And it should be a humdinger between Caledonia CC and Gracia. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday. We'll be back soon with more action right here on the European Cricket Network. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10. Hello and welcome back to the Carnum Oval. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Great to have your company once again as we get to the start of match 4. Gotta say, it's a beautiful place to play cricket. And now we are looking forward to Catalunya CC versus Gracia. Both these two teams have been the form teams, that's for sure. And the news from the toss, Gracia winning the toss and electing to bat first. Great to see Viva Yadav out there. It's a player that we saw playing in Italy earlier in the year for Kings 11, along with Kuldeep Lal, who's been racking up the fantasy points so far in this FanCode ECT10. And have a look at this. Wow, how about this from the bat versus ball wall? The supercomputer says we could be headed for a golden ball, 103, 103. And... well, Catalunya CC, I think they'll be looking to get a few more than that, but I think this will be a fairly even contest. And this is why I felt going into this weekend. Some good players on both of these sides. And once again, really excited to be here with all of our fantastic viewers who are watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Of course, you can watch that way and interact with us in the live chat. Here we go. Azim Javeed, the left armer, starts by bowling a half track, and this one is smacked out of the ground. Horns, baby. Maximo. What a start that is. Well, Catalunya CC, they haven't lost so far in this FanCode ECT10. I just feel that Gracia want to make a statement here. That's a very good shot by Kuldeep Lal. First up, he's opening the batting. Just too short, wasn't it, from Azim Javeed? So, yeah, any questions, any comments you got, please throw them in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Well, this is going to be 6 and out situation, and Kuldeep is ropeable with himself. He tries the pull again. This time it's the top edge, and it's handled by Raf Zaman behind the stumps. And so, well, that's cricket, isn't it? I think that Azim Javeed obviously gets the first one wrong. Second one is short, but it's not as short as the one before. And you can see Kuldeep just a little bit late in the shot. Went straight up in the air. Ralph does the rest. And an early wicket and a very good wicket for Catalunya CC. Yeah, I mentioned that Gracia would love to just make a bit of a statement here after getting beaten earlier on today. I know that they were a little bit upset, I'm sure, to go down in that fixture, but yeah, right now it was probably a good start for Catalunya CC. They'll take the trade off. Kuldeep Lal's been one of the form batters of this ECT10, and he has to go for just 6. But yeah, once again, I want to say quick hello to a few people in the chat, including Chris Smith and Charlie Hunt and James Stewart, Andrew Smith. Let us know if you're back with us. And where are you watching from, Andrew? Always curious to hear where people do tune in from. Here's Hiramahe, the captain for Gracia, coming into bat after just 2 balls. And he gets an absolute peach first up. This one angles across him from Azim Javeed. And very good delivery. This one definitely deviates off the seam here. A lot of chat out there in the middle at the moment. Wow, this one's drop kicked away. There's no outfielder, so this will probably be safe. It is, and then they decide just one. It's Sammy Khan that does the fielding. A slightly risky stroke, I suppose. Didn't get a lot of it, but like I said, no outfielder, so turned out to be a fairly safe stroke for Mahi, who gets off the mark. Vibra Yadav, he's a gun guy. I love to watch go about his business. Facing up for the first time. Goes after it, and he gets away with it. It's going to be 4. So Vibor slashes hard. Gets just enough to get it away from the fielder. So a good start for him. 4 runs, and you can see that I actually find the left arm is pretty interesting from Azim Javeed. Doesn't really swing it back a lot. If anything, it just kind of keeps going away from the right-hander. Even though they had the third man in place, they weren't able to stop that from going to the boundary. Proper cover drive this time, but it's handled. They'll take the single though, so Yadav will retain the strike. He moves to 5, and after 1 over, Gracia are 12 for 1. Once again, you can see the European Cricket Network has had a long season. That's the way we like it though. And we will be going to Croatia. It will be Tyrone Peters, who's out there right now umpiring. He'll be commentating with Rico for that week. And then we will have a 2-week series in Malta. I'll be there with Rico for that one. And then we'll have a 5-week series in Barcelona to finish the year. Really looking forward to that. That's going to be myself and Corey for the first half. And then Rico and myself will commentate the second half of that, culminating on the 11th of December, where we will have the grand finale of a 45-week season of European Cricket Network cricket. Here we go with second over. Shiraz Iqbal. It's an outswinger out. It's blocked, and I think about it, a bye, but it's not quite there. Yeah, it's a really good contest, I think, between these two teams. I know that Gracia went down a little bit earlier, but they'll want some revenge, no doubt about that. A bit short, pulled away. Doesn't beat the infielder though. It'll just be 1, even though always kicks it away. It'll just be a single. So yeah, Gracia only made 81 for 8 earlier, and that was in match 1 today when these two teams met. I think they'll hope for that 100 plus, probably 120 plus is what they're really looking for. These two teams do seem like the formidable teams here on Championship weekend so far. Here Mahe on strike, just blocks this one away for 1. So it's a bit early, but I wouldn't mind a bit of random questions right now in the chat, of course. It's a great opportunity for us to be interactive here on ECN. Piece in for pace here, but they get through. So, yeah, Catalonia CC, probably the one thing you'd say is only 2 of their batters got to bat last game. That was Always Ahmed and Mohammad Amgan Khan, who put on 155 for the first wicket. So, Gracia will feel like they want to make a bit of a statement here. And this is one guy that can hit the ball very, very well. Hiramahe, he'll get 4 here. Just drop kicks this one away over wide long on. Nick Ball just getting a little bit too close to Hero here. Again, it's just timing, isn't it? There's no big swing in the bat. That one ends up going to the boundary. And so 19 now with the ball to go in the second. Goes after this, doesn't quite get it. Knocked down, probably just a single it will be. It's Gulumsawa that does the fielding. As we get to the end of the second over, it is 20 for 1. So 10 and over pace, not the worst. I just think Catalonia CC, it's hard to say it's an Achilles heel, but I just don't think they've been tested that often in this FanCode ECT10. You can see they're top of the table at the moment with a very healthy net run rate. Gracia, they lost to Catalonia CC, but they did beat Madrid United in the second match, where Madrid United made 83 and Gracia chased it in just over 6 overs. Second over for Javeed, but this one pitches outside leg stump. like I say, because he doesn't really straighten it down the line. You see where this bounces. It's probably high as well. Probably many reasons that's not out, but still, valuable dot ball for Catalunya CC. Hello to Jeff Maguire, who's in the chat. Well, Jeff, he was one of our umpires for the game I played today. Great to see you in the chat. This one is hit. It's hit well enough to get one. They'll try it two. Sawa bowls it in. Smart running there. We'll get a couple. Well, Jeff Maguire, big fan of his enthusiasm for cricket in this part of the world. He was one of the umpires, like I said. And Jeff, probably still holding the ball that I took my 100th stumping off. So if you could keep that for me, that'd be nice. Short, pulled in the air. And I think he's taken this. What a good catch that is. And Mahe has to walk. That's Amir Khan, who takes the catch coming forward at deep square leg. It was the short ball challenge from Javeed. And the batter, Mahe gets a bit of it, but not quite enough. And so Gracia, they can lose the second wicket, 22 for 2. Again, the importance of fielding. It's a variable kind of standard of fielding, I suppose, in this FanCode T10 Spain domestic tournament. But Amir does very well to come forward and keep his fingers under the ball there. So 22 for 2. Probably a big moment in the game as well. New batter comes to the crease. It's Wazim Abbas. We saw him opening in the first game. Finds himself at number 4 now. And Gracia just didn't put enough runs on board. That was the tail of the tape in the first game. Abbas opened both games in the earlier matches. Scored 6 off 2, so classic 6 now in match 1. The second match, he scored 5 off 4, including a boundary. Let's see if he can come good here at number 4. Umpire has a good look and says no. Leg by called. Again, it's going to be tough for Javeed with the kind of movement he gets on the ball. That's another one that pitches way outside leg stump. Tyrone Peters, experienced campaigner. He wasn't going to fall for that one. Pulled away. They're thinking of 2 here. Not sure it's on though. It's handled cleanly by Always. Horns it in. Just a single. Well, Minajul Islam, I love your comment in the chat. He'd love to see a full year ECC, all international games. He's really enjoyed it. Well, we're happy that you've enjoyed it. I suppose that in a practical fashion, it's not really that possible for us to do it all year, just because of the demands on the players. And they have their other international obligations to fulfill. Slower ball. This will be the end of the power play with 1 to Awais. So at the end of 3 overs, it's 25 for 2. Yeah, of course, we love the ECC, though it's taking place over 5 weeks this year. The other marquee tournament is the ECL, which will take place in late February and March 2023, and that's for the champion clubs of 31 countries, including Estonia, who will take part for the first time. So make sure you join us for that. But part of the charm of what we do in European cricket is the fact that we do get around so many places and develop cricket in lots and lots of countries. So hopefully you understand that, Minajul, and hopefully you keep following us, because we are so thankful for all of our wonderful viewers. The fact that the community is growing all the time obviously makes us feel very, very good about what we're doing here at the European Cricket Network. Here's Saeed Shirazi. He's a guy I mentioned earlier. He was the leading wicket taker at the inaugural European Cricket League in 2019. And here he is, bowling his left armers. And this is cracked away to long off for one. So Gracia just a little bit grounded at the moment. A little bit short. This will be a one hopper out to deep mid wicket. So, yeah, good defense at the moment. Said Shirazi, very experienced campaigner. Swing and a miss. Big appeal. Big appeal, but Asad Ali says no. There's a lot going on there. Might have just flicked the back hip, I think. Yeah, it's off the body. It's a really, really good piece of umpiring from Asad Ali. Good take, though, I have to say, by Rav Saman. Now he gets pumped down the ground, over and out. Maximo! What a good shot that is from Abbas, who's already shown he's got a little bit of power, and he's giving it back to Catalan UCC. Fantastic ball striking. And yeah, being used in a slightly different way this time. Being used at number 4. But you can see that was a very, very good cricket shot. In the air again, and you can forget this one. Well, take cover. Some of the Galton guys are over the boundary, and they had to chase that one because that's a Maximo back-to-back. Again, it's on the length, and he just stands and he delivers. Wazim Abbas rolls the dice, comes up double sixes, and at this stage, he's looking very, very dangerous. You see Shirazi, just a comfortable hitting pace at the moment for Abbas. He has one more ball to go in the 4th over. No ball called. This must be for overstepping for Shirazi. So that's a bit of a lapse from him. We'll check it out on the replay. Just have a look at Shirazi here with the front foot. And, yep, does seem to me like there's nothing behind the line. No ball +1. Free hit coming up to finish the 4th. Of course, he swings away, and he swings away pretty effectively. Yadav gets 4 here. Hasn't had a lot of the strikes so far, but he'll enjoy that one. And so, at the end of the 4th over, Gracia are 45 for 2. Once again, I want to say a big hello to everyone that's in the chat. Of course, it is the weekend for us, but we're still bringing you the cricket because we love doing that on the European Cricket Network. And Shabkat Boys Vlog saying, wow, amazing matches. And he's enjoying the commentary. That's lovely for you to say, Shabkat. It's really nice that you're tuning in, that you're enjoying ECN cricket. Said Tech saying, Gracia not playing that well against Catalan UCC. Well, yes and no. I mean, they're still on the way to what I think is a competitive score. Minajul Islam saying, what about the French team in the ECC? Not big hitters and not really batting well, but still a team that really impressed him. Look, I agree. I mean, the French team, I said it a few times, they didn't really have an out-and-out batter in their team that could take the game away, but their bowling and their fielding was excellent, wasn't it? And they really showed some fight. It was quite incredible the way they played themselves into the finals and then, in fact, beat Luxembourg. So they finished 3rd in Group C, and that's part of the beauty of the European Cricket Championship. Even if you don't get through, then you can still create some headlines. Anyway, this one should be out, and it is going to be caught. Nicely taken down there by Ghulam Sabah, the curry master. He takes it, he pulls it out of the sky. Abbas looked dangerous, but he has to go for just 15. And what a good piece of fielding that was to remove him. It is Sheraz Iqbal with the wicket, and Gracia now 45 for 3. Catches win matches. We've seen these go down at this level. Well, Jeff Maguire in the chat thinking I would make a good umpire. Well, I appreciate you saying that. I've got to say, I do appreciate the the amount of work the umpires do, what they're looking at, and the amount of things they're looking at every single ball. Jeff, it was a pleasure to have you umpiring us this morning in the T20 tournament. He thinks France will be a dangerous team next year. They just needed those 1 or 2 genuine bats, didn't they? Had Noman Amjad, their captain, kind of carrying their batting, but I think he is more of a bowling all-rounder. But that's the beauty of the Euros of cricket. You never know what you're going to see, and I have no idea what to expect once Championship week starts on Monday. How do you guys think England will go? Do you think England will take care of Spain in match 1? Spain, okay, they've had a bit of a break themselves because they've had what's that, 3 weeks off. But Spain have played some of the format. England 11 though, they just look so strong. Some of them coming off English List A cricket, for example, and domestic T20 cricket there at a very good level. I just think England 11 will be hard to beat. I think their team's stronger than it was last year, and they won it last year. Here's Iqbal. Batting is a long way across, just knocks into the leg side for a single. But what do you guys think in the chat? ECN European Cricket Network. Minajul Islam saying, what is the big upset that we can predict? Oh, I don't know. You don't see too many teams going undefeated through a week of ECC cricket. I know Netherlands did it in week 2. Down leg side. This will be a leg bye coming up. Yeah, so let's just say, okay, what's an upset? I have a feeling that Spain or Italy will get a win against, I suppose, one of the big boys. It's an interesting last 5, isn't it? You've kind of got England 11, Scotland 11, Netherlands 11, which are, I suppose, countries where cricket is a bit more established. And you've got Italy and Spain where it's not. I feel like one of those 2, Italy or Spain, will beat one of the others at some point. Very hard to predict, though. Shiraz Iqbal doing a good job at the moment. This is cut, but cut straight at the field to Shirazi. Just can't take anything cleanly today. They might get a second here, but they won't. That's good hustle from Amir Khan. That comes off the deep mid-wicket boundary to make sure there's no overthrow. There needs to be more of this, I think. Too often we see the outfielders just standing on the boundary, not really hustling in. But if you see a throw coming, there's no infielder there to back up. You should be sprinting in to prevent the overthrow. That's exactly what Amir did on that occasion. This is this one down leg side. This will be called a wide. It brings up the 50 for Gracia. Is this the game where we'll see the Catalunya CC batter's feet put to the fire? Got to get the score on the board first. Still on 100+ pace. Only just. Wow. Not a lot of bat on this, actually. Fairly straight balls. Muktia Singh out there. Vinod just not dealing with it. Playing around the front pad a little bit. It does survive the delivery. Well bowled by Shiraz Iqbal. In the end, that over goes for just 5. And the score at the end of 5 is 50 for 3. That's good bowling from Iqbal. After the 4th over went magical from Saeed Shirazi to keep things quiet. Well, we don't want you to be quiet. You can join us on social media at European Cricket. I know quite a few things lately have gone a bit viral, including the 9 slips that we saw earlier in the week. And I know that Norway were pretty impressed that they outdid their neighbours Finland, who only had 8 slips last year. Another clip that went viral. There's been plenty more happening. A lot of crowd catches. Some celebrities as well. ECN European Cricket Network. This is a back foot drive, which is cracked. Foot fielding fail from Mohammad Magal. And it will be 4 to start the 6th over. Amir, who's been a very good bowler with his off spin. But you can see he gets there. But here we go at the last moment. Well, look away now, Corey. I know he's not a huge fan of the foot fielding. I think it's his own penalty because it's not a great way to do it. This is more in the block hole. Yadav will get a single here. Again, Fibor Yadav is the guy I think brings a lot to the table as a cricketer. Can also bowl pretty well. Catches very well. Three-dimensional cricketer. Great to have him involved in European cricket. This one gets the battle reaching, but he does pretty well. Drills it to the fielder, who does very well to keep it to 1. You can see the power of Muktia Singh there. Now he launches, and the fielder coming around. He doesn't have a play on it. Maximo! What a good shot that is by Yadav. I think he had an idea. Amir was spearing them in, so he takes it on. So yeah, I wouldn't say it's tossed up, but he just gets slightly outside that off stump, opens up the leg side. A bit of a tease up for a ways, but it does go all the way for 6. It's actually pretty well bowled. And I think that Yadav is annoyed with himself. Backs away from that, so it makes it hard to reach. Have a look at the replay. Yeah, I think it's just okay. I think that's just inside the tram line. Back to live action. Yadav's had about enough, saying, okay, if you're not going to give me a wide, I'm going to hit another 6. And that's exactly what he does. Bangs the fence. Maximo. And Amir Khan goes for 18 in that over. At the end of it, it is 68 for 3. So a bit of a topsy-turvy contest at the moment. Pretty nice looking shot from Yadav, but he did have the length to work with, didn't he? 2 for 16. Javeed, I think, bowled pretty well. 1 for 11. Shrizik Bal, likewise. But yet to see a 5th bowler. And maybe we will now, because it does look like it's going to be Mohammad Magal who is going to bowl over number 7. Gracia. Looking too bad in this chase. Remember, they only made 81 earlier when these two teams met. Wasn't really enough. Yeah, but I don't think this is all going to be one-way traffic, Catalonia CC's way this weekend. McGarl gets close to the batter, who drills it down the ground. Too long on. Nice looking drive from Muktia. Now Yadav, 30 off 15. Well, he's ready to launch, isn't he? 6 over check-in time. If they went to a ball from the 6th over, they'll end up with 116, which I think is pretty competitive. Full toss. Please hit me. He says, okay, I will. And that one's up to the bar, ordering a Victoria Cerveza. Cashed in. And, well, there's Jeff doing the fielding. I've got to say, this was not a good ball from Magal. It's a knee-high full toss. It begged to be hit, and Yadav was ready to do the business. Maximo time. This is a slow ball, which looks like a full toss. Just drops at last moment. Just a single. Yadav looking pretty handsome at the moment. Moves to 37. Catalonia CC, don't forget, they were the Champion Club of Spain in 2018. That's why we saw them at ECL in 19. Just drives this off length. This will be a single. Couple to come in the over. Magal did get smoked for a 6, but hasn't been hit for too many more. Again, good length that time from Magal. I think he's trying to go block hole. He saw he missed earlier in the over, turned into a full toss. But I think for the most part, he's been pretty effective. He'll be pretty happy to see Yadav at the other end. But this guy, Muktia Singh, Vinod, he's a very capable striker. Wow, this is an appeal. I thought it was very close to the off stump in the first place. Not super sure if it's a stumping opportunity. It's very quick work. I'm not sure he ever really lifts that foot. I think from that angle, you'd have to say it's probably not out. Again, have a look at that back foot. Does seem to always have something behind the line. So I think this will be not out. And McGall, nice bit of bowling, but won't get the wicket that he wanted. As we get to the end of the over, it'll be 78 for 3. Coming up on Monday, Championship Week is here. England 11 versus Spain. What a way to get things going. England 11, last year's champions against Spain, who won a dramatic Group A final under lights. We'll also see the Netherlands 11 as well, Scotland 11, and Italy, of course, making up the numbers in Championship Week. One of those 5 teams will raise the trophy on Friday night. Make sure you join us for that right here on the European Cricket Network as we head into over number 8. Saeed Shirazi getting a second over. Wow, not a great ball, to be honest. It's put away. It's put away well by the batter, Viboy Yadav. This was just, again, an invitation to swing away. And he spotted the cover, was up in the circle. As long as he could get it over the cover, it was always heading to the fence. Great way to start the 8th over. Gracia building towards something here. Shirazi has to get it right and quick. Better ball, but this is smashed away. Maximo! Well, that one's a tent buster as Yadav moves closer to his half century. Shirazi just gets a bit straighter, but he pays the price. Pays the ultimate price, and Yadav looking dangerous. This was just a push, really, but he timed it so well. He went miles over the boundary. He had a 48 off 20. That's a good strike rate. .240 strike rate. And this next one just does him a little bit. I think he's a bit early on that shot, to be honest, Yadav. Nice keeping once again by Raf Zaman. Foot away, stayed down there. This one's knocked down the grounds. Just a single. Gonna pop back into the chat. And I know one of the issues, I suppose, in ECS, we don't have quite as many cameras as we do in the ECC. And with this time of day, it can be a little bit tough to see the line. But I think the umpires just do the best with what's available. Cracked hard. A couple of bounces long on. Suchit talking about Yadav, and yes, he did play for Kings 11 in Italy earlier this year. I remember it very, very well. We were in Brescia. It was a bit of a dust bowl, you got to say, because they weren't allowed to water the ground there in Brescia. But yeah, I know he's enjoying playing here in Spain now for Gracia. Tries to get funky. And I suppose this one misses the leg stump, so it will be called wide. You can see Yadav trying to get creative. It's pretty good keeping. You got to put yourself in the firing line there, and he does. Wow, that's one way to bring up your 50. This is absolutely blasted. And that's got over everything. Good luck finding that one. Maximo Viboy Yadav. He's been very, very impressive this season on the European Cricket Network. And Shirazi goes the journey. What a shot this is. Steps across. It's on the stumps, but he takes his chances. And he absolutely smokes that one out of here. 55 off 23 balls for Yadav. It's an innings that's impressed me. He's hit 5 Maximos, 4 fours in it, striking at 239. And what a shot that was to bring it up. That over ends up going for 19. So not quite magical, but almost. And Gracia just testing Catalunya CC here in match 4. It's going to be super interesting to see how the second half plays out. Catalunya CC, they have not lost a game so far in this FanCode ECT 10, but they are being tested right now by Gracia. Well, Rico will be here tomorrow morning. He is saying That's it all happens in the ninth. That's Rico's expression. And this is in the air. This is a chance. It's going miles in the air. Well, Nisa, wow, it got left for Nisa, but he didn't know anything about it. Gulam Sabar, I think he called yours, and Nisa did not hear that or did not think that's what he said. Let's have a look at this on the replay. And this ball's an orphan because nobody wants it. And Sabar already with his defense saying, well, I said it's yours. And he said, well, I just heard you say something. That was a big opportunity to get a wicket. It does get people Yadav back on strike. Pretty hard, but stopped in the infield. So Sujit has a question. How can V-Ball play for different clubs in different countries? Well, you know, the players are free to move and play for as many clubs as they like across Europe. I mean, Europe, freedom of movement is such that, you know, if you have contacts in other countries, you are more than welcome to play for those clubs. Obviously, it's not really a professional pursuit, so the players often play their own way, but I think we're starting to see the networks connected at the moment. So Kuldeep, based in Spain, but played for Kings 11 Italy earlier this year. This has cracked down the ground, and you can forget this one. This before Cuatro Carreras. What a good shot that was by Muktir Singh. Vinod just took this off a length, held his shape, and just picked that gap. It's pretty wide. Yeah, so Sujit, great to have your question once again in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Keep them coming. We love the interaction here on ECN. Mughal is being used as the fifth bowler here. But he's got some issues, doesn't he, at the moment. Grathia, what are they online for? Probably, yeah, 120s. If they mat well from here. Should be a very, very interesting second half of this game. Mohamed Mughal, great to see him back from the wilderness to be playing some cricket for Catalonia Cricket Club. This one gets past Mughal. I want to say hello to Fantasy Evolution. And yeah, that one you're talking about, I didn't spot that one myself, but obviously that's up to the third umpire. And obviously, I didn't spot that one. Maybe you had an eagle eye there, but great to have you watching as well. This is belted, and it's belted for 4. Well, what a shot that is. Some genuine cover drive. It smacks in one of the floodlights right by the 3 ghosts. This is just good hands, isn't it, from Vibo Yadav. He picks the contact point, does it very, very well. Knocks into the top of the fence, in fact. 108 now for Grathia with the ball remaining. This time he gets the length, and he's going to smack this one into the fan zone. Maximo Yadav certainly making his point here as he moves to 66. Madrid United not on this game, but they're called into action to do the fielding because this one was hit a long, long way. It's the end of the over as well. 114 for 3 after 9 overs. And game on. Very nice bit of hitting from Yadav, who moves to 66. Clickety click, and we are ready for the last over. Grathia, I'll be hoping for maybe 130 with a good over here. But yeah, Catalonia CC, they will be hoping they can maybe restrict it to something low 120s in this over. Wow, big swing and a miss. One thing I would say, I think it's Fantasy Evolution talking about a boundary stop. Unless it's conclusive, the batting team doesn't get the benefit of boundary stops. So boundary stops, if there's doubt, it goes to the fielder. So maybe that was the issue with the one you're talking about. Okay, we'll have to go back and have another look at it. Well, steps and hits very well into the gap. This will be a 6. Maximo Gracia, like I said, I think they were a bit miffed to only get 81 in the early game today. He goes and he meets this. It was a slightly slow ball, I think, from Sabar. Jising knew exactly what to do with it. Gracia hit 120. And they want more. They'll be disappointed, I think, not to get 130 from here. Sabar, again, he's not the quickest. He's just trying to locate the ball in a difficult spot for the batters. But I think, yeah, you don't want to give him length at this stage. I'd be trying to get right up there in the block hole. Yeah, better. But now we might have a run out. Oh, in fact, this won't be a run out, but it will be a dot. Yadav hunting the strike, but you know, it wasn't going anywhere. You can see this just blocks into the offside, but Yadav realizes, hold on, it hasn't gone that far at all. The keeper jumps on it. 3 to come, 120 on the board. Now full toss and punished. That one's out of here. Maximo. What a good shot that is. Sabar, who'd only gone for 6 in the first half of the over, goes for 6 more right here. Attempted Yorker, just gets it slightly wrong, and that's a very good cricket shot by Muktia Singh. So, questions being asked of Catalunya CC. The first half of match 4. All in readiness for the penultimate ball of the innings from Sabar. And this is also lifted, but this one should be caught, and it won't be. The fielders spoil each other, and Muktia will get away with it. It'll be just a single. And really, too many cooks spoiled the broth on that occasion for Catalunya CC. Well, they're all voyeurs. They were watching. Not much catching going on. Last ball. Strap yourselves in. It won't be the last ball. This will be a wide. They think of running, but they won't go in the end. Yadav will get one more curtain call. And he is on 66. He's batted all the way through. Here he is against Sabar. Another wide. This will be called. Very good piece of keeping by Raf Zaman, but Yadav was alert to it. He wasn't going anywhere. He'll get another opportunity to finish things here. 1, 2, 9. It's going to be a very interesting second half of this game, I'll tell you that much. Short and hit into the gap. This will go, and it will go for 4. So 133 will be the final score. Yadav smokes 70 off 27 balls, and supported by Muktia Singh, 25. Gracia certainly making a bit of a statement against Catalunya CC, who beat them in the first match of this championship weekend. Right now, they are in the box seat, you'd have to say, after scoring this kind of a total. Having said that, we know that Catalunya CC very, very capable of hitting high scores themselves. Just want to say a quick hello to Sagar Reddy. Great to have you in the chat as well. And to everyone who's been enjoying this action, just want to welcome you to the European Cricket Network on a super Saturday of action. Yadav, well, he went out there with Kuldeep Lal first up, and Kuldeep went bang. Just rattled the roof first ball, but the next ball was straight up in the air. Raf Zaman took the catch. And Gracia, well, you know, they're a quality outfit with some very, very good players, and they were a bit shown up earlier when they only made 81 batting first against Catalunya CC. But those couple of early wickets just put them on the back foot. That was a nice catch by Amir Khan. We saw a couple of LBW appeals from Azim Javeed that were not upheld by the umpire, but then we saw a very good display of hitting. I've got to say, Yadav, he impressed me all the way through. He was out there with Hiramahe, the captain, for a while, but he would ultimately get caught for just 9. Then Abbas went for 15 after a couple of Maximos. We saw a bit of foot fielding, which I know is a bit polarising with the audience, but I think for people Yadav, he was a stabilising influence throughout this 10 overs. Mughal beat them out on that occasion, but it wasn't quite as stumping. But the fact they were able to hit the boundary so easily, I think, has made a big, big difference in this innings. We saw 10 Maximos and 8 fours in the innings, so the ball was flying. And that was a ball that nobody wanted to catch. Sabar, he was suggesting maybe it didn't belong to him. I'm not so sure. Mughal came on as the 5th bowler. He was blasted to cover. And Gracia certainly had a good time towards the end of the innings. Remember, they were only 50 after 5 overs. So the fact is, they got 83 runs off the second half of the innings. So I think it's just the kick they wanted. And good sportsmanship between these two teams as well. As Catalunya CC realising there was some very, very good batsmanship in there to carry Gracia to a total of 133 off their 10 overs. And you can see Kuldeep Lal went early 6 and out, but Yadav 70 of 27 was the chief protagonist of that innings. Mahe with 9, Abbas with 15, and Mukhtar Singh played a good secondary role towards the end, 25 of 16 for Vinod. As far as the bowling went, 2 for 16, Javeed was impressive early. There was a wicket for Iqbal, but nobody else was able to break through. And I think Catalunya CC, they got their hands full with this chase. This will be a good test of where they're at in this series. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes. And when we do, it'll be Catalunya CC who are chasing 134 for victory. Until then, it's Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday wherever you're watching from around the world. We'll see you shortly on ECN for more FanCode EC T10 Spain. Hello and welcome back to the Carnama Oval. It is match 4 of Championship Weekend. And right now we are looking at this clash between Catalunya CC and Gracia. Gracia, well, they were showing up a little bit in the first game against Catalunya CC. Both these champion teams winning their way through by winning their weekends earlier in this series. But right now Gracia have made a bit of a statement in the first half of this game. They've scored 133 off their 10 overs. 134 will be the target for Catalunya CC. And I just want to welcome everyone watching on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent and all of you watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have your company. This should be a really interesting chase. The same openers going out there that put on 155 in the previous game. It's always Ahmed and Muhammad Amgan Khan. The Big Mac out there for Catalunya CC. Looks to me like Gracia going to open with Vibo Yadav. Certainly a guy we enjoyed watching in Italy earlier this year. There's the Big Mac. Highest individual score of the season on ECN. 131 he scored earlier in this tournament. So what do you think about this chase? I feel like you have to say it's advantage Gracia, but having said that, I know that Catalunya CC more than capable of pulling something like this off. I remember their big chase against SG Findorf a little bit earlier in ECN history. Right now, here's Yadav, gets us going, and it's a pretty good ball first up, chopped away. Just think about that game. It was a game where Catalunya CC put a big score on the board. Findorf got there just, but it shows that Catalunya CC can score runs at a high level of cricket. It's well bowled by Yadav. It's a good start, isn't it? Really good start by Gracia. So if you're watching on your YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, I'd love for you to get in the comment section here. I'm doing the second half of the day here. Rico will be in for the first half of tomorrow, and I'll join him for the middle game before I take over. Potentially we'll get Lee Rimmer in again from Costa del Sol to do the final. Pulled away by a waste, but he won't get a run here. So it's a very, very good start here for Gracia. Vibor is giving 100% no matter what he does. He scored 70 runs in the first half of this game. Now he beats Ahmed outside the off stump. So 4 consecutive dots. And this is why it's not so super easy as a bat. Every new game is a new blank piece of paper, really. Different questions being asked at the moment of Catalunya CC openers who plundered 155 earlier today. Always will play out a 5th consecutive dot. So, well, it's one thing to score 134 in 10 overs. The way they're going, they'll need them in 9 overs. Yadav on a maiden. What a fantastic first over this is. Could we have a maiden here? We will have a maiden. What a very, very good over from Yadav. Dot, 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 dot. Join them and you'll see that's a maiden. None for none after 1. And now he's Ahmed. Yeah, just couldn't quite time Yadav up. Just reminds us that we have had a fair few close contests so far on ECN this year. It's been 41 matches since the Golden Ball. That was a dramatic match between Belgium and France. Belgium hitting a 6 off the Golden Ball to win Golden Ball 36. One thing we've never had on a Golden Ball is a no ball or a wide. Curiously slow. So stay tuned because I'm sure there's more Golden Ball action coming your way before the end of the year. What a very good start that is. Gracia with the right of reply after going down earlier in the day. It was match 1 where we saw Gracia posting 81 and got chased down to 6.5 overs. Slightly up his stroke, but we finally have a run. Mamdam Khan gets off the mark. And this is Ishan Patel with some slow stuff in over number 2. Tossed up and taken on by Oase, and it will be a one hopper in the end. He certainly went for it. It's Wasim Abbas that does the fielding, taking the bait, but just getting a single. This one's pushed through, hit back past the bowler, take on the fielder, and get away with it. So 1 run, but no boundaries yet for Catalunya CC. And if you're going to chase something 130 plus, normally you need a good power play. I'm thinking 40s, but even 30s seems a long way off at the moment. Only 3 runs on the board halfway through it. This is a little edge. I think it's going to run away. Fielders are going to come close to stopping it, but they won't be able to. It'll be 4 runs. And, well, if you can't be good, be lucky. And he slashes away at that one. There's a thin outside edge that goes past the keeper in the end. The fielders escort this one across the line. Tossed up and a big edge. It would have been a wide, I think, if he hadn't hit it. Hit down the ground. Fielder goes back. Can't deal with that. It's going to be 4 more. So, Catalunya CC fighting back. Tossed up. Keeps this shape. Goes over the mid-off. And because we're in the power play, can only have the 2 outfielders. There's no one back there at long off. Counter attack from Awais Ahmed. Now gets beaten. So, not the worst over I've ever seen. It's less than the par, at least, from Ishan Patel. And the score at the end of 2 overs is 11 without loss. Once again, you can have a look at the situation here in Championship weekend. Catalunya CC winning their first 2 games. Gracia can pull level with them on 4 points if they can win this game. That's Madrid United, who are in a little bit of strife, you'd have to say at this stage. Early days, though. Time for the 3rd over, last over of the power play. And they are going to continue with Yadav. 6 dots in his first. And make that a 7th dot. This one gets on Umgarn a little bit quicker than he was thinking. Got to hand it to Yadav. Bowling very well here. That one definitely comes back off the deck. Now, another in-swinger. Thick out inside edge, I should say. Gun gets one, gets to the other end. Over to Awais Ahmed. This should be a good contest. Let me just check this run rate required already. It's up, kind of heading towards 16 and over. Awais on the charge, and he should be gone. He will be gone. So the pressure building. And you can see Awais had about enough, tried to go over the offside. He went walkabout, and it's a very good piece of bowling by Yadav. He didn't give him anything drivable. It was nothing to drive easily, at least. So Yadav gets reward for dotting it up early in his power play. He's got 1 for 1. And Catalunya CC are 12 for 1. Very, very clever bowling. I think he might have even seen him coming and dropped it a little bit shorter. And a simple catch taken. There was Ishan Patel that did the fielding. So Awais, disappointment for him. Couldn't replicate the fireworks of the previous match. He goes for 9. And it is 12 for 1. We've got to say, it's a good fight from Gracia here. They've been pretty impressive through this match. Again, they were a little bit disappointed, I'm sure, with their performance earlier. Says, player I've enjoyed getting to know a little bit during this series. Shiraz Iqbal for Catalunya CC coming out at number 3 and over number 3. He drills this straight away, but it won't quite carry it along on. Just be a single. Confident looking shot though from Iqbal first up. Once again, enjoying your random questions. If you'd like to send us something on our YouTube channel, Eastern European Cricket Network, or on my Instagram at Mr. Maximo. I'll try and get back to as many of you as possible. Great to have viewers all around the world. Bit short, Umgarn goes with a hit. He's forced to run, gets away with it. Well, gets lucky here. Iqbal, inside edge. It will be the end of the power play. Oh, the lights are on, but nobody's home for Catalunya CC so far. After 3 overs, it's 14 for 1. Yadav ends up with 1 for 3 off his 2 overs. What a fantastic effort that is. Very hard to criticise Yadav. Have a look at some of those big overs in the first innings from Gracia. They certainly came home with a wet sail. The last 3 overs went 19, 17, 19. So not quite magical, but almost. We'll say hello to Josh, who's watching from Australia, as well as Gail Williams, who is watching from Port Macquarie in New South Wales. Here's the start of a new over, and well, this is a real teaser for the fielder. Umgarn Khan hasn't really gotten going yet. This will be an interesting replay because I feel this wasn't too far away from Trilochan Singh. Scooped up. Oh, I feel like he has to do better. He has to get hands to that and give himself a chance. Mahe on now in the 4th and gets this one past Iqbal. Got to say, Gracia, they're all over Catalunya CC like a rash here at the moment. Hard to see a way back. I mean, you know, you've got very dynamic cricketers still to bat for Catalunya CC, but tough situation. This time it's hit, and it's hit pretty well. It's a full toss, and that's good batting by Iqbal, who holds his shape. He gets a little bit square of the long off. So it's going to be 4 runs. They're going to need plenty more of that if they're going to work their way back in here. Goes after this, gets lucky, little inside edge. That will just be a single. Wow, shot. That's a proper shot from Big Mac. He goes bang. Bangs into the side screen. Maximo. It wasn't really a slow ball at all. I think it's pace on delivery from the spinner. And Umgarn says, thank you very much. What a very good shot that was down the ground for 6. Wants to go again, but this time he might be in trouble. It is taken. What a very good catch that is. And it's Isham Patel that takes another catch. Umgarn goes 6 and out. He wanted to go back to the well, but the well was dry. There's a slight leading edge and a loop towards cover. Isham Patel had a lot to do, but he does take the catch. And so Umgarn's going to have to go for just 11. Catalunya CC on the back foot in this chase. It is 26 for 1. Disappointment for Umgarn You can see, didn't quite get that in the middle of the bat. That's the name of the game, I suppose. Nisa Ahmed will replace Armgarn, but it's a long way back for Catalunya CC at the moment. So, yeah, Nisa come, but he'll be at the non-strikers end because it is the end of the over. It's 26 for 2 after 4. This one's thrown pretty wide from the bowler, but will be cut away. Very good stop, but they will get 2 here. Shiraz Iqbal on strike at the moment. This is a ball. Has to go and fetch outside the off stump. It's very wide. May have just turned back inside the tram line. We'll never know. But only 2. Catalunya CC need to fire soon. Otherwise, this game's going to get out of hand. And they'll be headed for their first loss in this FanCode ECT10. Goes after it and gets it. Good shot. Maximo. What a good shot that is by Shiraz Iqbal. Had to go and get this one from outside the off stump, but he's got such good hand-eye coordination, such good hands, he can still get it away. Takes them 6 closer to the target. He is a dynamic cricketer. You can just tell that he means business out there. And, of course, Catalunya CC, they haven't needed too many batters, haven't they? Today, well, certainly not after the previous match. We saw the openers going all the way through. Now he goes straight, but he might go straight to the fielder, and it's dropped for 6. Maximo. And disappointment for Manish Manwani, who did get off the ground. He got off terra firma, but he could only get half a hand on it, and the result is 6 runs. You see here, he did well to get hands to it, but couldn't hold on. You just wonder if things are getting back into the zone of possibility for Catalunya CC at the moment. Iqbal takes it on again, and this is the best of the lot, I think. Maximo. Right by the 3 ghosts. In fact, it's over them as he goes 6, and he reaches for it. Hits a very good cricket shot, Iqbal. He looks so solid to me. And that's exactly what Catalunya CC are looking for. This over's gone 4-6-6-6. And just when you felt the game was getting away from Catalunya CC, it's Iqbal fighting back. Quicker ball, picked and smacked. That's another one. That's 4 on the spin by Iqbal, who takes this over. Super magical, 28 off it so far. Still a ball to go. And Iqbal just seems 1 step ahead. You could see Ishan Patel, he put the pace back on that ball, but Patel was waiting for it, wasn't he? Iqbal, I should say. Iqbal, 34 of 10 now. This over's gone 4-6-6-6-6. And a real risk to go supersonic. Last ball of the over. Reaches, goes, could be a chance. Fielder comes around and no one gets it. Well, oh, you just feel, given that over, that's one that you need someone making a play on. Sahil was one of the fielders involved. And Manwani the other. And between them, the ball fell. 29 come off that over in the end. And will be Iqbal that retains the strike. It's 55 for 2 after 5. Game on. And this is what's coming up tomorrow as well. Madrid United as well as Catalunya CC and Gracia taking part in this championship weekend because they won their weekends over the first 3 weekends of this FanCode ECT10. It will all culminate in the final match 10 tomorrow night. 9:30 a.m. GMT, which is 11:30 in Central Europe, and 3 p.m. in India. That's when it starts tomorrow, the final day of this fantastic tournament. Right, this is a quicker ball, and this is also pumped out of the ground. Well, he's on a heater right now, Iqbal. He's doing some pretty special things. Here, Amahe comes out. He's a bit frightened to toss it up. He just rocks out pretty much a medium pace delivery. Iqbal doesn't even bother where that one lands. He just says, that's fine. I know I've got that one enough. Paul Horn, hello to you. Great to have you with us. Maximo says Paul. It certainly has been. I think you have to challenge him with something a bit slower here. Hope to force a mistake. But I think Iqbal, he's not going after absolutely everything. He's waiting to see what's delivered and then makes a decision. Everybody watching from Abu Zalmi in Sweden as well. Love to get all these messages coming through while we're live here on the air in this FanCode T10. Quicker one again. Adios, Pelota. Well, they haven't learned their lesson here. They keep putting the pace on. Nisa Ahmed, first ball he faces, and he seems very, very comfortable. Maximo, 6 runs. That's how you get yourself off the mark in ECN cricket. What a good shot that is. Mahe. Yeah, it was an arm ball, to say the least. And it went the journey. Now Nisa follows up with a single. They've really brought this back well. I mean, the rate started 13.4 and over required. It jumped straight away after that maiden. But, yeah, now it's back in the 14s. It's just crept up to 15 here, but plenty of batting still to come for Kalanji CC. Well, this will help as well because this is out of the ground. Maximo! Well, there's the guys from Galton who certainly in the firing line there. Could we see an epic chase here in match 4 of Championship Week? And Hira again puts the pace on and he gets blasted square of the wicket. 6 runs. Dramatic cricket. We saw 5 boundaries last over. We've seen 3 this over with the ball to come. What a fight back by Kalanji CC. Now, last ball of the over. Iqbal's happy to take the single. He moves to 49 in quick time. He's only faced 15 balls. But after 6 overs, Kalanji CC are 76 for 2. Well, this is why ECN cricket is the most exciting cricket in the world. Pound for pound. You just cannot believe what you'll see. Patel ends up going magical. He goes for 40 off his 2 overs. Can't say it was a lot better for Hiramahe, who went 1 for 33 off his 2. Say hello to the robot, who said if the robot wasn't a robot, they would want to go to Molly's Roadhouse for another Maximo burger. Well, I'll give you the quick tip, robot. I may go for one tonight after play. It was great to have all the VIPs from our partners at HCL Software, and including former England cricketer Graham Swan. We had a lovely time there at Molly's. Knocked over a Maximo burger. Or 2 or 7. Wow, that's a beamer, and that's going to be a no ball. And this is pretty much a worst case scenario. No ball 4. As it's going to be Trillichan Singh that comes on and gets pumped for first ball. In fact, it won't even be the first ball. Yes, no doubt about that. It was way too high. So that'll be 5 and a free hit coming up. What a good shot by Iqbal. And actually brings up his 50 as well of just 16 balls. What an innings it's been from the number 3. 6 Maximos, 3 4s in there. And now he's got the immunity cloak on. Free hit time. Strap yourselves in. Here's Trillichan. Wow, he gets hit straight, he gets hit long, he gets hit strong. This is out of the ground, Maximo. We are seeing something pretty special at the moment from Shiraz Iqbal. I know Corey was asking before, I mean, what can you do if you're in the middle order of Kalanji CC? You can't even get a bat. Well, he's been asked some questions, and so far, Shiraz Iqbal has had the answers. 59 of just 17 balls. That's 3.5 a ball. That is a proper clip that he's going at. Trilchan has to sort it out and quick. Wow, this is also banged down to the ground. Maximo! Wow, what are we seeing here? 133 was posted, and you don't see too many chasers in the 130s and above. Even though Catalunya CC are undefeated in this FanCode ECT10, you felt with the start they had. Remember, the first over was a maiden. And right now, they'd have to say they're in control, especially with that man at the crease, 65 off 18. You've got to stop bowling length to this guy. He has been so dynamic. Got to get that block hole. Again, 1 wicket could change the game. Trilchan's gone for 17 runs off 2 balls. That ain't great. Next one to be called a wide. Quick work by Kuldeep, but I think the back foot was always home. Check it on the replay. Never really moves that toe. Smart keeping, but oh, what an innings this is from Shiraz Iqbal. This is why this format is so exciting. Just need 1 or 2 guys to step up. They can change a game. They can change it quickly. This is on length as well. Pumped, but not quite on the full to the fielder. There is Wazim Abbas that does the fielding. Just the one before that. Trilchan had gone for 18 off 2. He was the proud owner of an economy rate of 54 and over. Well, we could have a big chase on our hands here. Nisar's turn to face the music. He hits it and hits it towards the deep mid wicket. This will just be one. I want to say big hello to everyone that's joined us this weekend, including all those in the fan zone, including those from Galton. Give us a big wave, guys. I hope you're enjoying your weekend here on the Costa del Sol. We're trying to have a bit of fun as well. Again, to everyone involved in the T20 tournament this weekend, it's great to have your company. There they are there, mixing with some of the guys from Madrid United. Well, that's the full toss, hanging in the air. Well, this is hanging a long time. Fielder goes back. Can he get it? Wow, that's an incredible catch. An incredible catch by a fielder, Hiramahe, who I think smacks his head on the ground as he takes it. He has absolutely no regard for his own safety, but he'll be gone here. Well, I think the ball is caught. Let's check it on the replay. He takes the catch. I felt he took it. And then when he hits the ground, does the ball stay good? Yeah, I think he's taken that catch. He takes it and then I think he throws it away. He's certainly taken the catch. This will be a dismissal. But Hiramahe, well, gets a proper clonk on the noggin. That is the kind of courage we love to see here on the European Cricket Network. And it's a big moment in the game, isn't it? Because they needed to break that partnership. And it will be Shiraz Iqbal that goes for 66 runs off just 20 balls. What a fantastic catch that was. He deserves every bit of applause, but so does Hiramahe. You see here, because he's holding the ball, he can't really cushion the blow to his head. And you can see his teammates were on the case pretty quickly. I suppose it is a good service if you do have to impact it. It's a very, very well looked after surface. Here's Amir Khan coming out at number 5. 96 for 3 the score. 38 off 19, exactly to a ball required. I think we're in for a humdinger of finish here between these two teams. Amir just has to deal with 1 ball from Trilchan, who had a Barry Crocker of a start to his over. It's gone magical, but he does have the big wicket of Iqbal. You probably take that trade off at this stage because Iqbal was looking so good. 66 off 20. It will be Amir Khan to face the last ball of the 7th. This is fine. No wide there. So, good finish from Trilchan. And after 7 overs, the score is 96 for 3. Well, coming up next, we've got more cricket coming your way. Too much cricket is never enough here on the European Cricket Network. Gracia versus Madrid United. And Madrid United won the toss, and they've elected to bat first. So, obviously, I think their batting was decent against Catalunya CC last time. They're just chasing a huge score. They'll be hoping that they can put a decent total on the board. Sharkat was good early. They've listed Basnet at the top of the order. I say Camille Ahmed was good. Mirzabag, a half century for them in the last game. I'd love to see him bat a lot higher than he's listed there. That match is coming away in just 35 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. So again, big hello to everyone who's joined us in the live chat and everyone who's looking forward to a Maximo burger tonight. I think I'll be having one down at Molly's Roadhouse. 38 off 18. So where do you grade this game? You'd have to say runs on the board slightly ahead. Here's Manish Manwani. Starts with a bad ball, no ball, and 6. That's 7, halfway to heaven. Worst case scenario for Manwani as Catalunya pass 100. And this is just a gift. Attempted Yorker over Cooks. It's too high. Remember, waist high or above is called. That one is called. And the batter knew exactly what to do with it. You don't have that problem with that call at all. Nisar Ahmed, he was ready. And he was waiting, and a free hit coming up. 14 off 4. That's not bad at all for Nisar. Better ball from Amwani, gets it right. Yeah, I felt like that one probably takes it back to, I was going to say 50-50, but I suppose you'd have to favour Catalunya CC from here. I suppose Manwani gets back on task with that good block-out delivery. It's not a length and just one. Oh, I just think this could be tingle time. Manwani. Seen him playing for Raval Sporting before in the Barcelona competition. Angles in. Bit of work for the outfielder, but he's up to it. And guess who? That's Viro Yadav out there. Keeps it to 1. 1-0 win for the fielding side at the moment because it just pushes that rate up a little bit further. You want to get it 2 and a ball and above. 2 a ball and above. Not quite there at the moment. What a good cricket game this is we're watching right now. Full, straight. 1. I was going to say 1, but now we've got some issues. Does well. Man, it'll only get 1. It's not great running, I've got to be honest, from Nisar. Just a slight fumble first up. See it here on the replay. Just ball watching. I think it's just 1. They would have got 2 on the fumble. But just a single. Couple to come for Manwani. Well, he's gone, little edge, and he's basically hit a wide here. Nisar Ahmed, he was swinging away from him. He slashed at it and gets a little bit of the toe of the bat on this one. And the keeper gleefully accepts it, Kuldeep Lal. And so it's so strange how little things can change a game. This is a ball, I think it's swinging over the tram line. Nisar goes after it anyway. And Kuldeep, he's ecstatic. He wants some revenge. And that one might just bring the game back Gracia's way. As it is, it will be the 4th wicket of the innings. It's 107 for 4. Nisar has to go for 16 off 7. 2 Maximos in his knock. But we are going right down to the wire here, I feel. Just a question in the chat from Rishi. Is the Maximo burger named after me? Well, fortunately, it is. The Maximo burger is 3 patties and 3 cheese slices as well, and plenty of other good stuff. And I just think it's a perfect sized meal for someone that's greedy. So I had one last night, and the way things are going, I might have another one tonight. The only thing that I feel is a bit of a shame is that Rico, of course, he didn't get to make it last night, so I want him to experience the Maximo burger for himself at some point. Right now, end of over 8 coming up. Last ball of it. And it's hit in the air. Fielder coming around. And, well, he's dropped it. I think he's dropped it for 6. Yeah, it has been called Maximo. Rav Saman comes out and just throws his hands at this one. That's the bravery we know in ECN cricket. And, yeah, you can see the fielder, Ishan Patel, gets a fingertip on it, but he can't keep it the right side of the border. And after 8 overs, it's 113 for 4. 21 required off the last 2 overs. Well, edge of your seat stuff. Grab the popcorn because this is going to be a big finish. You can see it. So in a weird innings, it started with a maiden, don't forget. So they needed basically 134 of 9. What a shot from Zaman first up. Again, even if Patel can pull that bat from the beyond and keep it to 1 or 2, it's so valuable for his team. But he couldn't do that. 21 off 12 required. Let's go to over number 9. It all happens in the 9th. Then Wazim Abbas is going to bowl. Edge of your seat stuff. Live from the Costa del Sol. All right, this is a quicker ball and it's pumped out of the ground. What a shot. Maximo. Well, Corey was asking, what do you do if you're a middle order batter for Catalunya CC? Do you take up something else? Well, they have been required here. And Amir, he just treats this like a medium pacer because that's exactly what it was. It wasn't a spinning delivery at all from the bowler, Wazim Abbas. Makes it 15 off 11. Catalunya in the box seat. Wow. Big swing and a miss next ball. Well handled by Lal. 15 off 10. Nah, the swing and a miss. Has it appeal? Wow. There's a couple of walking wafts from Amir after he drilled one down the ground. Let's have a look at this again. Wow. Wow. I've got to say, he's more out once the stumps are hit, but where is he when the stumps are hit? That's the question. I think he's gone. I can't see anything behind the line there. I have a feeling that Kuldeep has stumped Amir Khan here. And, yeah, well, I mean, the umpire has given it, and I think it's the right decision. Again, the soft call would be from the umpire, which I think was out. Because he actually loses his balance forward after the stumps are knocked over. And so it's a very good piece of keeping from Kuldeep Lal to execute that wicket. Abbas does have his man. Amir Khan does hit him for a 6, but Abbas with the revenge. This game takes another turn late in the piece. 15 off 9 required now. And the score 119 for 5. So, yeah. You see the new batter, maybe caught a bit unawares. Only has 90 seconds to get to the crease. Should get there in time. And this looks like Mohamed Magal, who will be coming out at number 7. Again, he's a very capable batter in his own right. We've seen him batting in the top order for Catalunya CC. Edge of your seat stuff. Well, if we do get a tie, it will be a golden ball. And we last had a golden ball in ECC Week D, or Week C, I should say, Week 3, when Belgium defeated France in match 20 of that week. That was on the 29th of September. Could this be golden ball 37? Well, you couldn't count it out at the moment. Magal, can he click? 15 off 9. This game could go either way. What a 5-pack, though, by Catalunya CC. Gracia. Well, this one won't be out. Falls into a pocket of space, but should just be 1. That's what they're happy with. Very, very tense atmosphere at the moment at the Gardner Oval. 14 off 8. They bring the square leg up so they can push the deep cover back, maybe encouraging the batter to go across the line. No infield is in front of the wicket pretty much. Hit straight and, well, it's dropped, I think, but a tough one. They think of it out too because it gets away from the fielder. It's a bad throw, though, and they will scramble back for a couple. I've got to say, it was a tough catch for Hiramahe down there at long on. He came in and he turned it into a catch, but he actually knocks it so far in front of him that Zaman and Mohamed Magal decide to come for a second. And even then, a good throw, I think, could have nailed him down. Now, this one's going nowhere. And so it'll be the end of the over. Well, game on with a capital G, because 12 required of the last over. After 9, it's 122 for 5. Golden ball tingles galore at the Gardner Oval. If they get 11 off this, it's a golden ball. If they get 12, then Catalonia CC keep their unbeaten streak alive in the European Cricket Network's coverage of the T10 Spain. And don't forget, if Gracia can restrict Catalonia CC to 10 or less here, he will win the game. So, big moment in this championship weekend. And you're watching it live here on the European Cricket Network. It's times like this, I'm sure Corey's a bit upset that he went home early. But what a game this is. Well, 62% of the people out there think there's a golden ball coming. Well, I know it's the first listed answer in the poll, which always wins, but got to say it would be pretty exciting, wouldn't it? And it's Manish Manwani who's been trusted with his last over. His first over went for 17, though he did pick up a wicket. 10th overtime starts with a dot. No wicket, but a very good start to the over for Gracia. 12 off 5 now. It's very hard to win without a boundary. You probably need 2 boundaries here, I think, out of these 5 balls. If you can do that, I think you win the game. If you don't do that, I don't think you do. And Manwani, good youngster, in a pressure situation. Well, it's full toss, and this is pounded, it's long, and it is out of here. Maximo! Well, there's half of them, and there's the margin of error that you don't have as a bowler at the death, because Manwani searches for the Yorker. Turns out to be a knee-high full toss, but credit to Magal, who was equal to the task, and he pumped that one down the ground. That makes it 6 off 4. And now from here, you can pretty much just keep scoring. You don't need to go for glory, although I feel Magal might, because he can win this game with one swing of the bat now. What a cricket match we've seen here. Swing and a miss. Now thinks about running, doesn't. And one, he doesn't bother throwing. He says, no, it's not going to save us a run. 6 off 3 now. Well, I'm tingling pretty hard. I love the poll from the robot. Does the first option in the poll always win? And he's listed no first. Oh, that is so esoteric. I love it. 6 off 3. Magal went for glory. Came up short. Manwani in the hot seat. Now there's another dot. They're going to run anyway. Should be an easy run out. It will be. Well, that's carnage, really. Magal wanted a run that was never there. And Raf Zaman said, really? Really? We're running for this? He's going to be run out. And I think with that, it swings back towards Gracia, because Raf Zaman is going to get run out for 8. Sometimes you can just want to run so bad that you forget reality. And that's what happens to Magal, who hits it back to the bowler, runs anyway, and says, look, let's try it. Zaman, unenthusiastic about it. He's run out by about 9 metres. And the score becomes 128 for 6. 6 runs required of 2 balls. Again, they can win this game with one swing of the bat. The new batter, Azim Javeed, he'll be facing up. What a match. Anyway, Javeed, talented cricketer, comes out there. Well, you know, you're going to the last ball, unless this is hit for 6, in which case Catalonia CC will win the game. This is really a sign of what's to come, I think, between these two teams. I think they're pretty evenly matched, I've got to be honest with you. All right, strap yourselves in. It's going to be Javeed facing up. 6 to win. Goes straight through his legs. And now it's going to be run out. And that's potentially a game-winning run out from Kuldeep Lal. It was the good old-fashioned nutmeg as Manwani cramps the batter. Javeed went straight between his Jake the Pegs. And Kuldeep held his cool. 2 run-outs in 2 balls. And now Catalonia CC will have a new batter facing up, requiring 6 to win the game. All you Golden Ball fans have got a bad feeling you're not going to get there now unless we have a wide here, because it'll be 5 to tie, 6 to win off the last ball. And I don't see any power lines over the ground, which would be a 5 if the batter hit him into those. And 128 for 7. Once again, we see runs on the board. Looks like they're going to stand up. But wow, what a game it would be if this man could blast a 6 to win it. It is Kulam Sawa out there. And probably one thing this ECT10 has lacked is a few close contests. This is a very close contest right now. These teams will play each other a third time, don't forget, and then potentially in the final tomorrow night. Very good work by Kuldeep behind the stumps. And, well, let's just say, I haven't seen Salway hit too many sixes. He's practicing right now, but Manwani, he's done well to hold his nerve in this last over. Again, I just concentrate on bowling. A legal delivery here. It's going to be very difficult for Sawa to smack it out of the ground. 6 to win. Maximo required. A Maximo miracle required for Catalunya CC last ball. And he doesn't do it. And, well, it means a lot to Gracia. They'll get 1. And the final score will be 133 to Gracia, 129 to Catalunya CC. A cliffhanger of a game in match 4 of Championship Week. But it is Gracia that win by 4 runs. And, well, you can see it meant a lot to the guys from Gracia, who were shown up a little bit earlier. Only posted 81. Was chased down easily by Catalunya CC. But both these teams, they have trophy ambitions. It's really clear to me that they are fighting for the top spot this weekend. And credit to Gracia, who end up posting a winning score, 133. And Catalunya CC, well, they had some twists and turns in their second half of the game. Shiraz Iqbal was unbelievable in his 66. And towards the end, you just felt it was a genuine toss-up going to the last over. But Manwani, credit to him, he held his nerve and he was able to secure the win for Gracia. Let's go back to a little bit earlier. And once again, we saw Awais Ahmed and Mohammad Amgan Khan opening the batting for Catalunya CC. That was a bit of a fortunate one. Little outside edge went for 4. But they weren't wasting too much time at all. Having said that, remember they started with a maiden, which made it even tougher. You just go back to how close that game got. The fact it started with a maiden meant it would have to be something dramatic for Catalunya CC to pull it off from there. And Awais is very good through the V, isn't he? And Amgan, well, he smacked this one out of the ground. That one was flying, had frequent flyer miles. But the very next ball, he was caught, and he was caught well by Isham Patel. Now, you've got to say, both these teams giving everything out there. And you can see this was another moment, wasn't it? Drop for 6. Turns out wouldn't cost them too much in the end. But the Kookaburra was flying all round the Carnamore Oval. And to chase 134, you have to bat very, very well. And just looking at these, Gracia got away with a few there. You could see that was a no ball that went to the boundary as well. Some very good ball striking, and while Shiraz Iqbal was there, you felt that he was probably going to take them home. But then he was caught by, well, a catch that almost knocked the lights out, almost knocked Hiramahe out as he was seeing little Tweety birds around his head, but he did hold on to the ball, and we had a bit of a shocker towards the end from Manwani first up, but then he came back to bowl the 10th and bowled very well. A little bit of an outside edge on that first one that would have been a wide, then a smart stumping from Kuldeep Lal to get another wicket. And things went really, really deep in the end because Magal pumps this one to get them within 6 of victory, within 1 swing of the bat of victory, but ultimately they couldn't really force the issue from there. You could see they're just trying to protect the runs at the end. We had 2 run-outs to finish things off, essentially. That was Ralph Zaman. He gets run out for no reason at all. It meant Newbatter had to come in and try and hit a 6. Just didn't work for them. It was Magal getting run out. So when someone needed a 6, he was only able to gather a 1. And in the end, very entertaining game. 133 to 129. It is Gracia who win this game over Catalunya CC. We're looking forward to the next game as well. But before that, let's have a look at the scorecards. And you can see it was dominated by Shiraz Iqbal, who batted 3. 66 of 20. Really took it up to Gracia in that run chase. 16 for Nisa supporting him. That was after the openers went for 9 and 11 respectively. Awais Ahmed and Mohammad Amgan Khan. But they just didn't have anyone that was able to get them over the line in the end. Although Magal hit a 6 to put them right back in contention. How about Yadav? Started with the maiden and finished 1 for 3 off his 2 overs. He was brilliant. He's probably got to get them out of the match for his efforts. But also wickets for Mahe as well as Triljan Singh, Manish Mamwani and Wazim Abbas. But it was the kind of game that will take your breath away, and that's what we do right here on the European Cricket Network. So hopefully you enjoyed that one Game 5 is coming up before too long. It'll be Madrid United, who are batting first against Gracia. Join us very, very shortly for that one. It starts in about 10 minutes time right here on ECN. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu for the Mr. Maximo for ECN today on a super Saturday of cricket. We'll see you shortly for the final game. The lights will be flicked on, and it's time for more action right here from the Cardamom Oval. You are watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 Spain. Hello and welcome back to the Carnama Oval. It is ECN action on a Saturday night and it's time to go into the night game. It will be match number 5 in the championship weekend of the FanCode T10. Great to have your company once again. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Gracia versus Madrid United. I can tell you the news from the toss. Madrid United have won the toss and they are going to bat first. Let's see if they can really kind of carry on where they left off. The last time we saw them, they were chasing a mammoth target against Catalonia CC. And they didn't get there. They certainly didn't disgrace themselves with the bat. Anyway, it's a new game and Gracia out 13-run favourites over Madrid United according to the bat versus ball wall. We'll keep an eye on that as this develops. But I've got to say, I think that Gracia certainly will be boosted by the fact that they did get the first win over Catalonia CC that we've seen in this series. And so we'll be looking forward to seeing if Gracia can continue that, and they may still have ambitions of that top spot. It's great to have your company, whether you're watching on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent or on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. I always love the interaction that we have with our fans, so keep those questions and comments coming. Here's Vibo Yadav to get us going. And he gets flicked away, hanging in the air, and it's dropped first ball. It is just a genuine drop and then spiked into the ground. This really should have been caught. Wazim Abbas, the man at long on, made good ground, but he could not take the catch. Wow, disappointment. And you can see it there. It's palpable. This one bites back a lot at Shaukat. He got them off to a good start last time at United. Now, one thing that I was talking to some of the fans about, we'll have a look at this on the screen right now. That's the 3 ghosts. They're asking about the 3 chairs there. That's the 3 ghosts, which that was our infrared camera we used. It's this one down leg side, quarter 1. So all of you there, give us a wave if you're seeing us. You're asking about the 3 ghosts. That is the 3 ghosts down in the ghost cube. And yeah, they love their cricket down there. That was Christian Kalagamagate from Italy, the batter in that photo. Another good in swinger, but it swings too much. It's great keeping by Kuldeep Lal. Can do a bit of everything, can't he? Fantastic bit of work. Vibo Yadav. And based in the UK, but we have seen him around the European cricket circuit this year. We saw him playing for Kings 11 in Italy earlier in this year, in the Brescia leg of the Italian summer, although they didn't quite make it through to the Super Series. They certainly had some good performances. And now playing for Gracia. Well bowled. And Yadav, he's a guy, he only conceded 3 runs of his 2 overs in the previous game, so he's chock full of confidence right now. And Shaukat struggling to deal. Look at the poll on our live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. I think it's quite amusing that it's panned out the way it has. So we see a little bit of bat on this, down a fine leg for 1. The poll option was, does the first option in the poll always win? And the first option was no. And that has 69%. So I think it's certainly a bit of an anomaly in the matrix that we're seeing at the moment. Wow, it's a good shot. Really good shot. 4 runs. And it was a very, very good uppercut blow. So fight fire with fire. Never tries to keep this down. Cardano was. And he gets a fair piece of that. So Madrid United I mean, their path to success here is to put a similar score on the board that they were able to score in the previous match. They got 123 against Catalunya CC. The problem was they were chasing 156, but if they could put that 120 plus on the board, take some key wickets, they'll feel that they can register their first victory of championship weekend right here. Pitched up. Nawaz takes the bait, but can't make any contact at the end of the first over. The score is 8 for 1. So Yadav, a bit more expensive than he was last game, but still no shame for him with that first over. And it's great to see so many people getting involved at the moment as well. And I've had so many messages on my social media at Mr. Maximo. And if you'd like to get involved, why don't you follow at European Cricket? There's a smorgasbord of options there, including the Telegram channel. You can use that QR code or use the number +49 170 954 1799. But there's snippets every day of what has been happening on the ECN. So it's a little bit short, pulled away, gets past the infield, and this is probably going to beat the fielder to the rope. It does. That's Chowan who tries to chase that down. Can't quite deal with it. So Abbas goes for a boundary first ball. Wasn't a particularly good opening delivery from Wazim Abbas. And Madrid United, I mean, they won the toss. They elected to bat. And they are batting confidently at the moment. Abbas being used in the second over. We have seen spin used pretty effectively in this series so far and the international series during the week. This is in the air. The fielder goes back, and this is going to be 6. It was already took off the rope, so there's no doubt this one's going to go all the way. Maximo! Well, it was a wide slash, and it did the job. The fielder, well, I can't really criticise the effort from the man down there in the wide third man position. But I like this intent from Madrid United early here in the night match. And this is a really good shot. It is banged. That's big boy banged by Shaukat. Goes Maximo back to back. What a good shot. And Madrid United, again, they haven't had the results they've wanted today. But right now they're fighting back, and they're fighting back quick. Asking questions of this Gracia attack. Yeah, you just got to get your hitters up there and hope they come off. I think that's the key. Madrid United, who beat Getafe and Sevilla in the first week of this series. Abbas, not having a great time yet, you'd have to say. 16 off half an over. Long on is back. Wide third man is back. They're the two outfielders. On length, in the air and dropped. Now this was pretty much straight to Drittachan Singh, and the lights have just come on, but he'll be very disappointed he doesn't hold on to this. Pitched up and driven. They won't get a run here. Think about it. They still won't get a run here. So Abbas trying to fight back. Again, Trilchan Singh, he'll be very annoyed with himself that he put that one down at point. Another dot ball to finish. So Abbas certainly went the journey the first half of the over, but he fought back well. And after 2 overs, the score is 25 without loss. I suppose the issue you think about is how many are you safe with against Gracia? And there's no simple answer for that. But I think if you get that 120 plus on the board and bowl well, then you are in the frame. And Madrid United, I should say, they've had a rough time so far in their first 2 games. They've got a big 0 in the points column against them, and their net run rate not particularly healthy. But again, they could turn it around with a good performance here. You can certainly see the intent there from Shaukat and Nawaz opening the innings for Madrid United. who are sometimes called the Golden Ball Kings because they have participated in 3 Golden Balls, more than any other club in Europe. They are actually tied for that record with Roma Cricket Club from Italy. Yadav comes back. He's been pretty much unhittable today so far. I'll take a single off the first ball. Once again, it'd be great to have your comments and questions in the YouTube live chat. Sometimes we talk about food chat. Last game of the day, I think I mentioned that we had Maximo Burgers last night at Molly's Roadhouse in Coin. And I'm tossing up between another Maximo Burger and maybe empanadas after work tonight. This one goes straight over the stumps. He's very lucky to survive there. Nawaz. Yeah, I've got this one to just cut back off the pitch. Probably hits the seam. There you go. Straight over the stumps. There is good bounce in this pitch, though, I would say. Yeah, pitched up. Good shot. Really good shot. This is going the journey. Maximo. This is the issue. When you just miss your spot, I don't know where he's trying to bowl that, but if you miss the Yorker, if you miss it short, these guys are so good at driving on the up and driving out of the ground with these boundaries. So fantastic shot. A little bit of a nod action. That might be Andres up there. Nice to see you, Andres. He's on the camera right now as the sun pretty close to going away for the day here on a Saturday night. Gotta say, it's a good shot. Good cricket shot by Nawaz. Yadav has the right to reply, though. He would love to break this partnership before the end of this over. He's got 3 balls to spend. B-boy Yadav. Once again, it's landed. It's going to be a French cut for 4. Well, parlez-vous français? Très bien. This is going to be just a little inside edge. If you can't be good, be lucky. And Yadav getting the other side of the coin now. Goes 6 and 4. Can't take a trick at the moment. Nawaz will take the runs. What a good result for Madrid United, who probably need a bit of luck here. They have seemed like they've been struggling to keep up with the top 2 here on Championship weekend. Better ball from Yadav in the block hole outside the off stump. Just goes for 1. Again, I want to say a big thank you to everyone who is contributing in the chat and, of course, in our social media channels. Hello to Hazaifa, who's watching from Italy. He is very, very happy Italy have qualified. This is a length ball driven to long off where it's handled without too much of a fuss. It'll be the end of the power play. Madrid United, they are up and away. It's 38 for no loss after 3. And well, once again, you can just see this is ECN T10 cricket. Anything can happen. Anything will happen as well. It was a very close match last time around. Madrid United, not the worst start at all. Let me have a look at the over by over scores here in match 5. They've gone 8, 17 and 13. It's pretty good going in the power play. But can they go on with it in the middle overs? Of course, the field will go back. Up to 5 outfielders are allowed from this point. Start of a new over, and it is Ishan Patel who's going to bowl. Yeah, don't count Madrid United out too quickly here. It's well bowled. Bit of side spin on that. You see it break it left to right. It hits the pitch. Genuine off spinner from Ishan Patel. Here's the thing with spinners. It's a bit of a radical thing, but occasionally try spinning the ball. I think it's a useful skill. And now this one should be out. It's a simple catch and it's taken. So just draws the error from Nawaz. And that is Trilchan Singh that takes the catch. He missed one earlier, but he doesn't miss this one. Patel with a wicket, the first wicket of match 5. As the lights go on. Seemed fairly premeditated from Karan Nawaz to get down the wicket and try and muscle that. But it's a good adjustment from the bowler, Patel. As Madrid United lose their first wicket, it is 39 for 1. Hello to Wazza, who's watching from Tasmania. Nice to have you with us. Again, you can see good relations between all these teams. I think it's wonderful we have so much cricket going on the continent, and we're so happy to bring it to you here live on the European Cricket Network. But Trilchan Singh, he is the difference maker there, holds on to the catch. Now here's a guy, he batted so well last time we saw Madrid United. Mirza Baig, who ended up scoring a half century. In fact, he scored 52 off 24 balls, batting number 4. So now he's going to come in at 3. I think that makes perfect sense considering how well he batted before. Go with guys who are in form. He's an imposing figure, isn't he, Baig? He's facing Ishan Patel. Off spin that spins just inside the tram line. It's handled out there by Sahil. Just a single. Grathia, they'll feel they can chase, well, pretty much anything down, but I think they'll be more comfortable chasing something sub 100. Kind of hacks across this. Shaukat still there. He's a guy that got them off to a very good start back in match 3 as well. He scored 21 off 7 with 5 boundaries. So just think about that. He faced 7 balls. 5 of them went to the boundary. 1 of them was a single. 1 of them, he was out. Not a good ball. Gundy ball. And you can pick this one off the fence or from under it. And Patel just getting this wrong by cashing in. And Madrid United, once again, I like this confidence with the bat. They are being proactive. They're cashing in on the mistakes of the fielding team and the bowling team. Patel goes for 7 in his over. Does pick up a wicket. It's 45 for 1 after 4. And once again, I want to say big hello to everyone who is contributing in the live chat ECN European Cricket Network right now, including Wazza. Pleasure to see you too. 4 overs down. Madrid United, can they keep this pace up? New bowler coming on, Kumant Thakur. Let's see if he can move the needle. Well, he's hit straight back over his head. He's hit well. That's out of here. Maximo. Loving this from Madrid United, saying, well, hold on a second. We are here. We are one of the 3 top teams in this series, and we are going to fight. That's just a standard deliver job from Shaukat. He goes deep. Bang. Out of here. 6 runs and food for thought for Thakur. First up. Yeah, better length this time. It's a Yorker, and so he couldn't really do too much with it, Shaukat. Lets it go past Kumant Thakur. He's a big supporter of cricket in Barcelona. I know he does a lot for this team. Great to see him out there. Wow, this could be out, you know. I think the batter's already walking. He's gone walkabout. I don't think he's ever going to come home. Kuldeep Lal, a very good piece of wicket keeping, and this will confirm it. He is gone. Very good piece of work. There's the decision given. Kuldeep, well, he knew it. It wasn't a great shot, you have to say, from Shaukat. He tried to get the foot back, but it was too little too late. And Kuldeep Lal with very, very swift hands. So the 50 comes up in the 5th over, but also they lose the wicket of Shaukat. Once again, he can't get out of the 20s. He goes to 28 off 14 balls, and he's the 2nd wicket to fall. It's 51 for 2. Very smart work. I appreciate that. As a wicketkeeper, of course, Kuldeep. What he does well there is he's quick, but he doesn't snatch at the take in the first place. He takes the ball and then instinctively moves his gloves towards the stumps. Very good take. You see here, it's an economy of movement. And I think that Sharkat, even though they called for the technology there, he already was walking. He knew that he was a goner. New batter comes out. It's Kamil Ahmed, who's going to be here at number 4. So yeah, Bike and Basnet were the 2 batters that really fired for Madrid United in the last game they played. But Kamil Ahmed, certainly an exciting player. This is well taken by Kuldeep. We have seen bowling at times on ECM. We see him batting, obviously. He's a very talented player. Does a great job with the gloves as well. Now, on the pad, Kuldeep turns around, throws at the stumps. There's a little bit of bat on this, according to the umpire. That's why there's no chance of an LBW decision. Kuldeep retrieves it, but can't prevent the single. In the air, and this will dribble down to the deep point. Sahil cleans up, just a single. Once again, I would love some random questions. Who's got some random questions for me in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network? It is the last game of the day. As we get to the end of the 5th over, 53 for 2. Coming up Monday is Championship week. And what a week it will be. England 11 as well as Spain, Netherlands 11, Scotland 11 and Italy. They are the 5 teams in the running to raise the trophy. Can England 11 hit the ground running? They are the reigning champions. They're a team made up of mostly players from what used to be called the minor county system. England's best amateurs, although there is a bit of a splash of professional players in there now. Again, no real criteria for England to choose their team. I think they're favourites, but what do you think? Let me know. ECN European Cricket Network. Ishan Patel just tosses this up and it'll be a single. Yeah, any questions you have about Championship Week? Any questions you have that are random? We love that interaction with the viewers. Dream car, asks Wazza. What's my dream car? Okay, I need to think. The thing is, Wazza, I've never really been a car person. I feel it gets you from A to B, but I will say maybe any sort of convertible. I can see the convertible being pretty cool here in Spain with the weather we get. I just won't be investing in a toupee first if I'm going to have the convertible. So yeah, maybe a Ferrari or something like that. Alternatively, maybe like a cool VW Beetle or something like that. If you're going to go the other way. Well, it goes after this. This is going, it's going, and it's gone. Maximo. Well, that's pretty good fielding by the lads there from Garreton. Tossed up and goes with the spin. Mirza Baig. Well, he batted so well earlier in the day. And yeah, the lads showing a good bit of work. Gets a bit of a muddle here, but it bounces a lot. It's going over the stumps. 6 overs down. And Patel finishes his spell. No disgrace. He finishes 1 for 15. The score after 6 is 61 for 2. Madrid United really need a win or two, don't they? Well, they can get 1 win today, and they can maybe set themselves up for a bit of a run at the final tomorrow. Looking at the bowling figures, Patel, best of the bowlers so far. I think 1 for 15 of his 2 overs. Thakur wasn't too bad either, 1 for 7. He'll probably come back in over number 7. In fact, he will. Well, was it? Can see me in a classy MG convertible. I won't say no. In the air, doesn't quite carry to the bowler, Thakur. It'll just be a dot ball to start the over. Yeah, loving those random questions. Now's the time, because, okay, here's the thing. During the week, we're on international cricket. We're on so many international TV stations. It's a bit hard to get that direct line to me, so now's a great time to ask me some questions. Shot. Really good shot. Plays it on length, and he just smokes it over long on. Maximo. Kamil Ahmed just showing what he can do. What a fantastic bit of hitting here. He's just so well balanced. He was not running for that. That went a long, long way. Takua with the comeback ball now. It was really well balanced when he played that shot, Kamil Ahmed. Wide. +1, so 2 wides. Baig on strike. So, got to say, I like what I'm seeing from Madrid United. It's a two-prong approach, though, to winning this game. They need to put a good score on the board, but they also have to bowl well and field well and get the dangerous batters from Gracia before they can do too much damage. Well, this would have been a wide. Instead, it's slashed away. And the fielders get to the fall of the ball, but they have to watch it roll across the rope. Cuatro carreras. Baig again throws the bat at this. It's going to be a huge wide. Could have easily left it and taken another ball. I often say if you're going to hit a wide, make sure you hit it to the boundary, and that's exactly what he does. Takua just giving a bit too much width, to say the least. More on target. Baig works this to deep square leg for 1. So, yeah, keep your random questions coming. I do love the fact that so many people are getting in touch, including Josaifa from Italy. And, well, top ball this time from Takua. Wow, this is going to be gone, I think. And you can see that the batter's already walking again. It's a swift piece of work from behind the stumps. Let's check it out on the replay. And he's gone. I can just tell you that. Eyeballing it. You can see he wants to get the foot back. He wants to get the bat back, but neither of them get back. Gone. Gone by a long way. So Camille was quick to walk. He knew that he was a goner. What a fantastic piece of work that is from Kuldeep Lal. I've really been impressed with his wicket-keeping. I think that Kamil Ahmed, he's just pausing, saying, is there any chance I'm not out? Well, short answer, no. He's going to have to go for 7. It's one really good shot, but not too many more in his innings as we get to end the 7th over at 74 for 3. Let's have a look at what's coming up on the European Cricket Network after we finish out Carter Adventure, Cartermania, as Rico calls it. And I can tell you that we have Croatia for a week, Malta for 2, and Spain for 5 before we finish on the 11th of December. Join us for the rest of the season here on the European Cricket Network. It's the biggest cricket season in the world and therefore the best. 45 weeks of live cricket. Wow, this isn't great at all. Keep it, almost knocks it down, but it will still be 5 wides. It's a Gundy ball, really, from Mukhtar Singh. Vinod, who just loses the line on this one. And the keeper, Kuldeep, again, doesn't quite get the position he needs to be able to make the stop. So a bonus for Madrid United, 5 runs in wides. Uh-oh. Same trouble, but this time because Gullilar's gone back. Not trusting Mukhtar, maybe. He's able to make the stop, but we've pretty much had 6 wides to start the over. This one's hit to deep cover point. They're going to try for a 2. And they'll get there. That's good running. It's Devendra Basnet who has joined Baig in the middle now. And these are the two that put together a very good partnership in the previous game. They've got 3 hours or 3 overs to go about their work now. Hits this pretty well. Beats the infielder. And, well, it's one of the worst bits of fielding you'll see this weekend. It's just booted by Patel. Now, well, Corey's not a huge fan of the foot fielding. He would say that Patel would have to lose a shoe here for the rest of the innings. He's got to get down to this. If you're in a key position at long on, long off, you've got to use your hands. And Baig, he'll take the runs. He moves to 24. Now he just swings away, and there's no fielding this, boot or otherwise. Maximo. Well, Mirza Baig is on a proper heater here on day 1. Don't forget, he's a guy that smashed 52 off 24 balls earlier today. Right now, he's showing what he can do. He's 30 off just 12. Now it's hooked away. It's a really good shot. Sails away. Maximo. Well, magical Mirza for Madrid United, keeping them in this weekend right now. What a good bit of batting that was. He spotted the length and he just went with it. What a good bit of batting. That's the comeback from Mukti Singh. It's gone magical. Now he's getting it pumped again, and this one will be gone. So this time it is Isham Patel that stands firm, and Baig is going to have to go for just 36 in the end. He wanted more, and he almost got more. But Isham Patel holds on to the catch. You can see it wasn't a bad shot. Just didn't quite get the middle of the bat on it. And this will be the 4th wicket of the innings. It's a big one. Baig goes for 36. It's 98 for 4. Still, it's put them into a reasonable position. They're on 125 pace, so that's not bad pace at all. Let's just see if the Madrid United bowling and fielding is up to the task, though. We almost saw Gracia pulling off a chase in the 130s in the previous game. New batter out there is Waqar Zafar. Mentioned earlier, he was the first ever player to face a golden ball, and he hit it for 4. It was against Levante back in March 2020. Swings and misses at this one, though. No run at all. End of the over. Pretty good over, that one, in fact, from Mukti Singh in the end, because he does get that key wicket, although he does go expensive. 24 came off that over. The score is 98 for 4 after 8. Again, keep the random questions coming in. ECN European Cricket Network. I know Wazza had one for me earlier. But we love to hear from you guys. And yeah, I've been touched by all the messages of support from all around the world. A lot of people enjoyed Graham Swan being part of our coverage as well. This is too short. Too wide will be called. I've had a lot of messages about a lot of issues, including that controversial run out that bounced off the umpire earlier in the week. Let's not forget that. Edged and gone. And it's a good bit of bowling from Trilchan Singh, who's come on. Basnet's going to have to go first ball. Just played the drive, didn't quite get the middle of the bat. It's a thick outside edge, and Mukhtar was ready for it. They're losing his shape, they're losing his front shoulder. And yeah, very nice bit of fielding. So disappointment for Devendra Basnet. It just wasn't his game. He will go off the first ball of the night. The score is 99 for 4. 99 for 5, in fact, with that wicket. Trilchan Singh breaking through. Chance to see another bat. Let's see how far they can get. They'd love that 120. I just feel like that's a bit of a psychological barrier for Madrid United. New batter coming to the crease is Arif Hassan, the keeper. Oh, Wazza's got a very good question for me. A random question about favourite bat. I can tell you, I've got a clear favourite. Well, this is fairly adjacent. Maybe a bit high, maybe not, but no, he's given him. This is touch and go. I've got a feeling this is a genuine umpire's call here. Hassan's going to go first ball, and suddenly Trilchan's on a hat trick. Is that going over? Probably not. Looking at that a second time, you look at the shot and you say, is it climbing? I just don't think this probably was going over the top. It's not a great shot first ball from the batter, Arif Hassan. And yeah, he'll be gone. Very, very first ball. Let's have a look here on the height. It's hard because it kind of gets caught up pretty quickly. Where's the ball here? Let's have a look. I'm fine with that decision. It was touch and go for height. Well, Kuldeep takes off the glove to appeal. That's how organised he was. Felt like, yeah, as a batter, you don't have too much to complain about because he's missed the ball. And, yeah, he says, okay, I'm with you. I don't mind umpires taking their time to make decisions either. Again, just cycles through the criteria in his head and he's happy with it. So I'm happy with it if he is. He's in the best position. So 99 for 6, 10 balls remaining. Can they get that 120? They'd so love it. And, well, could we have a hat-trick in this FanCode ECT10? That's the question, because we haven't actually had one so far. All of those hat-tricks in Khartoum, they've been from the ECC. So I'm waiting and I'm ready. And actually, not a bad shout that it could happen here. Here we go. Trilchan on a hat-trick. This won't be a hat-trick because he's on the pad, but going well down the leg side. Just one. It'll be a leg by. It will bring up the 100 for Madrid United. It's great to see over 1,000 votes in our poll on ECN European Cricket Network YouTube chat. Does the first option always win on the poll? The first option is no, which is winning. Pitched up and driven. Should just be one so far. Gets off the mark. But it's a good little codetta for Gracia towards the end of this innings. It's just banged past the non-striker. Hussain on strike. Left-hander. Big swing and a miss. Kuldeep does well. Going to look upstairs for this, and it wasn't a bad bit of keeping at all. Kuldeep thinks it's close. You get a better look at the line now as well. Let's have a look. I don't think we could say for sure. I have a suspicion it might be out, but I just don't think there's enough evidence there. It's hard to see the absolute back edge of the line. And Kuldeep inquires. I think ultimately it'll be not out, but it's a very good shout. Kuldeep's gonna have the best view of anyone here. I mean, certainly looks suspicious, but with the angles we've got in this type of cricket, I don't know if you can give him on that. Let's just wait for the decision. And he's gone. Well, there you go. I think Kuldeep, he liked it, and I don't mind that decision. Does seem like that Kuldeep had a suspicion that he could see the whole line. And Kuldeep's got a better view than anyone there. So that might be one of those ones where, you know, the umpire on the field thinks it's out, wants some technological help to see if there's anything that should overrule that, I couldn't really see any evidence that he was in, put it that way. So it's going to be a smart bit of work once again from Kuldeep, which accounts for another batter. And how about this over from Trilochan Singh now? He's taken 3 for 2 as Waka Hussain has to depart. And he goes for a second ball duck. Third stumping of the innings, in fact, for Kuldeep. Here's this one. I mean, as a keeper, I feel he's probably gone. And the reason is Kuldeep appeals straight away. And if you can see the line as a keeper, you know it's out. You know there's nothing behind the line. And I think there's enough for me there to say that it is out. So Ashraf will be the new batter. Well, Kuldeep has now taken 3 stumpings in the innings, and that equals the record on ECN cricket. He just needs 1 more stumping, and he will have the record in his own right. Here's Mohammad Ashraf. He's going to try and move the needle. Last ball of the 9th over coming up from Trilochan. He'll only get the one over here because he's bowling the 9th. He's knocked away for a single. Ashraf off the mark. And after 9 overs, Madrid United 102 for 7. Got to say, it's been a really good fight back from Gracia in that over. After the previous over went for 24, the one before that went for 13. But that over went wide, wicket, wicket. Leg by 1, wicket 1. So 3 for 4 essentially off that over. One of them was leg by. And so the 10th over will begin. 120 looking a long way off right now. Kuldeep's back this over. I don't see him taking a 4th stumping. Yes, we see something dramatic. So we missed first up. 102. And Madrid United certainly trying to put a few more on the board. And they have put a few more on the board compared to match 2 when they scored 83 for 5 of their 10 overs. This is a ledge knocked away into the offside. This will be a single. Given that 110, you're going to have to bowl. You're going to have to feel really well for Madrid United. But they do have some good players, no doubt about that. Hit hard. Outfielder should deal with it. He does. That's Isham Patel down there. 104 with half an over remaining. Can they pull one out here? Not really. It's really good bowling. Just waiting for Malbus to come back for this last over. But that is exactly where you want to be. Very hard to do anything with that. Just had to dig it out. Takes the 1. And this will also be a 1. Doesn't escape the infield. So 106. Let's look at the splits here. 53 off the first half and 53 off the second half right now with a ball to go. This has been a good last over from Abbas. 4 singles in it. Hit down towards long on. Again, I think this is just 1. I don't think they'll even try for a second. So Abbas coming up with the goods with just 5 runs off the 10th, and Madrid United, they are going to finish 107 for 7. Tricky little chase for Gracia, I think, but I do also think they will fancy themselves to chase this down. Remember, when they played this team earlier in the day, they chased down the target of 84 in 6.1 overs. But I do think there's something about that triple figure score that just gets you thinking. And right now, I'd say evenly poised, maybe slightly towards Gracia, just based on their batting performance versus Madrid United earlier in the day. Ashraf out there towards the end. And look, the last 13 balls of the innings, or 14 even, they weren't able to find the boundary. I just think they just fell away when the 120 seemed on. They couldn't quite get that many. Let's go back to the very start. Madrid United opened with Qatar Nawaz and Amir Shawkat. And Shawkat is a guy, I think, he likes to take the game on. We saw him take 7 balls for 21 earlier, and there was no shortage of action in the first half of this innings. Shawkat pumps this one. It was one of his 3 sixes as he went for 28 early on. I know Trilchan was upset that he missed out on that catch at point. And Nawaz 16 early on as well. Mr. Bike, though, I do like the fact they end up batting him at 3 after that dismissal of Nawaz. He played some really nice strokes as well. 3 4s and 3 6s for him. We saw Sharkat falling by the wayside. He was the first of 3 stumpings for Kuldeep Lal in this innings, equaling the record for stumpings in an ECN innings. But there was no shortage of intent, and I think that Camille, he sent this one miles over the boundary, but then he was the second stumping for Kuldeep. Just went walkabout, didn't really keep his shape, didn't keep his composure. A bit of foot fielding, didn't go well for Ishan Patel. But Mirza continued to try and fight back, coming off a half century in the previous game. He ended up with 36 off 14 balls. And eventually, he would be caught by Ishan Patel. Buznat, well, no good for him in this game. He went for a first ball duck in the end. Might have seen the wide before that. And this was the LBW. Got to say, it seemed like a bit of an umpire's call for me. May have been going over, maybe not. But Trilchan breaking through, and this was an incredible over. This is another one where Kuldeep takes the bails and says, well, hold on a second. Is this out? And eventually, the decision was made that the batter was gone. And Ruffy enjoying it probably a little bit too much. But when push came to shove, Madrid United, they kind of staggered to 107 in the end. Remember, they were 98 with 2 overs to go. They only got 9 runs off the last 2 overs. So not quite the final push they wanted. You can see the top 3 did the job. And in fact, you look at that, you see that 80 of the 107 runs came from the top 3. After that, they didn't get too much. Even though Camille hit a 6, but he was out soon after stumped. And towards the end, Ashraf tried to move the needle, but could only get 4 not out. The main contributors, Bike 36, as well as Sharkat 28 and Nawaz 16 in that innings. 11 wides, probably a few too many, I think, if you're a Gracia fan, but still, they'll feel they are in the box seat in this game. Looking at the bowling, I've got to say that Trilchan bowled a really good over 3 for 3 off 1, but he bowled the 9th, so he couldn't bowl again. 2 wickets for Thakura in this innings, 1 each for Ishan Patel, who's pretty economical, and Muktiar, it wasn't so much. He had 1 over for 24. That was after Yadav went wicketless early on. Didn't have it all his own way this time. 21 of his 2 overs. Abbas 22 off his. We'll take a quick break. When we return in just a few minutes, it'll be the last innings of the night. Let's see if Gracia can pull it off. 108 they will need for victory here in match 5. Can Madrid United fight back into contention? We'll have to find out in just a few minutes. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're having a great Saturday night. Join us for the last innings of the day. Just around the corner. You're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode EC10 Spain. Hello and welcome back to the Cardamom Oval. It's Saturday Night Fever here on the European Cricket Network as we are getting ready for the run chase in match 5. And really looking forward to seeing what this innings reveals to us. Because, yeah, Gracia, look, they would probably favour themselves here, but anything can happen. In match 5, Madrid United, they won the toss. They put 107 on the board. And now it will be 108 for victory. But having said that, anything is possible in this form of the game. You just need one player to shine for you. Either the ball or the bat. You might be looking at a very, very different scenario. Here we go with Waka Zafar. Getting us going. Kuldeep gets beaten on the inside edge. That's very, very good bit of bowling from Zafar first up. And I want to welcome everyone watching on FanCode in India and on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have your company. This is driven. Driven into the gap, though. It's going to be 4. And they'll take that. Again, you need a little bit of luck, I suppose, at this point in the night. You can just see it means a lot to Madrid United if they could defend this. But Kuldeep Lal has been one of the players of this series, no doubt about it. Pitched up and he was able to smack that through the offside. We didn't see Kuldeep opening earlier, but makes sense to have him there. He's been so successful in this series. This time we'll just get one. And this will bring Vivo Yadav on strike. Well, he's a guy we didn't see earlier in this series, but he has turned out for Gracia here in Championship weekend. Certainly he's a guy with a lot of talent. Yeah, a very organised cricketer. That's probably what I'd call him. He's a three-dimensional cricketer. Can bat, can bowl, can field. He misses his first one, though, from Zafar. He gets in the right spot. And that's what you need to do. I think the path to victory for Madrid United, it involves bowling well to these top-order batters, creating chances and taking them. Arif Hassan behind the stump. Ready for a little edge, but didn't come that time. But well bowled by Carr. Now a little bit short. This is punished. It's going to be 4. Very good shot by Yadav to get off the mark. Zafar just gets a little bit short in length. And Yadav's so quick to go back and punch this to the leg side. And what a way for him to start his account. Get that rate around 11 and over, there or thereabouts. They'll feel if they bat well, they should get this, Gracia. Yadav wearing the cowboy hat, despite it being night time. Last ball of the over coming up. Back in carts, and they're going to run on the hit, and they'll get there. So at the end of the first over, it is 10 without loss. Once again, welcoming all of our viewers, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent. It's great to have your company. And we've gone 42 matches without a golden ball. So the last golden ball was the Thursday night, just over a week ago. It was Belgium-France, and it was chaos. It's the only rain we've had here during this ECC so far. Just looking at the forecast, though, some people are a little bit concerned about next week. I feel like we should be okay, but there's a bit of rain forecast for the next week. Hopefully they're just passing showers, nothing too critical. Of course, we've got the lights here, so we can go into the night. We hate to see matches lost in Championship week. 10 off the first. And here comes Kamil Ahmed in the second. This is hit straight to Mirzabayev, who stops any chance of a run. Still waiting for some random questions. I've got a couple of good ones from Wazza. But I'm at your disposal here. Any random questions you've got, let us know. ECN European Cricket Network in the live chat. Well bowled. It's good bowling by Camille. Just not an easy thing to bowl against a team who are full of superstars, I think, at this level. Camille trying to break through early. Slip in place. This is not an edge at all. This is a blasted cover drive from Yadav that goes to the boundary. So Camille went dot, dot, but then the third time was unlucky for him. And just have a look at how balanced Vibor is here. A little bit of that away movement, but he's accounting for it. He smacks it away for 4. This could be a very, very interesting run chase, you know, under lights. One is hit, but hit the infielder, but he does just make a bit of a meal of it. And so it's just going to be a single. Got to bowl well. I mean, it starts with the ball, doesn't it? In swinger, blasted into the night sky. What a shot. What a shot that is from Gurdeep Lal. Maximo takes them past 20. What a shot that was. Just angled in a little bit, and he absolutely pounded that one downtown. And Ahmed just missing his length and paying the ultimate price. Good batting from Gurdeep. Good technique there. For all the power that you see, I think technique is more important. To hit it more consistently and hit it correctly. And it was a very, very good piece of batting by Kuldeep. Gets him back on track on this chase. Now gets a wide and he'll take it. He'll have that one re-bowled. It's a good call. Very good call. Feel, I mean, you're going to have to bowl and field really well, but it's very possible that Madrid United could pull this off. So just bunted to mid-on, but doesn't carry, so they'll get one here. And at the end of the over, Gracia, 23 without loss. So they're pretty much right on the rate at this stage. But for Madrid United to get into the game, they are going to have to take some wickets. Let's have a look at the table. And Catalan, you see sitting pretty. Though they did have their first loss of the series back in the previous game. Gracia, they could actually go to the top of the table tonight. They've played 4 of their 6 games today in Championship weekend. Madrid United just want some points from anywhere. They're in a position that they can challenge for some here. As we start the third over. And it starts with a single. Here's Waka back for a second over. Wow, misses the mark by a long way this time. Down the leg side, it's well handled by the keeper, Arif Hussain. Yes, good footwork for him to get down the leg side and stop that. Short. Pounded and slammed. That's out of here. Maximo. Do not bowl there to Yadav because day or night, he will smoke it all right. That's exactly what he does there. He's so quick onto the back foot. And yeah, Zafar is just too short, isn't it? When you're only defending 107. Okay, it's not a bad score, but You're going to have to bowl well. And Yadav, he got a gift and he cashed it in. You can see how much it means to these two. They're very good friends as well, Kuldeep Lal and Vibor Yadav. And right now, Yadav made a very good start in this innings. Now he's on the walk and he's going to send this miles into the night sky. Maximo! Back to back. Well, sometimes you get a short ball and you pound it. You expect it a bit fuller, and this time he's on the walk. He was looking for something to drive, and he ends up smacking that one out of here. So Vibor Yadav, again, fan favourite on the European Cricket Network. And what a good shot from Vibor. A right reply for Zafar, who's gone for 24 now of 1.3 overs. Well, guess what? You're in for some more punishment. Cuatro carreras más. And Yadav, he is on a heater here in match 5 under lights. But he is bringing the temperature at the moment. And well, right now, I think they're saying, were there too many outfielders here? They feel there were 3 outfielders. And we'll just wait to see what the umpires say. And, straight away, you see he hit that shot and he's basically said, hey, look, there weren't enough people in the circle there. So wait and see what the ruling is here. But I think they feel, the batting team feels that they didn't have enough infielders. They didn't have enough infielders and had too many outfielders essentially. I mean, you can see what happened to the ball. The ball got whacked away for 4. At the moment, I've got it scored. It's just a regular 4. And so obviously, the umpires felt that there were enough people in the circle. So big moment of controversy here in match 5. But Yadav will just take the next ball for a single. Too short. This is slammed away, and this will be 4 runs. And things just not going well for Madrid United in this second half so far. It was a Gundy ball. It was short. It was easy to put away. Could have said, yes, please. I actually think we saw him lick his lips before he swung at that one. He was very, very happy to escort that one to the boundary. That over goes magical. 23 off the 3rd. And after 3 overs, the score is 46 for no loss. Yadav 27 in the power play and Kuldeep 17. But then the other thing, I suppose, you'd have to say they haven't really been tested often enough in this chase. So 46 off the first 3 means there's only 62 off the last 7 required, just under 9s. New over begins. It's Camille who comes in and he gets smacked away and he's going to get hit for 4 first ball. So again, it's just a bit of length to play with for the batter and he's up to the task. Again, what I like about Yadav, he's very, very balanced, isn't he? He just plays what is served to him. And 4 runs to start the 4th over. Also brings up the 50 for Gracia here in the 4th. Kamil Ahmed needs to find the right reply. But it's hard to see a way back considering this very, very good start for Gracia. Their first 3 overs going 10, 13 and 23. But a good comeback from Camille, and he's the kind of guy, he can bowl a good delivery. He's good enough to get good players out. I suppose for Madrid United, they just need to do it more often and have their key players stepping up if they are going to be a force in this championship weekend. Once again, I love your random questions in our YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network. The more random, the better. Yadav pushes away for one. Why don't we do a bit of a competition? I wonder who is watching from the furthest away. I'm going to put this to the people in the live chat. Who is watching right now from the furthest away? Of course, we are here at Cartaman de Costa del Sol in Spain. Let us know where you're watching from, and we'll find out as we see one more run for Gurdeep Lal, who's 17 off 8 now. And I know, and we've got Anna watching from Toronto in Canada, and that's pretty far away. I'll just see exactly how far away it is using the power of technology. Yeah, this is well hit, but also well stopped by Ashraf, who knocks that down. So she's watching from Toronto in Canada, and well, it's pretty far away. No doubt about that. Well, she's 6,200 kilometres away. That's decent. That's winning so far. This is in the air. Well, someone's got to catch this, surely. No, they cannot get there. It falls safely. And Cordu gets lucky here, really, you have to say. He pushes this. He mistimes the drive. It was a fly ball. And the fielders swarm, but they can't find the drop zone in time. It takes us to the end of the fourth over. 54 without loss for Gracia. Well, we've got a few people who are telling some porkies, I think. We've got, where was it here? Y in the chat saying watching from Antarctica. Well, if you are, then you are the first viewer we've ever seen from Antarctica, because I know we've hit 6 continents. Have we broken the 7th? I'm not so sure, but I'll take it. Saga Reddy saying watching from Africa. Of course, beautiful part of the world. Rishi saying New Zealand would be pretty far. Yeah, normally the New Zealanders, they get this one. Rob Thompson watching from New Zealand. What city are you from, Rob? Tell us, and I'll do a calculation. The Canadians with the early running. The Penguins from Antarctica just taking a slim lead, but I feel like New Zealand must have this covered. Now, don't mind this. They're going to bowl Ashraf and try and basically take all the pace off the ball here. Got Blind Pinkman saying watching from Mars. Well, that is quite far away. Great to have a bit of fun with the viewers here on a Saturday night. Ashraf bowls the ball that would have been a wide. Instead, it's going to be a 4. And Gurdeep just could not resist this ball from Ashraf. He loved to take the pace off, but this was too short. He could hit it wherever he wanted. In the end, he caressed it through the offside for 4. Now wants to go legs. Well, he tries to go reverse here, and Gurdeep. This is a shot without too much thinking, I think. We saw it earlier from Always Ahmed. Gurdeep not quite pulling it off. That'll be a dot ball. Now it's a better ball from Ashraf, where she's able to sweep away for 1. Not too many hassles for Gracia so far in this chase. Ashraf got the hand grenade. Yadav goes back, punches it, but there's a fielder waiting for it. It'll just be a single. Short and hit, and that is hit into the night sky. Maximo. That one is a roofer from Gurdeep Lal. He went back and he had a good look at it from Ashraf, and he said, I will take that I will take that every day of the week, including Saturdays. And once again, Ashraf, if he misses his length at this pace, he's not going to have a good time. Again, big thank you to everyone who let us know where you were watching from. I think Rob in New Zealand, rural Wanganui. Well, I'll look that up in a second. Right now, Kuldeep will get a single, and this will finish the 5th over. The score will be 67 without loss. Yeah, well, Rob is 19,600 kilometres away. That is a clear winner at the moment. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. Championship weekend continues with the top 3 teams in this FanCode European Cricket T10. Madrid United, Catalonia CC and Gracia will be taking part once again. Of course, only the top 2 will make it through to the final match 10. Join us tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. GMT. It's 11:30 in Central Europe and 3 p.m. in India for more T10 action right here on the European Cricket Network. If you want some more time zones, I can tell you, I'm pretty sure that is 5:30 p.m. on the west of Australia. It is 8:30 p.m. on the east of Australia. And probably 10:30 p.m. in New Zealand, I imagine. If you're going to the North Americas, I'm pretty sure that we will start at 5:30 in the morning on the east coast and 2:30 in the morning on the west coast. So don't go to sleep. Just stay tuned to the European Cricket Network for more T10 action. Here we go with over number 6. It's going to start with a dot ball. Little angle shot from Kuldeep. Right now, these openers seem like they've got it under control. This is Karan Nawaz, who's coming on to bowl over number 6. Driven and driven pretty well. Okay, deep extra cover out there. This will just be a single. It's not going nowhere fast. Nawaz trying to slow things down. And well, that'll be successful. Just 40 required now. More or less the second half available. I've got to say, Rob seems like he's won the distance contest. You see another single down to long on. But I'm really appreciative to get so many responses. Hello to Calixto Corby, who's watching from London. Big up to everyone. Big up to you, Calixto. Thanks for joining us. Hopefully you can stay with us, of course. And Shubdik Dab with a question, which is a bit of a loaded question, but I'll take it. Should be. Nice to have you with us. As we see, this is in the air. The fielder comes in, and he tries to turn into a catch. Almost knocks himself unconscious. They will get a second run here. But I've got to love the effort there. Madrid United just trying to break this partnership. And that is Kamil Ahmed. He had to come forward and fast. Tried to turn it into a catch, but couldn't quite get there. We'll shoot deep once again. Great to see you. I know you've played your cricket for Men in Blue on ECN. He's in the air. Again, bit of a teaser for Kamil. He should hit this to 1. He does. You'd have to say the strength of teams in Catalonia speak for themselves. The fact you've got so many teams there in that region, I think just stands to reason that the cricket is a very high quality. 6 overs down here, 72 for no loss. So on 120 pace at the moment, that would be enough for Gracia to pull off this victory. But I just hope for more good things from the Catalonia region and all of Spain and, of course, all of Europe. I am looking forward to coming back to Spain in November for a 5-week ECS in Barcelona, and I hope that you're a part of it. Shub, a very, very talented player. And it's a nice way to finish the year because we started with 5 weeks in Barcelona last year, and now we are going to finish with 5 weeks in Barcelona in this season. Hello to Jagai here, who is watching from Singapore. Well, lovely part of the world as well. Hello to Abhijit Vijayan as well, who's watching from India. Now we're going to get a change of bowling. Amir Shaukat is going to have a go. 36 off 24, just 9s required. And you just feel if this partnership continues, could be a bit of an early night. They just need 36 more runs to get across the line. Starts with a dot, hits straight back at the bowler, Showcat. How much did you guys enjoy our VIP Graham Swan during the week? Who had a banger of a time. I think he might just come back anyway in Championship week. We'll have to see. Well, this one is hit pretty well. Going, gone. Maximo. Kuldeep Lal, well, he tied yet up on 35 and now will get 6 more, moves into the 40s. Naughty 40s for Kuldeep, and he just takes that off a length and just goes the leg side with it. Maximo time. At the moment, Gracia looking very, very controlled in this chase. This spins back, and I think it's fine in the end. It's a clever bowling from Showcat. It really puts a bit on it. It starts well outside, but I think, well, looking at that, it probably was a wide, but give credit to the bowler. This one is hit really hard, but well done by Camille, who keeps it to 1. Yadav in the cowboy hat. You know, he wants more. It's good keeping, but it will be called a wide. I think it just drifts away and goes over the tram line from Showcat. Just drifted a little bit too far. And this one will be another wide. So, yeah, you just see there's very low margin of error for these bowlers. So this hit pretty well. That will be a single. Well stopped again. Camille does the job on the boundary. Again, fielding so important in this form of the game. Any form of the game, really. Next one will be another single, which will take us to the end of the 7th over. So hanging in there, Madrid United. But you wonder how long this game might last. 7 overs down. It is 83 for no loss. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. More T10 action. And Rico, he will be here to take you through the first part of the day. Starting with a clash between Madrid United and Catalunya CC. Those two teams and Gracia doing battle over 9 matches. The top 2 will make it to the final in match 10. So join us 9:30 a.m. GMT. It's 11:30 in Central Europe and 3 p.m. in India for more action right here on ECN. The FanCode European Cricket T10 continuing into a Super Sunday. It'll be the last day of this tournament. We'll find out who will be lifting the trophy aloft. Well, how many to win here? 25 off 18 required. And it's going to be cut under Wiles to come back. Not a good ball down the leg side, called a wide. So there's one of the points they need. Again, I want to say big thank you to everyone for joining us today. I know that we've had so many people watching. We've got Pakistan cricket highlights watching from Pakistan. All surprise. Also, I want to say hello to Rajiv Shivaji asking, when will ECS go to Singapore? Well, who knows? Maybe one day we'll get there. I'd love to get outside Europe one day, even though we love cricket in Europe. But imagine if we could go to some locations like Hong Kong, like Singapore, for example. That'd be really nice to go to. Hello to Crazy World, watching from his mobile. Again, we see another ball which is driven. This is just a 1. So you're just basically waiting for a wicket if you're Madrid United here. If you can do that, then maybe you can squeeze this to the last and pull one out of the fire. But it does seem like Gracia in control. Driven, and some more work for Camille. He's got leather poisoning at the moment. He's had so much of the ball. It'll just be a single. Well, let us know what you guys think on the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Is there any way back into this for Madrid United? Just want to be caught wide. Just grabs a little bit of the tram line there. Yes, good call. Umpires have done an excellent job today, I have to say. Yeah, Rajiv, if you're in Singapore, I know I've had lots of friends that have played there. They've said it's amazing. Stay tuned. So again, little by little, we've been growing the European Cricket Network. Of course, we started with just a 3-day tournament. 3 years ago, it was ECL 19 between 8 champion clubs of Europe. And when you think about the fact that you head into 2020 and then 2021, where we broadcast 1,222 games of cricket, that's a long way away from just the 17 that we showed in 2019. Oh, well bowled, and he's yorked him. That's an excellent ball from Nawaz. And he just goes straight through Kuldeep. He tries to jam the bat down, but he can't do it in time. So Gracia finally have lost a wicket. And with 13 balls remaining, they're 89 for 1. Well bowled. That's all you can say. I often say, if in doubt, go full, go straight. That's exactly what the bowler does and has success. So Kuldeep is a big wicket anytime. He has to go 19 short of the target. Score is 89 for 1. Give some credit there to the bowler. Kadana was good Yorker. I just don't think we've seen enough of those in this innings. If the batting team seems on top, I think that's a good way to go. Hiramahe comes to the crease, the captain. Can they force this to the last and maybe we'll see a bit of panic? They've got to bowl well though. Good game. 19 runs required, 13 deliveries remaining. Well, first one ties up Mahe, but he does deflect it into the leg side for 1. This will be the end of the over. Nawaz, he certainly did a good job for his team. He takes 1 for 12 off his 2 overs. And 8 overs down, it is 90 for 1. 18 runs required off the last 2. Strap yourselves in for a blockbuster finish here on the Costa del Sol. The sun's away, but there is still cricket to play here on a Saturday night. Saturday Night Fever on ECN. Again, big thank you to Corey for his work earlier in the day. Take you through the first half of today. And now we are headed for potential big finish. 18 off 12. Again, you still favour Gracia, but it's going to sneak a few dots in here, and it's anybody's game. It's going to be Amir Shaukat to bowl over number 9. It all happens in the 9th, and it starts with a drive. Just a single. And look, singles will be fine for the fielding team at this stage. Have a look at the gap between runs required and balls remaining. 18 off 12 becomes 17 off 11. 6 is the gap. And the longer you can maintain that, the better. Yadav wants to go large, and he gets a wide. He'll take it. So that'll be 1 run. It won't count as a ball. So 16 off 11. Reduces the gap to 5. Big hello to Rajiv Shivaji, who's watching from India, saying he's a big fan. Well, that is wonderful to hear, Rajiv. We are so happy you're enjoying European cricket. Well, this is blasted down the ground. It's almost blown the bowler's foot off, but it will go for 4. Well, he might have started with 10 toes here, Shaukat, but if this got in the way of the ball, he might have been down to 7 or 8. That is a powerful strike down the ground by Yadav. And gets them within 12 of victory. To come, and 12 required. I love our community here at ECN. Around the wicket, this time he goes, and he will go into the gap. It's going to be 4 more back-to-back boundaries for Yadav, who's held this innings together. 46 not out for him now. Shaukat looking nonplussed, to say the least. Change the angle, and once you get on that angle, I think you're pretty much immune from LBW. Unless it's really full. So you can see, just took that one away to the leg side boundary. 8 off 9 now, Gracia. A couple of hits away from victory. Wow, this is a good shot straight. And in fact, that one has gone for another boundary. So Yanov brings up his 50. What a good innings that is from Vibor. He brings up his 50 off 24 balls here in match 5. He does it with 2 sixes and 7 boundaries. Very, very good ball striking from the opener. He has just given Gracia a bit more of a boost and makes their batting line even longer. And right now, I think it's time to call the fat lady because only 4 more runs required. I can hear her warming up in the background. And this could be it. It will be it. Goes to the boundary and Gracia are going to get there with 7 balls to spare. 108 off 8.5, defeating Madrid United 107. Vibor Yana 54 of 25. It'd have to be a good shout for the player of the match. The way he hit the ball. Vibor, he's enjoying his time here on the Costa del Sol. And Madrid United, once again, they pushed Gracia there, didn't they? But they just did not have enough when it came down to it to rein Gracia in. Madrid United will have to play out of their skins tomorrow to make the final. But it is a pretty comprehensive chase from Gracia that sees them home. Once again, we remind you that you can join us tomorrow on ECN. Once again, Rico will take you through the first bit of the day, starting with Madrid United taking on Catalunya CC in match 6. So it all starts the same time again, 9:30 a.m. GMT, which is 11:30 in Central Europe and 3 p.m. in India for more championship weekend action, day 2 of 2. And we'll decide who will raise the trophy here in this domestic T10 tournament in Spain. Let's go back to the highlights. And you can see that was always going to be hard work, wasn't it, for the Madrid United batters. But take nothing away from the fielding side. I think they gave everything. But, I mean, you've got some class batters that are playing their strokes and they're pouncing on anything, even slightly loose. You see Zufar. He got a bit of the treatment, didn't he, in the middle. And Yadav, you can see that he was just locked in this chase. As this one fell safely. Just had to take the half chances, and I don't think they did that really, Madrid United, in this second half of the game. Kuldeep again swinging away and making the most of that leg side boundary. You can see Madrid United doing their best to try and turn it into a catch. There's Kamil Ahmed, who fielded pretty well. But when it came down to it, they just didn't have the answers. That was a rare highlight. That was Karat Nawaz, who went straight through Kuldeep with a good Yorker. And you can see good sportsmanship between the two teams. There's a lot of respect between them. This one almost blew some toes off the bowler. It did go for 4. It was a blaze of boundaries late in the piece. And ultimately, we saw Gracia getting there, a bit of a drag from Yada, but that was enough to get them over the line. They end up doing it with 7 balls to spare. Gracia 108 for 1 off 8.5. They achieved that target. Madrid United scored 107 in the first half of this innings. Let's have a look at the scorecards. Vibor Yada 54 of 25. He was the playmaker, assisted well though by Kuldeep Lal, who was the only wicket to fall. He fell for 45. But when you realise that those two hit 99 of 51 between them, it was going to be enough to get them over the line. Mahe was there to watch the final moments of the chase. As far as the bowling went, you needed a couple of people to step up. And look, I don't think anyone bowled badly. Nawaz, I think he bowled well, 1 for 12 of his 2 overs. Apart from that, Kamil Ahmed bowled okay, none for 21 off his 2. But the fact they could only get the 1 wicket meant they were always playing catch-up. And ultimately, Madrid United, they wouldn't be able to defend this total of 107. Gracia getting the runs with 7 balls to spare. I want to say a very, very big thank you to all of you in the live chat who have kept us company today. First it was Corey and now myself here in ECN Dreambox. I hope you can join us again tomorrow for more T10 action. As I want to say a big thank you to all the Blue crew as well, all the umpires and the officials, as well as the viewers though. You are what makes us tick, and we are so thankful to have your company 7 days a week here on the Costa del Sol. But for now, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, saying I hope you have a happy and a safe evening wherever you're watching around the world. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Rico Fool will be in the house to get you going on a Sunday morning. He'll wake you up, don't you worry about that, but then I'll be back to bring you home in this FanCode European Cricket T10 series in Spain. You've been watching the European Cricket Network. We'll see you tomorrow for more cricket right here on the ECN. You've been watching the FanCode ECT10 Spain. Good night, everyone. Hasta mañana.